live. Oh, whoa, wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boot Camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a wild one. Last night, I don't know if you guys were there. We saw a little bit of the yen, the futures. They were going up. Things looked a little chill. Even Europe and Asia, they did good. But by the time we got here, the bonds still had pressure. They weren't moving. The dollar ready to move. And then, surprisingly, jobless claims had a decent reaction just because it was another set of data showing the labor market is not calming down. So we'll see what happens. But Chattadonia, I hope you guys are ready for it. Yeah, dude, the yen was up yesterday. It was all wild, man. So, again, bond blowout. Still in play. Everybody talking about the bonds. You're watching a little bit of that weakness. It is Friday, Junior. Tomorrow we get big data, and then for the rest of the day today, we are just going to get Fed speakers. So, Chattadonia, I hope you guys are ready for it. It's already been a wild one, but I see you're here. So, good morning, baby. Oh, you passed your Series 3. Let's go, quad that. That's what I'm talking about. Good morning. What's up, Zuraj, Laker, Jay? Oh, good morning. Cam, Lucky J, Ricardo, Mr. Devlin, baby. Good morning. What's up, Destroyer? Tim Whitman, baby. Alex. Oh, there you go. Now they chat you. Oh, good morning. I missed like 50 of those. Good morning, Alaskan Assassin, Battleborn, baby, Monica, Amir, Sorav, Antonio. Good morning, baby. What's up, Ezo? Grammy Style, Victor Lucas, baby, Gregory Ruiz, Jay Holano. Good morning, baby. What's up, Devin? Jay Samuels, baby, Stonker, True Crime, Francisco, Safari Star, Christian Collection, B Dizzle, Candy Upton, Santiago. Good morning, baby. Oh, what's up, Wavy Gravy, Godzilla, Young Ugly, baby. Jay Medalia, Caleb, Yolo Chad, Lucky Soldier. Oh, good morning, baby. Oh, what's up, K-Chan? APOC Power, Ibn, Tom Riddle, baby. Good morning, Greg Ale. Oh, after the boo, Tom Riddle again. Oh, dude, the chat is crazy. Oh, Christina, good morning. Jay Red. Oh, Nathan Evans, there you go. What's up, Phoenix? Ty Reed, Ben Stone, True Crime Shark, calls it push, baby. Good morning. What's up, Brad Walton, Kellogg's, and Nathan once again. What about the Twitch? Cajun, Khaki Bow, baby. KJ Lemur, Coach Trips, baby. KIC. Oh, I said it right, I think. Mother Liquor, Angeles, Amorfati Trap, Preforbs, Payday Devo, baby. Oh, good morning. Oh, Charlie in the tree. Exotic KS, Blowing Dough. Oh, my gosh. Good morning. Blizzy B, Universe's favorite, MVK, Payday Devo, T-Toke, CMB, the Cookie Monster. I got all of them, baby. I tried my best. Good morning. Love to see it. Love to see it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So good morning. I hope you guys are doing good. Oh, shout out to Isaac, bro. Isaac's here right now. Oh, my gosh. God, I'm tripping out. Isaac, good morning, baby. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. You think I'm back on caffeine? No caffeine, baby. This is all natural, like an F-350. What is that? Or F-350s? I know they have a turbo. You know what I'm saying, though. You know what I'm saying. But good morning, sadly. We have another day of waiting for the bonds, man. We got to wait for the bonds, so let's see what happens. Oh, good morning, Mikey. Good morning, but stocks and bonds, they slip as the U.S. jobless claim stays low. U.S. Treasuries and equity futures fell after the latest U.S. data showed that weekly unemployment claims are holding near historical lows. 10-year Treasury yields, they rose about 3 basis points to 4.76 after trading lower, while contracts on the S&P were down by 0.3. Oil extended a retreat with Brent futures holding near $85 a barrel for the first time since late August. The dollar inched up against a basket of Group of 10 peers. The report, which sets the stage for Friday's monthly non-farm payrolls, showed a slight rise in the number of people filing for unemployment benefits compared with the previous week. Claims ticked up to 207 in the week ending September 30th, according to labor market data. While markets have stabilized with the recent rout, investor sentiment remains fragile. The wild moves across markets were driven by U.S. bond yields soaring to multi-year highs. Investors are keen to see if Friday's labor data cements the beat on November interest rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. Currently, swaps pricing a 1 in 4 chance chance of a Fed move next month. Friday's payroll data and next week's inflation number will be decided when the 10-year yield goes above 5 or down to 4.5, says Societe Generale strategist Kenneth Brock. Higher than forecast jobs numbers would trigger another wave of dollar buying and bond selling, he added. In the monthly U.S. employment report, economists surveyed by Bloomberg predicted 170,000 workers, and it came in slightly less than the previous month. Even with markets showing signs of calm, strategists report the highlight of deep concern of long economic toll of higher for longer interest rate. Barclays and analysts wrote in a note that global bonds are doomed to keep falling unless a sustained slump in equities revives the appeal of fixed income. There's no magic level of yields that when reached will automatically draw in enough buyers to spark a sustained bond rally. Analysts led by Ajay Radajasaska said in the short term we can think of one scenario where bonds rally materially if risk assets fall sharply in the coming weeks. China has week-long holiday. France industrial production today. Bank of England today. San Francisco Fed Dolly and somebody else today. German factory orders tomorrow, and then U.S. unemployment rate and non-farm payrolls tomorrow on Friday. Wow. Wow. Not bad, Chad. Not bad, huh? Not bad. Let's see. Buyers are MIA. It would take something like a stock market crash in the coming weeks to trigger a significant rally in the bond market, according to Barclays analysts. They say that there's no magic level of yields, and that will draw enough buyers. That's because the Federal Reserve won't ease up on quantitative tightening, making it a net seller of treasuries. Foreign central banks are no longer buying in mass. Increase in bond supply due to the rising deficit won't help either, said analysts. Separately, PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross told Bloomberg that a 5% yield on the 10-year would provide decent but not great value because inflation remains elevated. Higher real yields are testing the Fed's ability to engineer a softer landing. Ozempic impact. Walmart says people taking the diabetes drug Ozempic, Wegovy, and other appetite-suppressing medications are buying less food. Shoppers are taking home fewer items in their basket and purchasing a slightly lower amount of calories, according to John Furner, Chief Executive Officer of Walmart's U.S. operation. Walmart is studying the changes in sale using anonymized data of shoppers. The company can use this to look at the purchasing changes among people taking the drug and can also compare the habits to similar people who aren't taking the shots. The CEO of the company of Pringles and Cheez-Its said that this week the company is studying the potential impact on dietary behaviors. This is like the second most read thing today. That's actually crazy. It's up there. It made it to the list. Intelligence Web. The U.S. is deepening intelligence cooperation with countries across Asia, developing a set of partnerships in the region, including intelligence sharing with the Quad group of U.S., India, Japan, and Australia. The Biden administration has also arranged a trilateral partnership among U.S., Japan, and South Korea, and one encompassing the U.S., Japan, and the Philippines, according to U.S. officials, who asked not to be identified because of matters that aren't public. These new and strengthened partnerships are partly aimed at reducing the growing power of China's spy apparatus, with a recent UK parliamentary report described as the world's largest. Markets are steady. Let's see what else we have. S&P futures, they're down by 0.3 Thursday morning after U.S. equities finished higher on Wednesday, with big tech, semi, software, airlines, and builders among the standouts, while energy sold off sharply. Treasuries are narrowly mixed with some curve steepening. Dollar index is down by 0.1. Gold is up by 0.1. Bitcoin futures are up by 0.3, and WTI is down 2 after losing more than 5.5 on Wednesday, their biggest pullback in over a year. Market dealing with a lot of moving pieces right now. Unrelenting bond yields are keeping up the overhang on sentiment, while mechanical selling pressure exacerbating from the drawdown in equities are also contributing. While there's been some recent reprieve in the dampened macro surprise momentum, bad news is good. There's also been a pickup in scrutiny about the sustainability of this dynamic, given the lag effects of the tightening cycle. In addition, velocity and magnitude of the move of the yields has triggered concerns of some sort of financial accident. Bulls are focused on oversold conditions in both bonds and stocks, short squeeze potential, Q4 earnings rebound, and seasonality. Job claims came in at 207,000, up slightly from the week, but below consensus and still signaling labor market tightness. Several Fed speakers on tap for today, pretty quiet on a headline perspective. Most of the focus on the recent surge in bond yields. Financial press discussed the deficit matter again, as fiscal concerns seem to be a driver of the bond sell-off. Fed Goolsbee said the timing of the bond sell-off is something of a puzzle. Reuters reported some progress in talks between UAW and automakers following the days of the stalemate overseas. Press reports said unlikely Japan intervened to support yen earlier this week, as had initially been speculating. No bullshit. They're saying it wasn't Japan. We'll see. CLX meaningfully cut quarter one guidance due to cybersecurity attack, while Takeaway also flagged headwinds from higher costs. Walmart said GLP obesity drugs are having an impact on demand, noting less units and slightly less calories. Costco U.S. comps, excluding gas, slightly below consensus and decelerated from August. Disney to offer discounts on ticket prices for children to boost traffic, Financial Times said. JP Morgan has stepped up the pace of securitization, push ahead of tougher capital rules. XOM 8K implied a Q3 EPS change, largely in line with consensus estimates. AT&T reportedly exploring options for 70% stake in DirecTV. Rivian under pressure on plans for convertible note offering. DOV to acquire FW Murphy for $530 million in cash, and BlackBerry to separate IoT and cybersecurity business units. Wow. We still have more. Taiwan's headline CPI climbs to 2.9 in September, up from 2.5 in August, and above the street's 2.5 forecast, while core eases to 2.48. South Korea's core was flat month over month and in line with the street. Belgium intelligence service has been monitoring Alibaba's main logistic hub in Europe for espionage, following suspicion that Beijing has been exploiting their growing economic presence in the West. UK construction activity fell more than expected in September and posted its biggest slide since May 2020, driven by steep downturn in housing, according to those closely watching. German trade numbers for August fell short of expectations, with imports down 1.2 versus the street 0.6, and exports were down 1.2, imports down 0.4. Vladimir Putin's cabinet is turning increasingly irregular revenue-raising measures to fund a rapid rise in defense spending, which has tripled since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Russian government has said that they aim to spend a staggering $108 billion on defense next year, 3 times the amount allocated in 2021, the last year before the invasion, and 70% more than was planned for this year. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has said he is confident he still has broad U.S. backing, despite strange voices in Congress and the exclusion of more aid in Kyiv from U.S. spending deal. Deficits suddenly matter. It's been decades since investors had to grapple with elevated spending and debt, pushing treasury yields higher, but now it's a growing part of the present narrative. JP Morgan Chase has stepped up the pace at which securitizing billions of dollars alone in anticipation of new rules for large banks, according to people familiar with the matter. And then Amazon and Microsoft's cloud service face a UK antitrust probe in whether they made it hard for customers to switch or mix providers. I know, right? No Japan had that, right? Come on, bro. It's crazy. Again, and that's what I was saying yesterday. Last time oil was dropping 5% in a day, you had banks blowing up, or you had the start of the first bank blow up. But this time around, all we see is bonds going up for now. But I still got more headlines. Deficit concerns, a driver of surge in interest rates. Sell-off in long-dated treasuries are rivaling some of the biggest meltdowns in U.S. history. Fed bids to avoid recession, tested by long-term rates hitting levels not seen in 20 years. Top Forex diplomat Kanda suggests Tokyo ready to defend currency from even moderate declines. Early Bank of Japan data suggests there was no Forex intervention on Tuesday. UAW automakers signal process in talks. GM secures $6 billion credit line to hedge against rising UAW strikes. Walmart says GLP is already having impact on food demand. Disney offering discount on ticket prices for children to boost traffic. AT&T, 70% of DirecTV. Apple held talks with DuckDuckGo about replacing Google as default search engine, but ultimately rejected the idea. Hacking group behind Clorox breach linked to same group behind MGM and Caesars. Kaiser Permanente workers in hospital medical office buildings around the country begin to strike. German exporters disappoint again in August as weak global demand hurt the country's exports. South Korean inflation accelerates, reinforcing the case for the Bank of Korea to leave policy restrictive for longer. City upgrades China GDP forecast amid signs economy is bottom. Speaker ouster raises risk of U.S. government shutdown. House can't move forward on spending until Speaker is chosen. Fitch says potential government shutdown following McCarthy ouster will not affect U.S. credit rating. Commerce Secretary Raimondo says U.S. needs different tools to enforce export controls after Huawei chip breakthrough. Ukraine aid emerging as the biggest potential casualty from McCarthy's ouster. Taiwan investigating 4 local companies over allegations that they were assisting Huawei's chip buildup. Wow. Chatadonia, how do you feel? That's a lot of headlines. I feel like compared to even the other day, we didn't really get that much too. But then once again, it don't matter about the headlines. You are reacting to the bonds, bro. It's crazy. People on Ozempic are making healthier choices, so supermarkets like Walmart are now planning to change their floor plans and marketing to be ultra-healthy foods versus cheap foods. That'd be nice. I could see it, but I wonder how they're going to do that. That'd be crazy, but that is a wild report. I think we talked about it a couple months ago, but the company never admitted it, but now literally the CEO is saying they are buying fewer calories. So very, very interesting, but don't you worry. We got a little bit more. We got some pre-market movers. So number one, VFS, they are up 5.8 off of earnings. Pinterest, they are up 2.8. Piper Sandler, they comment positively. WDC, they're up 2.7 off of nothing. PH, Parker Hanlon, up 1.9. Bank of America upgrade. BTI, 1.5 off of nothing. O'Reilly, they're up 1.0. Bank of America upgrade. EURN, Euronav, renewed takeover speculation. Shares halted in Belgium. NextGen, NXE, up 3.4 off of nothing. DHT, up 3.0. Euro, EURN, takeover sympathy. Polestar, PSNY, they're up 3% off Q3 deliveries. UWMC up 3.0. BTIG upgrade. BlackBerry up 2.3, separating IoT and cybersecurity. PB up 1.4, Raymond James upgrade. Ortex is up 96.7, or Orchid Therapeutics. Kiowa Cohen proposes to acquire for $16 a share. Femi up 16% off of nothing. BPT 7.6 off of nothing. GDHD 7.2 off of nothing. Longeveron up 6.4. Top line results from Clearmind Phase 2A trial of Lomacel B in mild Alzheimer's. ALXO up 4.7. Common stock and warrants offering indeterminate size. Overstock up 4.5. Insider buy. Rivian down 8.9 to offer $1.5 billion green convertible senior note due in 2030. Clorox down 4% off of guidance. Car down 2.3. Bank of America downgrade. Tiva 2.0 off of nothing. Conagra down 1.2 off of earnings. XOM down 0.8. Discloses Q3 earnings considerations. STZ is down 0.2 off of earnings. EXTR down 4.2. CMBM guidance sympathy. APLS down 2.7. Preliminary Q3 U.S. net revenues of $74 million for Cypher. Yeti down 2.4. BNP Paribas downgrade. HMY down 1.9 off of nothing. CMBM down 33.7 off of guidance. MXCT down 19.9 off of guidance. NBTX down 18%. Final readout from phase 1 cohort expansion evaluating NBTXR3. RGP down 11.9 off of earnings, and BROG and Sang both down 10 off of nothing. Wow. Fed and Mester don't comment? Wow. I think you got one or two more speakers left on the schedule, but that's disappointing. I think she was even saying stuff when she wasn't supposed to speak. Now she's supposed to speak and not saying anything. We'll take it, baby. We'll take it. But Chattadonia, those are your pre-market movers. We're making a couple of moves right now. We got 12 minutes till the bell. I need to go to the bathroom, and then we got to talk plays. Then we're going to do the pledge, and then it's the ding-ding. So I hope you're ready for it, baby. But good morning. I hope your day is good, and I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Twitch, too. I love you, BRB.
Over the last decade and a half or so, we've had strong foreign demand for treasuries, particularly from private investors, portfolio investors. I'm not even talking about central banks, because central banks buy shorter-term treasuries and don't take a lot of market risk. But I do think that at this point, with yields going up in Europe, yields positive now in Japan for the first time in over a decade, you have a situation where there's less of those buyers than there are of U.S. treasuries. So then the question is, how much, at what price will domestic investors demand treasuries to be at in order for them to be enticed to buy these securities? And so I do think that there is somewhat of an adjustment on the demand side. I agree with that. I don't think it's been happening slowly, though, over the last 2 years. It's not something that just changed over the last month.
So, Ira, that's what's intriguing about the bear steepening we've seen so far. I think to some extent it would speak to that. Are we basically saying that in this bond market right now, you're not going to get me to go out the curve for less yield if we're in an expansion and jobless claims are at 200K? Is that basically what we're adjusting to?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. In fact, our work and a note that we put out earlier this week discussed the fact that we think about 70% of this move has been because of the better than expected economic data over the last 3 weeks. And I think that that's important, right? So as the data remains better, like there were a large swath of people, and there still are a few, but there's less of them today than there was a couple of weeks ago, thinking that there was going to be a recession later this year or early next year. So those people were happy to be long duration, because if you're in a recession, usually there is a flight to quality and treasuries do well. But now that we're, seem less and less likely to have a deep recession anytime soon, people who are long are just getting out, capitulating, getting risk off their books, at least going into year end.
It's certainly been the last couple of months, hasn't it? Ira, thank you. As always, sir, Ira Jersey of Bloomberg Intelligence. What a final word from our guests. I want to talk about this quote here from Barclays. There is no magic level of yields that, when reached, will automatically draw in enough buyers to spark a sustained bond rally. In the short term, we can think of one scenario where bonds rally materially if risk assets fall sharply in the coming weeks. Krishna Mamani, Joanne Feeney back with us for a final word. Krishna, a final word on that. Is that what it's going to take? Is that what we need? A sell-off in risk to get demand back into treasuries?
Well, that is one scenario. I kind of
we need. You've heard that quote a lot, baby. You've heard that quote a lot, but Chattadonia, you got 9 minutes till the bell. You're hearing about the rates. You're hearing the people on TV. Time to hear from the chat. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat, baby. Post it in the chat. Let's get it poppin'. Good morning. I hope you're ready for Friday, Junior. Can I get a drum roll? TLT call, SPY puts, Tesla law, SPY puts, biotech, Stowe law, Sava call, SPY puts. Got to get some calls ready. SPY 420, scalping 0 day, silver calls, JPM shorts, Tesla puts. Good morning. Short TLT, arm to 5. Good morning. SPY puts, Mavis, Tesla put, ISRG, QQQ, STK log, AMD, SPY 427. Chad calls, T-bills, 2-year 10 spread is alarming. Ford puts, another Tesla, QQQ, MDT long, Apple puts, crowd put season, SQQ to the moon. TLT calls end of the year, NVEX calls 10-6, QQQ, be careful, SPY puts, NASDAQ short, Google calls for later, Snowflake, baby, Netflix calls, Rivian 27.5, coin calls, ISRG, SMCI, scalping, I'm hungry, Disney puts, still holding, Google puts, Bill, need one green today, sitting on hands, Tesla, your play, Tesla call, SPY put, Uncle calls, holding SPY strangle, 10% long term for Coke and Pfizer, are you going to go puts, are going to get wrecked, NVEX calls, Tesla calls, Uptorn, market oversold, TLT puts, VZ calls, sideline, UVXY call, triple levered cash, TLT, law on the peach, discount season, PLL calls, and the final plays. TQQ, Tesla, AMD calls, NQ short, banks credit to contracting, coin short, and F350 calls. Wow. I'll take it, baby. I'll take it. So I got a couple of plays, got a couple of things moving here today. Again, BB from yesterday, pins. That was a Pumper Sandler. I don't know if I'm sold on that one, but here's a fun fact. You guys remember Nuval yesterday? Well, a week ago, they were getting upgraded and defended by Pumper Sandler. So there was that EURN. There's a potential takeover offer there. So they were moving CLX, bad earnings. Watch out for them. And then XLF, all of the banks. Again, keep an eye out. I don't know if I'm going to make a play on any of these, but I am going to be watching just in the sense that the earnings are right around the corner now after we end this week. So keep that in mind. And then MRTX from yesterday, just in case we get anything else. And then I think AMGN, they have some sort of data, I believe, here today. So we will see. We will see. But Chattadonia, tell me what you got, baby. Tell me what you got. If you got anything else, let me know. You let me know, man. You got any other questions? Now is the chance. Now is the chance. Rad is going to get delisted. I didn't see that update, but if they've been trading below the $1 price for like longer than 30 days, I think the NASDAQ send that notice. They say it's time. You must grow or die, my brother. One or the other. There's a couple of Fed speakers. You have Loretta Mester. I think she might be speaking right now. She's not going to be saying anything. And then you have, I think, not John Williams, yet somebody else. Fed Mester, I'm Fed Barr, and then Fed Dolly. So you Mester, Dolly, and Barr. Again, Barr, I think Dolly's not a voter anymore. Neither is Mester, but again, she didn't say anything on policy already. So we will see. But Chatadonia, any final questions? You got like a minute. You got like 45 seconds. I hope your morning is good. What kind of movement can we expect? I wish I could give you a good answer, but really it depends on bonds or not. So initial jobless claims got us a little bit weaker here, but yesterday everything around the world was good. However, if we are going to keep hitting a higher yield on the 10-year and the dollar goes up, we are going to have a problem. And then keep in mind, all of this is anticipation for tomorrow's non-farms. That is still a big event right there. So we will see what happens, but Chatadonia, the bonds are one thing, the market is another, but every day, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, talk about this bond, this yield curve, whatever it may be, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for your service, your dedication, your sacrifice, whether or not people said thank you, man, for real. We love and appreciate you. God bless you all. And shout out to the vets, baby. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. The doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the teachers, even co-real estate, baby. I love you guys. God bless all of you. Shout out to the vets and keep it up. But that's what I'm talking about. And ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send to the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna! Oh, Chatadonia. So you feel it? Breathe in, breathe in. You feel it? It's Thursday. It's Friday Junior. Oh, yeah, I feel, man, the bonds, too, they're moving now. So, again, your movement will be based on this most likely. We've had training for the last couple of weeks already, but hopefully you're ready for a day like the other ones. Maybe we get out of a range, but, again, bonds, dollar, that whole dynamic. The rest of the world did good. So, again, Europe ended up doing pretty good yesterday, or they held up their gap up. Asia Pacific ended up doing fine, so we'll find out. But the last time I said that to you, that was last Friday. And we ended up going red even though everybody else went green. So doesn't mean it's always going to work. We're going to find out. But, Chad, you got a minute and 40 seconds till the bell. You got any questions, you let me know. You hit that like button. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Let's have a good time. Call out any plays. Source that info. You have the news in front of you. And, bro, shout out to co-real estate. I know I'm going to talk about this today, bro. They kept sending me videos. You guys, I'm mad. If y'all, man, the Chad looks so different when you see them all in a house. You know what I'm saying? It looked crazy, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, Longeverin, what is it? Lomacel B, mild Alzheimer's drug. They got good data there, I think, for phase 2. So Longeveron, if that takes off, maybe it does. Again, it's been a while since they've had a move. So we will see. The Fed speakers are going to be spread out. Mester should have been on. She don't say anything. Fed Dolly, 9 a.m. my time. And then 9:15 Fed Bar. So 12 p.m. Eastern. I think that's what we're looking for. It's hot, bro. I need to take off this sweater. We out here, bro. It is Friday, Junior. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Apple need to hold. Don't worry, Habibi. He will hold, Habibi. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right, man. 30 seconds. Get ready. LAC on the high. So, again, oil numbers, too. That's a big deal. Everything going on with oil. If you did not watch yesterday's watch list, the point, I said it once again this morning already, but very simple. The last time that oil dropped 5.5%, there was things blowing up in a day. That's why it dropped like that. So yesterday, we had relief. Oil was down. I think it's down like 2% right now, but that is a very big factor. So just keep in mind, again, if the rates do go crazy, round 1, fight. But if the rates go crazy, you're going to want to keep your eyes out for that. Okay, what do we have here? USO tumbling. All right, man. See the market. We are down 0.06 on the NASDAQ, 0.14 on the SPY, and then 0.14 on the Dow. Honestly, this looks tiny so far. That's actually crazy considering how much we actually moved pre-market there. We're doing nothing. So you're at 4257. Gap fill will be at 425 or 4263. So we will see. Tesla, a couple of things. Remember, Tesla was really, really running yesterday. Crude is down 1.8. That's not good. So, again, we got to see how that plays out, but maybe keep an eye out on banks. Again, regionals, XLF right now, barely down. So, everything still does seem kind of calm. Cities on the high. Remember, they were dumping yesterday. So, that's something to keep in mind. Microsoft. Yen popper. Watch out. Yen, again, they are denying that the thing we saw the other day was the government. And even yesterday it was moving up a lot, and then it came down after nowhere or out of nowhere. So watch out for that. Bitcoin going up. Coinbase is actually in the green. They just flipped red there. MSTR, they're up by 1%. LAC, bro, these lithium names, I keep seeing them run here early pre-market. XLE. NVIDIA ready to pop. Microsoft still in the red. Again, SPY barely in the red. Again, we're like, everything's like break even. Same thing with the NASDAQ. So we'll see what type of move we get. Again, TLT's down by 0.13. I don't know if this is good or bad. It's like holding yesterday. So very interesting, actually. Bonds are a trip right now. Because, again, bonds are still barely moving. Let's throw up the dollar. NVIDIA's into the green. NEE down. Go PLO. Dollar is down by 0.06, but they got a candle. NVO on the high. Again, Amgen, I think they have a biotech update. MRTX from yesterday, that one's still going up. What is it, Nuval? Nuval's still up too, my goodness. I think MRTX on the high ticker right now. Target on the high, Abivai on the high, PNC, Microsoft on the low, and then NVIDIA. So, very weird break so far. I see more value plays on the high ticker than not. MyGen up 3. MasterCard announces new partnership with Instacart and Peacock to provide greater everyday value and convenience where it matters most. I think that's a press PR. I don't know if it's like a big announcement, but MasterCard, Instacart, and Peacock. AMD on the low. Amazon on the low, too. Again, SPY still barely hanging on. NASDAQ was just at 0.01. Now it's down 0.15. AXP giving up a little bit on that. The Japan stress test, I don't know if we have any updates on it, but that will be very important when we do get it. I mean, very important to the degree of whether or not it gets people, reacting to the current situation. I think it'll be important, but it does depend on what the results of that stress test produce. Tesla's up, man. Tesla's about to go green. They're at the high. They're down 0.07. NVIDIA safe haven. Kinda. It's working. Tesla's in the green now. AMD on the low. Where's Intel? Oh, yeah, and BlackBerry. I forgot. BlackBerry's down off of that news. So, again, they're splitting up their businesses. There's Tesla on the high ticker. SMCI is going. Bonds, TLT, at the low of the day right now. So, let's see. And then, again, the dollar was trying to wake up, but the dollar's barely red just like yesterday. So we got to find out. DLT dividend, MO, Abivai, Coca-Cola, O, MPW. What other dividends are in there? 3M, Walgreens, AT&T, IRM. I think that's it. That's off the top. I felt like that was a pop quiz. I don't know. I think I studied. Saudi Arabia sets November light crude at plus $7 a barrel to a last settlement. Whoa, watch oil. I don't know if that news will have an effect, but it sounds wicked. Again, Saudi Arabia is setting the price to Europe $7 higher than the last settlement. Again, oil's trying to move off the bottom. It's down 1.6. Again, I think oil stabilizes once bonds stabilize now, especially if oil starts going crazy for no reason. Tesla, Verizon dividend dates tomorrow. Tesla's in the green now, 0.5%. Again, same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually doing a little bit better. They're at 443. WM Datadog on the high. ARM Big Chicle. Kind of. They're down 1.1. Again, $50. So CART went below their IPO price, but these guys have been holding that 50 price pretty good. Where's EURN? This was the potential buyout. So they've already dropped, I think, like 10%. CLX, they're down 5. They're going lower again. They are reacting to guidance as well. HTZ. SPY hitting a new high now. Snowflake on the high. HTZ on the low. Teladoc is going. Where are we? Again, oil's been going up a little bit vertical from that headline. You have now filled the gap. You're within 2 points of yesterday's high. Bonds are still red, and then dollar is barely red. But actually, even then, dollar had that little pop and is still chilling. Looks a lot like yesterday. Again, the only problem I have here is bonds. So either bonds catch up and we could still go up. Otherwise, even if we go up, if the bonds keep dumping, I think Raul is going to show up. J&J vertical. Remember, J&J, they could have a potential headline or catalyst with a drug. So they were referenced in yesterday's Nouveau thing. So watch out for them. Netflix. Yeah, Netflix just don't want to move. Again, but even Amazon, big tech, I think, was it only, which one? NVIDIA. Google did good yesterday, but we need them to start waking up. Microsoft was doing decent, but they're down 0.42. Microsoft's just been stable at the higher prices. CCL, they are up. They're going up. That's interesting. And then NVIDIA on the high. I don't know if all travel names are up. Some more than others. I like PayPal, but what law are you talking about? PayPal's down 0.7. Met-C, DoorDash on the high. I think DoorDash catching some steam. There's CART. Visa's going up now. All the other credit card names are going lower. Visa's just slowly going into the high. Rivian getting killed. Yeah, remember, Rivian went up 8% yesterday, and then they offered a $1.5 billion of, what's it called? Of green notes. So they did a green bond. Uber's still red, but climbing. UWMC got an upgrade, so they're killing it today. I think they're still up. Yeah, but then all of real estate, again, it's just going to follow TLT. GLNG on the high. NNOX. I feel like we've heard of these names. NNOX, they're going up 3%. And Caterpillar. Caterpillar was just at the high and sold off. Cardinal Health, they're going up. Interesting. XLV is actually up. So XLF is up, but in the red. But remember, XLV kind of been soft here the last couple of days. The new law on the 6. I thought that was a long time ago. Wasn't that like 2 years ago? But either way, I mean, I still think PayPal. I think that'll stop some people, but I don't know if that's the set-all, be-all of it all. Affirm at 7. SPY going down. UNH, another healthcare on the high. Even NVO is starting to go up there too. No, the market is open on Monday. The bond market will be closed. Some of you guys might have the day off work, but I do believe the market is open on Columbus Day. I think the bond market's closed. AMD very weak. Even SPY, though, now we're lower. So there you have it. I mean, bonds, essentially, we're just matching up with this shape. We're actually kind of close. You're down 0.14 on the SPY, down 0.22 on TLT. I bet you it's closer on the 10-year. Oh, the 10-year's even in the green today. So that's actually kind of good. Rivian down 14. Baba, they're getting murdered. Baidu. I mean, Baidu at 127. Where's the other one? JD. Pinduo Duo. China plays are getting rocked on Golden Week here. EWTX, that's on the high. $4.255. So you're at the high of yesterday before you did this little breakout. Again, you filled the gap. You literally touched the top and then came right back down here. Yeah, Monday's a bank holiday, but we don't get a day off. Again, you're not going to get any other data here. That's it. You got ECB de Guendos in 20 minutes. All right, one more low here. SOX S on the high. You guys were talking about NVIDIA, though. See if that ends up going red, only 0.5. Amazon into the low. Tesla went red to green, still holding a little bit of green. So we'll see. Disney, yeah, even price cut news, no good for them. I woke up in beast mode. Where's Dish, too? Again, AT&T said they wanted to stake. AT&T's still up on that. No way. Eli Lilly's going. Again, NVO is running. J&J, Humana. Oh, bro, all of these healthcare stocks that were kind of clapped the other day. I don't know why I put up PG, but they are holding up very good right now. I think healthcare is probably the leader on the day. DraftKings dead. Yeah, 1.28. Still good price, though. Again, don't underestimate how high $30 is for DraftKings, especially in relation to where it was. But they are, for the last 5 minutes, they're dumping. LAAC into it on the high. Interesting. ASML, they're red. SMCI is in the green by 1.6. What is this? Boeing down 1.2? Are you kidding me? Oh, my goodness. Bro, Boeing is slaughtered. It does not stop. Disney, big red. A little bit, 15 cents, $79 flat. That should be a new 52-week low. It's going to hit 78 now. LAC, that was moving in the morning. Netflix now on the low. DCPH on the high. J&J. Netflix, they're down 1% now, too. Yeah, they're getting murdered. And then you got Amazon down 0.9. Where's all the big... Are they considered Magnificent 7? I think Google's holding up the best, 0.2. Meta is now down 1% now. So, again, a lot of the... remember, a lot of the rally yesterday, that came in the form of the NASDAQ in tech. So, you're getting 1% here to start off the morning on a decent amount. Honestly, good thing energy is just not as clobbered as yesterday. But otherwise, it'd look a lot different. The end's trying to go up. 4253. So again, remember 4250. That was the little baby level we were trying to get above yesterday. So if you can't really hold this, again, you go below 4250. It's not good. Remember, when we went above it too, anytime above 4250, you got juice. So apply the same logic on the way down. XLU's down 1% too. Ay, Habibi. Well, that's not good. Again, they had their death dive, then their little relief, but starting to look like a regional bank right there. Coin calls, crypto holding. It's doing decent. MSTR, again, I think they were doing pretty good. They slipped, but they're still up by 1%. Amazon, 1% in dumping. They're doing a little better. I'm surprised, though, even Meta. I'd watch for Google to give up. Remember, Google yesterday was strong. Even today, that thing is barely moving. Rivian key $20 level. It's Rivian.com. UAL Delta on the low now. Weren't those on the high? Yeah, so again, these names are all still green, but they just gave up a little bit in the last 5 minutes, and now some are into the low. It is 2023, and we have no idea what MSTR does. Zero idea at all. I don't think they revise expectations for tomorrow, but after today's initial jobless claims, we're not expecting much Oh, wait. I see one forecast at 150, but consensus is for 170,000. So there is some really low, there's some really low numbers that could be factored in, but so it should be about 170, same as last time. And again, that's kind of what the initial jobless claims showed today, but well, we're gonna find out. We've had a week of bad data, good data, and now middle data. So we will find out tomorrow. Engage Smart explores sale advice from Goldman Sachs and Evercore. Who's Engage Smart? I think that's a little old. ESMT. Oh, this thing's holding up 3%. I don't know if you want this. Again, there's something there. Engage Smart exploring sale with advice from Goldman and Evercore. It looks kind of a liquid. You're up 3%, but you're either going to get that pop or not. Good morning. Praise the Lord. Happy to hear your voice. Good morning, baby. Amen. A beautiful morning. Japan Defense Minister Kiara says they discussed with U.S. Defense Secretary Austin expediting Japan's acquisition of Tomahawk cruise missiles by 2025. I thought it was 175, small change, but it's a breadcrumb. Check on the video. I had one update there on Monday. I'll go back and double check. It could be, but the one thing that does, I think the lowest estimate just got lower, though. That's the one thing I'm looking for, or at least that stood out to me. Airbnb big red. Damn, 123. It's not like a big red here. It's not flushing, but you are flushing into the low. It's not a red chicle, but it's constant down 3%. So, again, they had their downgrade yesterday and got murdered. And then all the other travel, some were up. Again, Expedia is down now. They look the same, but they had a little bit of green. And then UAL, Delta, those were slightly green. They still are, but watch those end up slipping. And then again, ESMT, literally contacting Goldman and Evercore. Russia to set up permanent naval base in breakaway Georgian region. NFE on the high. Pfizer on the high. ABM, Walgreens starting to go up. But market's still lower. Again, healthcare is doing great. Watch, though, like energy, financials, even tech. That seems to be weighing on the market. Some more than others, though. Staples are pretty bad. SPY is down 1/4. NASDAQ down 0.3. Dow Jones down 0.18. But very, very weird mix on the day, man. Let's see what we got. So NASDAQ 100, 77 names in the red, 25 names in the green. Dow Jones, 20 names red, 10 names in the green. And then S&P 500, 349 red, 150 in the green. So, again, a big majority of today is down. ESMT reacting. Again, I put out that stream alert. They're the ones who hired, again, they're advising with Goldman and Evercore. CLX on the low. That could be hurting the staples. Again, they had bad earnings guidance, talking about the impacts of their hack. Silver and gold, I haven't looked yet, but I'm assuming whenever the bonds and dollar chill out. Yo, bro, the dollar's about to go green. So now you have two problems back. Again, dollar was down yesterday, so you have a little bit of room, but if dollar goes green, starts climbing, and then the bonds are already, again, IEF is doing a little bit better, but if that gets a little sell-off, that's not going to be good. But again, we just have to wait till Friday. Newsom signed a bill that fast workers will be getting paid $20 an hour. Is that why McDonald's in the gulag? I don't know. I think in California, bro, they've been paying them almost $20 though at McDonald's. Last time I went to McDonald's, it said hiring at like $26 an hour or $22 or something, and I think even like starting wage is like $16 or $18.80. Yeah, Rivian is getting damaged. No, McDonald's is like, I think it's manager, it's $26 an hour. So dollar dropping now back to opening levels. Bonds want to get a bid, but again, you have a large majority here with a lot of pressure in the morning so far. So we got to work our way through it. Yeah, bro. No, McDonald's is like low-key kind of expensive now. It's hard to live on 26 an hour. I feel you. It is. It was even worse when it was like $8 an hour. I think my first job I ever had, I got $6.25 an hour plus commission at Foot Locker. So it's different. Again, prices were lower, but even then, it's all crazy, bro. It's all crazy. $4.25. Yeah, some of you got the OG hourly wages out there, bro. It's wild. MSGSM pop. Where's Sphere too? Did you guys see that? So the Las Vegas Sphere, they just came out, or I guess there was a report yesterday, like they're leak the advertising rates. So again, it was getting hyped yesterday or the beginning of the week off of all the headlines, but now people are talking about how much it costs to advertise on the Sphere. That's going to be their revenue source. Oh, I did forget JP Morgan. I need to post the picture on the channel. I need to give an update of the portfolio. I should do it right now. This PHR price. Dude, it's like $500,000 a day to advertise on the Sphere. I wonder if people pay that and it becomes really, really big, it's going to be wild. NVIDIA on the low now, so no more safe havens anymore. Tesla down, NVIDIA. Again, I want to say Google is the best one of the day, but now they are down 0.5%. MCD. McDonald's pop. Google on the low. Again, the dollar and bonds are moving around a little bit. McDonald's is going up there. So again, we were just talking about that being down. He has awoken. He has awoken, my brother. Live dollar, you could use UUP, go to Trading Economics or Trading View, and you could look up DXY. That's another one, but realistically, I'd use UUP or just see even other countries around the world. You go to Trading Economics, if you see every country in the world is stronger or weaker, it'll tell you about the dollar, especially right now. Putin's proposals have been ignored by the West. Putin says NATO did not want Russia to join it. The problem is arrogance. Russia has to respond to pressure. Oh, okay. Is that how you feel? how they feel. McDonald's coming up. Okay, I'm getting the long term to post. Another rip. Bonds are getting more bouncy than not. Again, let me check the dollar out. TLT's not waking up yet. Again, IEF has a lot more strength today. So again, the 10-year is doing a lot better than the long end. Yeah, dollar's still there. Again, if that could hold, McDonald's still going. SPY right below VWAP, but I don't know if anything's guaranteed, my brethren. Yeah, the 10-year has a lot more strength than the other ones. Okay, I posted the long term on the member section of the YouTube, this channel. God bless. Should have all the updates. Okay, I think last one was a couple months ago, but even then, I think I made like 2 other purchases. We waited for one, and then I put out like Disney and think Walgreens, and then MO. And then the latest one was MO. And then dollars hitting a low now. Netflix flushing 369. McDonald's up at the high. Again, we'll see if this helps, but right now, dollar, you got it, but bonds are still adding that pressure. Again, McDonald's is just waking up. Putin says Kyiv started war in Donbass. Putin says Russia did not start war in Ukraine. We try to stop it. NVIDIA is getting the candle up there a little bit. Yeah, Tesla, they're down by 0.5. SMX, Baidu is on the high. Interesting. See if the China, why is Baidu waking up? Not all the China names are going. Very weird day today still. Again, this is adding to the pressure of yesterday too. CART is going up. That one's nice. I want stabilization. The yen is going up right now too. So maybe that's why the dollar. So the yen is doing kind of what it did last night, but not as aggressive. But you're getting into the higher points of the yen there. So we'll see. CART is breaking out now a little bit too. 27.68. Long term getting smoked, if that's how you interpret it, said the man without the long term. God bless you. But yeah. AAP, we've talked about it a lot. I don't have anything on CART either. Just moving. Again, Putin says West has lost the sense of reality. Ukrainian conflict is not about territories. The issue is about global power or global order. I like Coca-Cola if it goes a little lower. Again, we've held that for a while and it just been up. So, cheapness on... Oh, is it? Almost. Coca-Cola, bro, you get a little... I think we got it around here. So it's still like another 10%. Canada PMI 53.1, estimate 50.8. So again, Canada PMIs, watch if it moves our bonds or dollar. Unfortunately, it can. You might have to click on it. I don't know if it's like we've had that issue on the YouTube. You got to like click on it or like save the photo and it'll open up. But it's like the full photo. I think YouTube's just weird. We could blame Canada. Again, dollar literally. PMIs are coming out a little weaker there. Again, the September PMI was 53.1. Estimate was 50.8. But 54, there's two PMIs. I don't know how to read the Canadian PMIs. You just did the pledge. Yeah, you're going to need a refresh, sir. We did not just do the pledge. So UUP, little bounce, SPY down. Bonds have not flushed yet, but watch right here again. It's still the levels of yesterday, but we are below 42.50 now. So again, you got to get a little excited on the upside here. You broke past it one more time, but we are right below. So Raul might show up, my brethren. Raul might show up. Codelco says CFO Alejandro Rivera resigns. Codelco. Do they have a ticker? It's Canadian, I think. AMD down bad. They were selling off earlier, and then again, some of these tech names, if they're not getting any love today, AMD's down 3.5. But again, even like Netflix, they're down 2.0. Even Meta, though, that's another 1.9. Oh, bro, it's actually big. So whatever pressure or relief we had yesterday, you are kind of getting the opposite right now. Ville, welcome, baby. I love you too, Nikki. God bless you. I hope your day, your week, month, year, next year is good. Hope you're in the game. SPY at the low. Bonds at the low now, too. That's TLT. Let's see the strong one of the day. Yeah, even IEF, 10 years about to go red. It's been holding green somehow all day. ERAS on the high, ERAS. Araska up 7.4. I don't know, just had a random pop there. A very low volume. Yeah, bro, the bonds, same pressure. And you didn't feel it last night. If you were there on the Twitch stream, the yen, the futures, like things felt a little calmer. But even just into this morning, it didn't matter how it ended. But that U.S. pressure, it's even in the States right now. Or maybe foreigners selling bonds. You know, you heard people talking about the deficit today. But it's like, dude, it's mad pressure every single morning. And that's unfortunately what we got. You didn't feel it last night, but it came through once again. So that's why if the TLT goes red, hits another low, if we start making our way towards another low, that's not good. The dollar is already ready to go to a new high. So we'll see. It's the same thing. You think Trump will be elected Speaker of the House? No. I think they're all focusing on the election, both Trump, the people who like him and don't, and yeah, I don't think that'll happen. But you know, you never know in this world. You never know. No updates on Metro Bank. I haven't heard anything overnight, but just in relation, I mean, you know, everything we got to watch out for Europe though. That could be something. You know, last time Europe started freaking out, oil freaked out, and we freaked out. Yesterday it was oil freaking out, but oil has been somewhat stable. So, if anything, the Europeans, I think we'll get a little bit from them, but for now, don't need to force it. But that's why I'd watch for any updates on Metro. Just if the gilts move higher, pay attention to that. If we do watch a European bank crisis develop, that'll be important. But for now, Metro, again, young Metro was very small comparatively. Bond still at the low. SPY still at the low. Dollar is still trying to work its way up. Nothing out of the ordinary on the day, but getting back to the higher end. And all the while, dollar creeps towards the high. Bonds and equities are hitting another low. 4224. So this was where we kind of like peaked in the morning and then we started to sell off. Putin, the United States, what right do you have to lecture others? Putin attempts to establish monopoly in world affairs are doomed to fail. He says West makes image of enemy of any country which is against it, including Arab countries, China and India. Putin, that's to explain the use of force. Raul. Okay, dollar up, bonds down. I don't know, maybe if you really, really like bust through 422 today and sell off, maybe everybody gets what they wanted and they get their volatility to cause bond fear. But for now, this is looking like every other day, except a little bit worse in the sense there's not really headlines. You just have the pressure. So if the pressure builds up, we could pay for it. If it calms down middle of the day, we could also calm down. But it's the same story, man. It is the same story. Just that this spiral, this feedback loop, it's doing again it's doing what it has been doing. The dollar was higher, but that's why I'm saying if we climb back up, it just look at the direction. So the dollar's high is right here, 30.7, right? So your dollar was much higher 2 days ago, literally 2 days ago. Same thing with all of the bonds. You had a low. So if we flush, that's why yesterday was relief and it bought us some time. But again, tomorrow will be a big driver with non-farms. But if we start to come down here, I mean, 7 hours, we could be hitting a new high on the dollar and a new low on bonds. If we don't, I think the market will again calm down or hold near here. But if not, that is the worry. Again, every day that we've woken up and the bonds were lower, the market it failed to calm down. And unfortunately, that's what we're dealing with here today. In same respects for the dollar too. Why is everyone in denial that we're at the edge of a financial collapse? I don't think it's denial. I guess I could only speak for myself. I do believe there is risk of what you're saying around the corner. But I also do believe that, back to my examples of boat crashes. Have you ever heard me talk about a boat crash? I don't know if you've ever seen a boat crash, and forgive my insensitivity, but boat crashes are the funniest things ever. Because if you've ever seen a boat crash, you could watch it from a mile away. It's the funniest thing ever. That's why boats are weird, because you could hit the brakes, you know what I'm saying? You could throw down an anchor, but it's just it's like a slow motion crash. Yeah, it's the fastest slow crash. Weird. It's hella weird if you've ever seen a boat crash. I've showed it before. During 2020, I was trying to explain this to people at certain times, and I'll be showing boat videos. But that's where I'm saying where it's you might be able to see the problems from a mile away. It looks like things are going to converge, but it's just the timing. That's the thing. So I don't think that many people are oblivious. I think a lot of newer investors or people who are relying on markets to do something, and depending on it. I think that's where you get that reaction. But there's a lot of cautious people out there. But the problem is, just like last year, you have to realize if you think a collapse is happening last year and you set up for a collapse and you pull back, you just missed out on 5% bonds, 15% rally. You know what I'm saying? And it's just unfortunately, that's why people still are at the table, because yes, you may see the risk, but if the boat isn't crashing and you try to get off the ship, that ship can travel a long way before ever having an issue. And that's why people don't, they're trying to play the game of musical chairs. More YCL. I do, but unfortunately, if you guys haven't realized, YCL is just the cheaper bond play. That's it. Even though YCL got blown out as well, if we bought bonds at the same time, we would have got murdered on that too. But I like YCL. I'm going to like that's my Frankenstein play. I know that. See, you know how there's people out there buying. People want to buy TLT to hold. I get it, but my thing is the Bank of Japan and the yen. I would rather hold that indiscriminately. Yeah, it may have. That's the thing where even if it draws down, I know what I'm buying there. It's a safe haven currency. Let it get destroyed. Just watch. First sign of problem in Japan or anywhere else, it's going to do its thing. But unfortunately, it's going to get, it's just like TLT. There's duration risk. You don't know. I guess less duration, but it's tied to Japan. And whatever happens there can bring it down. So I would always look at it. Especially now, ever since when I told you to, that was the time to start looking. And even now, yeah, you could get a better price, but understand it and understand the yen. And again, it's all related to what's going on right now. Everything happening, currencies, dollar, literally. I mean, some of you should remember this. It's quite fascinating, but you guys remember when I was telling you not too long ago, and it was lower, but we were just saying, because this is what happened last year, markets had a big dump. I don't know if we could handle Japan bond yields going higher. I don't know if you remember me saying that to you about a month ago, but literally as it started to break out, I mean, look at the markets now, but all of these things happened. The problem was everything started, again, the dollar, the Japanese bonds, the yen went in the other way, the yuan, all the currencies, oil, it's all connected, and it all did that stuff. So I think Japan is the most important thing out there. So I really believe it with my heart and soul. But again, the timing is not, that's the thing. It'll be pain for time. Powell is doing a very good as well as Ueda with sleight of hand. It's either going to be really soon or they're going to try to buy time as long as possible. I'm saying that Japan bond yields go high. It increases stress in the system, and I believe in going long on the Japanese yen till it becomes a safe haven again, or until some other problem happens and it's able to reemerge with strength. Unless it totally fails, and if I'm wrong, Japan will have the worst economic crisis ever. And then the yen becomes worse than the dollar. And then the BRICS take over, and then it becomes JABRICS. What? That's a Twitch joke. Mm-hmm. Long 45 minutes. It has been. Like, we're almost 7:15. JABRICS. Yen's worse than the dollar, though. It is and it isn't. It's just recent. You know, the yen up until recently, it's had a very high perception of value. Again, it's been seen as a safe haven. But what I'm talking about is like maybe the time where the yen doesn't get strength. If it's not able to reemerge there again, then you might watch it weaken for several decades and turn into, again, just a failed currency. You just watched Idiocracy last week. It was hilarious. It's always good to watch, man. Always good. Kindness is a cautionary tale. Cautionary tale. To get an idea, do you believe where the yen will go? I think it'll return back to normal levels. Parity with the dollar, I'm not too sure, nor it doesn't have to be. I don't even know if it has had parity with the dollar. That would be impossible, I think, on the yen, but I do think back to, like 110, 115. Those are normal levels on the yen. So a sizable upside from where it's at now, but also the thing I'm looking for is I want it to be the prodigal son. I want it to return back to its strength, which I do believe it will. Again, once we realize that they can't get out of it, barring no major problem, I do think the strength will return and it will go back to acting like a bond, and acting like something that when markets go down, it goes up, giving you really, really good protection against everything. And then, preserving its value as well as getting you more purchasing power for assets, items, or whatever. But generally speaking, I do love the strength. but it has to go back to normal. I think the dollar is headed very high unless all of this stuff stops. And I think the dollar, like I've been saying for the last couple of months, I believe the dollar is much stronger than what you think it is right now. Hands down. I think the dollar is, even then, like our imports, export numbers, they're going to be a little bit delayed, but overall, it's just the dollar is it's noticeably way stronger. Like I said, yen is down, and that's showing you something. But like if Europe, this is all just, I don't know. Do you want tinfoil? This is it is my belief. I don't even think it's like tinfoil. This is just skeptical economics. But did you like the video? Because I love you. See. I got to get these up. Let me get the dollar, the gilt. This is what I was showing yesterday, where it's like, again, I was just talking about how we had more economic reactions with like oil and the gilt situation, but it's super simple, man. The dollar is extraordinarily strong right now. And my tin is that it's what I've been saying all months now. And then after watching yesterday too, it just is getting to the point where, like, look, the gilts, they went up a quarter like everybody else, but you go back and see October, I guess the 10-year gilt didn't move as much, but it did. It went from 2% to 4% in a very, very short amount of time. And when our markets were vomiting, right? Again, why was the dollar? You mean to tell me the dollar was higher than the gilt situation? I can't believe that. You know what I mean? But the only difference is it's the other currency. So in my mind, I believe this is cooperation between the EU, England, and America to stabilize these currencies, because if the euro and dollar were down, the dollar would be immensely strong, and then I think it would be blowing up the bond market in Europe. Pretty much, if Europe's bond market is not blowing up and America's bond market is not blowing up, you're going to have pain, but you could still survive. I hope you guys get the issue. The problem is when one or the other falls into turmoil. That's the issue. So until the pound or the euro gets the death blow or the dollar really starts to go up, it's too obvious in my, again, and that's what I said about the Bank of Japan the other day. 2 days later, they deny it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're lying to you. I don't know. But either way, this is just my opinion. I have no shame. I don't care if I go against the grain of public opinion, but that is just what I believe. It's what I've been saying this whole time, like euro, pound, it's not going down. The dollar is strong, but if you think the dollar is strong right now, what's going to happen if those currencies lose any strength? Not to mention now the yields in Japan are blowing out, not to mention in America. So it's like it's one or the other, but the point is I think the dollar is way stronger than what it's worth right now. Or at least what is being shown. You're not really able to grasp it. That's why usually in the past I would go to the trade-weighted indexes. Unfortunately, they discontinued those since 2020, but even if you look at other weighted indexes, you can see that the dollar is higher. It's not too far of a stretch, but just looking around the pond, I think that the euro and pound and the fact that their bond situation is not going bad while ours is and nothing's blown up yet, I think it's the fact that Europe is stable. As long as Europe or America is stable, we could switch off. At first it was gilts, then we had banking crisis. As we were having banking crisis, Europe was doing good. You were feeding off of each other, so that's where I stand with that. I get a good bounce. I mean, if dollar could come down and bonds could get a bid, I could support any bounce or flush. Oh, the Japan bonds is turning positives, haven't blown up anyone. Because it's managed. Again, if no one in Europe or America is blowing up, they're wheeling. Bro, right now, Like a lot of Japan policy, it's in a wheelchair. And it's like weekend at Bernie's. they're gonna try to. That's what I was saying a month or two ago. I want to see how high they'll get the rates before it breaks something. Last time they tried to push it above 5, the market snapped globally. Again, that was last December when you had to deal with that. Where is it? Bond, Japan. So remember, this is the first time. Last time they tried to get above, and it rocketed up that December. The markets came down, and then again, you were going SVB. Last time they tried to raise rates from 1/4 to 0.5, then it dropped. This was SVB, then it came back up. Then this was round 2 recently. So every time that they're just trying to make it. They're trying to see how far they could push it until there is like calamity. And even then, they're doing good right now because you got to realize they took a year, doubled up the rate now. And even though there's bumpiness, it's not as if everything is totally collapsed. So, but that's the game of fire, this game of chicken everybody thinks is being played. All these central bankers are kind of now, with rates going up like this, everyone's just like marching towards when something going to happen. KO flushing 52-week lows. Would market rally if oil stabilizes and dollar drops? Maybe, but also too, hopefully we don't drop with the dollar at one point. That would be my only concern. Oh, I have a card up here. That thing's moving. Dollar's at the low, so maybe. Where's the yen? Yen's trying to go up, but maybe watch the pound or the euro. Selling 2 to 3 months right now, but why are the solid dividend payers getting clapped right now? Very simple. Credit risk. That's it. That's the problem with these rates going up now. You have every stock competing, any of these companies. Even if they had a good position and they handled the last year or so, if rates rocket up again, they're based on, if they have fixed income loans, anything of that nature, it's all getting there. Not to mention, you have to compete now. That's it. It just, there's a stimulus check in the market. Why would you buy a dividend right now if you could get the bond yield? So, and every time, I think right now, 99% of equities or 99% of stocks are more expensive than bond yields, meaning that you are getting, if you buy the S&P right now, you're getting nothing for it. Whereas like you could just go buy a bond and have literal risk-free play right there. So unfortunately, as this credit risk is going up, we're worried about banks, we're worried about credit and then dividends and the interest rate. All these blue chip dividend names are getting murdered. All of them, even if, again, they have good cash flow, but a lot of them, they've been around for a long time. They have funding, they need funding, and then even demand for their shares. I mean, they're competing with the easiest investment in the world. General Motors on track for the lowest one. Don't pretend it's risk-free. Okay, virtually risk-free. Operating in the same logic in the last 200 years, you wouldn't have had a problem. Maybe 100. And then there has technically been defaults on American debt at times, if you really want to get deep into it. But even then, all money and payments have been made. So it is risk-free. I mean, especially if we're looking around the market and just, again, if we're comparing dividends to bonds, one of them is risk-free, especially if it's not a corporate bond. A government bond, it is. Yeah, it's not only is it called that, but it's like, it is, though. Like, again, certain bonds are literally like, you haven't had that problem. Tell that to SVB. It is risk. Again, what happened to SVB? The company went bust, but all that money, nobody lost. Dude, I don't know if you recognize how ridiculous SVB was, but like, think about that. Like I told you, I gave money. I invested in a private company. Like, you know, I do private equity stuff, and I invested in a company. And literally, they put all of the company money in SVB. The company I invested in, they had like $10, $20 million in SVB bank accounts. The money I gave to them, I would have lost that money. I didn't. I didn't even know until a month later. You know, all those people, again, JP Morgan is literally, Jamie Dimon owns all of those bonds that your boy had. And then guess what? Even better, are you ready for this? Anybody who couldn't offload their bonds, these risk-free, not risk-free, whatever you want to call it, guess what they did? The Fed created a facility that if you put up your bond and it was worth 90% less, they would give you 100% of its collateral value to borrow against it. Welcome to the BTFP. But in theory, there is just very minimal instances. That's why it's not just called risk-free, but they're just over the history. You know, these government assets have paid out in the United States. You have got your money back. You have gotten your promised return. You know, the worst case scenario, there's been delays you could count it on your hands over the course of the last 100 or 200 years. But in general, we're operating on that. Yeah, maybe it doesn't sound sustainable. Maybe one day it ends. And until that does happen, though, I am going to operate on the notion of what it is, though. Until then, it is risk-free. It's possible that there is risk that emerges and you don't get your payout, but the possibility of that is very low. They should have gave you the same for my shit coins. They should have. That's what I hope people understand the BTFP. That's what happened. The banks just bought. If you couldn't get a deal for somebody to buy it, what ended up happening, all these banks that bought bad bonds, you know, they bought them for $1 million. They're only worth $200,000. They were able to go to the Fed, and the Fed was loaning them out money based on their purchase price. They said, well, here you go. You bought it at this price. We'll loan out to you on that value. The risk is yields. You're totally correct. And that's the nitty gritty. If this shit is really going to fail, it's going to be a confluence of these problems stacking up in there. But for now, most people, you got to understand, though, why people say risk-free for bonds. Again, you could challenge it. And if something does happen in the future, maybe we will have to deal with that. But as of now, you know, it is technically the safest investment in the world. I wish I could say, again, I love real estate, but even then, you know, nothing compares to a treasury bond because of that history, sadly. So it's like, that's why, I mean, right now, we are just talking about deficits and now, you know, the yields and the interest costs. Now people are getting worried about it because if Powell is going to keep rates for really long and do certain things, this is where, again, credit risk is raising every single day for the last 30 days now as this has all gone on, but especially in the last 2 weeks. Video on the high. Bro, Putin making a bunch of comments. Says Russia will cope with spendings. Europe can help Ukraine at the expense of their own economy and people. Yeah, Putin's talking smack about Europe. I think they're seeing weakness. CDs are safer because you get $250K insurance. Everything. I'm always ever since SVB, I've made so many bank accounts, and I have split up all my money. I still to this day, even my brokerages, I will not keep more than $250,000 in a brokerage. That's it. I don't call me paranoid, but ever since SVB, I ain't doing that. So it's not even like, that's the thing. I'm already operating under an instance that, like, literally you have a problem. Like, with, I don't trust it, but the more or less, the bonds, you're like, you have to go again with this assumption that, you know, when you go, if you're going to the Treasury direct, you're going there last source. Again, at one point, I said my money was safer with the Treasury than anywhere else. Yeah, even at big banks. I split them up. I mean, I have some accounts slightly over, but again, I have multiple accounts within the same bank, and I move things over, and then I've created other ones. Again, I've separated the brokerages. My long term, I have my big long term I've never touched. That is my big risk, and then my real estate. But, you know, available cash to handle things, I've split that shit up 50 different ways, bro. I'm not leaving more than 250 in any bank account or brokerage, unfortunately. Again, do I have it? Yes. Just because there's again, I'm not going to split up my whole long term and, you know, try to do that. That's not feasible. But for the most part, anything that's easily liquid, movable, that's it. I moved it. Yeah, the limit is 250. Because I'm telling you, they gave me my, I should have lost on SVB. You have no idea, bro. I didn't even know it. So, like I'm saying, that it really opened up my eyes, because as long as the FDIC limit was there, they, you know, usually you'd have to go through a lot of steps, but they made sure that they paid people back very, you know, they gave them, everybody had their money overnight almost. But unfortunately, it just, I'm not a big fan of what we saw this year with banks, and it doesn't cost me anything, so might as well be a little smarter about it. Rumble Bear Cave. I had the same thought yesterday. I'm glad to hear I'm not crazy. You're a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little crazy. Like, if you don't think I'm aware of that, that's fine. But, like, you know, I'm okay with that. I'm like, you call me crazy if worst case scenario, if something bad happens and I'm safe, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm wrong, like, what happens? I just have a bunch of small bank accounts or bank accounts separated with it. Like, okay, I just have to work a little bit extra. That's all. So it's not like, it's kind of my logic with water bottles and I always have a large water supply, because it's like, yeah, you're crazy. Why do you have that? Because if I'm wrong, I just have a bunch of water I'm going to drink anyways. So it's the same philosophy that I'm applying here. So it may seem crazy. If it is crazy, just make sure the costs aren't too high for you. And if the costs are not high to protect yourself, if not minimal, I'm always a fan of going through with it. I think they're all insured. That's why I'm telling you. It's just like, you're safe at 250 and below. They're not gonna let you get fucked over. If they do, they're gonna have a really big problem. And maybe I'm wrong. I would hate to be wrong about this, but like I'm saying, it's very simple. Just stay below the FDIC limit. You're gonna be fine. I made this since the first video. Remember, I think they made a video. I said how to prevent yourself from a bank run, or it's just like, how do you protect yourself? It's very simple. You didn't need to freak out. It's just like, have your stuff separated, and that's it, because you'll get your money. That's all. It wasn't my corporate account. It was a company I invested into. So I took an equity stake in a company, and they banked with SVB. So all of their money, a portion of my money was there, but that was like 10, 15 other investors. So it was money pooled up that this was the company's money that they were using, and literally the money got halted. That's it. They couldn't access the money. I didn't know until a month later. I called my guy for the checkup, and then we're shooting the shit, and he's fucking telling me, he's like, yeah, we couldn't get our money from SVB. And I was like, what? I was like, what are you saying to me right now? He was like, yeah, we had about, I think they had 48 hours or 24 hours. Their cards didn't work. Their payrolls wasn't working. Nothing would work. They had no money. They literally had no money because they had more than the insured limit in the account. But then, even then, the FDIC and what happened, they made sure everybody got access to their money. That's why I never knew about it. And that's why he's saying, he's like, yeah, it didn't matter because he's like, we were out for 2 days, but we were back up. Rumble's on the high now after that report. X is popping. Good call out on that, Chad. X is running. I see VP Brown sells. That's old. I don't see any news. Do you see any headlines here? You sold that company. I didn't, but I did get I got a payout recently. I like them. I like them a lot. Honestly, it's not. I had no problem with the company, but I was surprised that I had exposure to SVB without even knowing it. That's how big SVB would have been if they didn't do what they did. Because I'm telling you, I wasn't the only one. There's so many people who had so much exposure without you didn't even know. You had no idea. We're going down, though, 42.38. You're well below 42.50. That's where this Raul is. Bonds are lower once again. Bond blowout. Dollar's lower, but it's still just holding. And, again, you're 1 day from the dollar hitting a new high. That's the problem. So even if it's not moving now, any strength, you got to watch out. The Fed will still have a meeting, I think, if there is a permanent government shutdown or there's a longer government shutdown. Raul, again, you're back at the lows. Man, 42.50, long way from home. Your home is safe? Not really. I mean, your home, if there was a real crash, your asset value would go down. But, like, here's the thing. It's kind of like the water stuff. I don't care if the house prices go down because at the very least, I would have a house to live in. I would lose all my investments, but the general idea is that the houses can lose value in price, but depending on what happens, hopefully it has utility. And that's why some real assets go a long way. Yeah, it's already a big. I think we've already broke the first level now. So it's like if you don't have a quick bounce to 42.50, again, you might go through 42.33, but all eyes are on 42.22 now, especially with pressure. Again, TLT already red. The 10 year's about to go red now, too. Depositors should have gotten only 250,000, nothing more. I mean, again, I do agree with you. And that's why it's sad. Like I'm saying, I got bailed out without even knowing it, but it would have. But like I'm saying, the problem SVB would have crashed everything. It would have if they didn't stop that overnight. You would have had $300 billion that just got that's it. All the money, it would have been BK. They would have said we don't have it. They would have sold their bonds at a loss. All these investors who, just a lot of people would have been tapped out. Even companies, your unemployment rate overnight would have shot up just from but I agree. I agree with you. I feel you. Unfortunately, it's something where, and now look at what it created. It's just it led to a rally in credit. All right, you're flushing even more, bro. It's kind of unrelenting. Those greedy, someone was saying how greedy shorts have been hitting low key. That one would have been nice. You can maybe try to reload if it comes up, but for the most part now, same story. Bonds down, dollar up. SPY is showing pressure. NASDAQ is down 1% now. That's all intraday too. So you got to realize SPY's down 0.7. We were break even, almost green. NASDAQ hit green at one point, and now it's down by 1%. Tap in MGM and bonds. I don't know. Did the MGM puts go up? Because remember, I sold out. I made them free yesterday. They're the same price. They're actually cheaper on the bid, little scammers. On X, there was some volume, 10,000 on the 33 calls for October. Have we heard anything about them in CLF lately? That could be something to keep in mind. Why are we doing this is just because bond pressure is still remaining. And again, jobless claims this morning reminded us a little. I didn't think jobless claims were that important, but at the same time, I think dollar bond pressure is the name of the game. And you're going to get pissed that I keep saying it, but until that changes, that is the biggest risk right now in the world. Again, right? Every day this happens, it's flashing more and more, and bonds are the issue right now. Global bond rates, if we cannot stabilize, it's letting everybody's imagination run wild. ECB Villeroy, I hope the ECB is done with rate hikes. Again, I think they are ready. Again, that's why I don't think their rates are going too crazy. The Europe has kept it calm. They may be closer to the pivot. Microsoft down 1.3. Google now flushing. I was telling you how they're strong. They've matched up with Microsoft. When the yield curve uninverts, that's where the pain comes. That's why we're feeling it. I agree, but we just have to make sure that it like this is the one. Unfortunately, that is my only problem with all of this. Just don't forget. We've called it out many times. You got to watch out for the pump fakes. So that's the thing. SVB was the same exact thing, but we were actually inverting before SVB. Then it blows up. Credit risk, it uninverts. And then after they BTFP and figure it out, it starts to invert again. But I think right now you have to watch for the pump fakes over the year. So October 20th, an inversion, but then it goes back down there. That's why everything, it's like you know what's going to happen, but you just don't know how Powell and the rest of the world is going to respond. And that is the answer. So I hope you could get familiar with that, because I think it'll help a lot of people. So, but for real, we are getting pain off of this, and you should be paying attention. So as long as this doesn't come back down, you're 1,000,000% right. If it comes back down, then that's going to be probably as a result of something. So Powell is uncertain, but that's his power. You know, it's funny. You said Powell equals uncertainty. I agree. And also power equals uncertainty, because that's where Powell could save something in a day. He could destroy it in a day. Every time he's quiet, it buys him a month to explore and see what happens when rates go higher, more or less. Is there a high probability that unemployment will be low if jobless claims and job openings were good? It increases the probability. I don't know if the correlation, like if you gave, like where's Slade? So have Slade. This will be a topic for Slade. I think he'll get to the bottom of the statistics on this one. I don't think the statistic correlation is high, but it should tell you a little bit about what's going to happen. So people like to ignore it because the correlation isn't high, but sometimes, it's pretty obvious. Job openings good, jobless claims aren't showing pressure. You're probably going to have a good non-farms. But then at the same time, non-farms are still the lowest expectations, haven't moved much, and then the labor market is tweaking out. Because now here's the next thing. If you looked at today's jobless claims, there was a problem with it. Does anybody know what the problem was with today's jobless claims? It didn't show something. There's something where, and again, this is just word to delayed and revised, and even though the revisions weren't too much, but you got to think about it. It's not real. Amen. That's where we should start. But that's not the answer I'm looking for. No, not the trend. There you go, Tiara. Yeah, it didn't show the strikes. So, the job strikes, UAW, that's been going on for a long time right now. Whether you realize it or not, you've had a lot of walkouts in various levels. Do you guys remember of a company called Yellow, the biggest trucking company that went under overnight? And then also the UAW. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's why it's like if you're looking at the job, like by now, 3 weeks later, 6 weeks later, you should have saw initial jobless claims go up. So I'm not the only one saying this. Even financial media, Bloomberg was talking about this in the morning. People are aware of this. This isn't a secret, but it's one of those things where you have to scratch your head and then look past it, because quite simply, you're not getting, the jobless claims, at least for this period. It could have accounted for the strikes, but it didn't. So you should have saw a lot of jobless claims because they're all eligible for that. So that is that's why I was like, the data is just, it's behind. But if you look at it at face value, it should say we have a good non-farms because all the other jobs data was good. Look at your bonds this week, but then at the same time, there is the element that maybe that doesn't really come through, and we react to something else. And I think the correlation is like 0.5 or something. Well, again, Slade, if he's here, it's a good topic to look at. Yeah, so like the people on strike should show up on jobless claims. They should be filing for unemployment. That is, they literally meet the criteria, but they again, you did not see however many thousand workers go apply for that. You don't get paid for there, but I do think you are eligible. You can't file on strike. Let me get the stat then. Oh, do they give their... Oh, I don't know. So again, you could go to the BLS. I'm trying to see. But they have... I didn't know they had this. Bro, they have their own little, like, I just Googled it. So I was like, let me find this right now. But they have a current employment statistics, and they have a strike report. So I don't know how, maybe they file it separately then. But I do think that we should have saw some effect. They say they might include it. But let me go through this. I didn't even know that they had this. Not applicable. So those who are idle during the pay period includes the 12th month. These figures provide an indicator of the expected impact of large strikes. So this is from the CES, though. I don't know current employment statistics. I don't know how it relates to non-farms or initial jobless claims. The head of ADP said the BLS report will include it, but ADP does not. They're still employed when strike. But what happens after 12 weeks, though? It's either 12 weeks or 8 weeks. Honestly, I think so. It's one or the other. It shows up on one and not the other. But I do think the CES is the issue. So I think the BLS includes the strikers through the current employment statistics, but they may not through anything else like the non-farms or even job openings, anything related to that. Again, jobless claims. I don't think it would show up then. So they have a way to measure it, but maybe that would explain it. That's why I'm saying we should have saw a lot more, but very interesting. Honestly, that's quite the topic. Well, not ADP, but again, initial jobless claims. So I don't even think it showed up on the jobless claims, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics, they have a metric on it. Again, it says 17,500 right now. But that's the current employment statistics, not non-farm, not initial jobless claims. It's not the household survey either. First question in New Jersey, are you willing and able to go to work? No, unemployment while on strike, period. States may differ. Oh, my goodness. And Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, he never has gone on strike. Every day, baby. That's a legend right there. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Or no. Let's go. Oh, man. Let's go. The consistency is beautiful. You can't get that consistency anywhere. It's amazing, baby. God bless you. That's what I'm talking about. All right, man. SPY's still a little lower, too. Again, Google, that was the best yesterday. They flushed. Dollar near the high, bonds near the low. SPY near the low of the day. NASDAQ down 1%, and Bradley Frizzle in the Peach has arrived. Oh, man. I found AMD earnings results is a good predictor for how NVIDIA does. Like the trading or the earnings. Disney's on the high now. Your boy went from death and destruction to holding up. You're in federal court waiting for jury duty. Still made those put plays. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy the jury duty. I hope you bring justice to the system, man. Judge your peers accordingly. Disney, I have it in the. I love Disney. I don't. Again, I'm not really here. I'm not good with, responding to what people don't like, and I know people don't like that. I like it, but I love Disney. I'm a big fan. Not of like what they do. Like I'm not like all my crosses are upright. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you should show demon shows to children. I could go down the list, but as a company value, I like having it in the long term. But yeah, I think that's the only assessment. Investment wise, it makes sense, but morally haram. I'm long on haram. I sadly I am. I'm long on haram. It's really bad. I got Altria, Disney. I know some people don't like it, but unfortunately, I separate church and state. What demon shows? I talked about it a while ago. They had Disney got it's old too. They got a show of some demon getting pregnant or a girl. It's some fucking weird shit, bro. I saw. But again, I've seen a lot of weird stuff. Though Monsanto, no, man, nobody care about Monsanto no more. I remember when Monsanto was the devil. That was the OG Illuminati. Y'all forgot about Monsanto quick. They did one name change. Boeing 737 MAX. You know what I'm saying? They did one name change. Y'all forgot all about Monsanto. Ain't nobody know about it. That's it. And now you new tinfoilers, you don't earn your tinfoil cap if you don't know about Monsanto. Yeah, virtue signal. That's what I'm saying. What happened? Seriously, bro. We've had this convo. We have. It's very important. It's very important. Is this how inflation in World War II felt? Nah, man. The problem is it's such a good example that we try to deny it. It's like when people tell me, when my friend first told me I look like Benny Blanco, I got really mad because the dude was ugly, but then I had to realize he did look like me. You see what I'm saying? I denied it for a really long time because I was like, I don't want it. I don't want that to be that. I just didn't want it. I didn't want to be him. I didn't want to look like that, and I denied it for a very, very, very long time. And that's where I'm saying it's just I think that's us right now, and we're living through the 70s through 80s, and we deny it. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to accept it, but I'll show you how today feels. It's very simple. Come on, man. You don't think this chart, if I told you this chart could look exactly like us, you're going to not believe it? You're telling me this does not look like the last couple of years you've went through? Really? And like you don't like so this is how you feel. This is how they felt back then. Which where you go through inflation, you're like, no, it's nothing, prices go up, and then all of a sudden prices go down. Right? And then you're going through the inflation 2021, and then you have to go and then the back and forth. Then you have the big sell-off and then the recovery, but then inflation is still there. It took them a while, but like I don't know. It looks so much like we're either right. We either did this part or this part. We don't know which one it is, but it's like, dude, this is the 70s, and this is how inflation, stagflation, entrenched. This is how it feels. So we're either right here or we're either right here. It's hard to tell. If you looked at it based off of time, like literally time-wise, we should be like right here, about 36 to 48 months in. Because again, it's the same time frame. But you could see you have your peaks, your bust, you go up a little bit, then we ended up hitting a new high. So if it's here and we bounce from here, we're hitting a new all-time high, we'll know where we're at. But if we start to drop, but we don't go below the lows, just welcome to the next. But again, the next decade becomes fire. You have not. That's why I love the long term. I'm not really tripping, but you know what the next couple of years could be like of back and forth if policy doesn't go back to what we're used to, and we have to use this playbook. Dude, we're in the 70s. Wake up. The houses, the people, the labor, how the government blames things. We had Vietnam in the 70s. Today we have Ukraine. You have a bunch of public support. What's going to happen in 5 years? You tell me. But it's all the same. So even the equity movements, how investors feel, uncertainty towards rates, the speculators getting blown out left and right, and then people still blaming them. It's all the same thing. But granted, I've never lived through it, so this is all an assumption. So there you go. Housing went crazy. Literally, the price of everything changed from the 70s. You know, housing is the best example, but at the same time, just look like there's in there a website what happened in the 70s. I think Chad said that to me. What's that website, bro? Damn, even if you Google it, they don't it's hard to find. Yeah, but it's saying what happened in 1971. I was talking about, again, and it brings up all the points that you guys have too, where it's just like, how come employment doesn't go up and all the, literally, you could go see it all, just like ever since 1970, money changed, prices changed. You never went back to it. And again, that's all through the money system. Again, when you print money, you change systems. The 70s, they were adopting away from the gold standard. That was their first time they went to unlimited money. This time around, this was the first time we had unlimited money in the sense of just a fat quantity after already having the system. We can't ever have the 70s again in the current environment. So you can. You're having it right now. That's all. It's happening right in front of you. It's happened for the last 3 to 4 years now. That's it. 2 months more. It's been 4 years, and you are more similar to the 70s than not. It's money. It's all the money that has been printed. That is what was going to happen. It has happened in the past. You change the dollar. You change the supply-demand dynamics of the dollar, and the world accepts it, and you have cooperation. You're going to watch things go nuts. That's just what happened from there. Again, there was, up until the 70s, real estate was not expensive. After that, it went crazy. That's where afterwards you saw all of the things lagging. The dollar, it's morphed, but it's a different dollar than we played with. You know, it's a different dollar. That's all. The dollar up until 2020, we all operated on different money, and then all that money from Trump and Biden, it was too much. It was Bretton Woods number 3 borderline. It was expensive to incomes, but even then, the 70s can happen. If you don't think it can, God bless you, but unfortunately, you have more evidence going against you at this point now, 3-4 years in, that just it looks exactly the same, from social events, but like even down to the prices and how things have played out. Unfortunately, that's what happened. And again, I've showed it in the wild. People got mad at me. I know if you don't want to hear it, you're not going to hear it. But like I said, if you compare the 70s and the prices of stuff, you know, it was better than today, but it's not as better as you think, in the sense that, you know, they were spending a lot of money on things. Their incomes were a lot less. Houses were cheaper, but they were spending more money on utilities, and even cars were still expensive. But it's like they still had to do it. Pretty much just because houses were cheaper, it does not mean that they didn't have the same struggle or other things. If anything, I think like college debt was a lot lower back then. That would be a big difference, where it's like if you didn't have to take that on. But a lot of the things are just similar. Again, I mean, it's you're fighting historical charts when you look at it, and there is like, okay, some factors that you may think will never happen, but it's like, why has all the other stuff happened though? You know, we can't ignore the other things. We have to start asking ourselves, why did this happen exactly the same again, and what's the reason why? Gas was 35 cents. Yeah, but what was I made the video. I did this, right? Average income 1970. You go to Chat GPT. It was $8,000. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's pretty nuts to think about. But it's like, yeah, the houses were cheap. The income was still lower. You could, again, and all the numbers, if you go through all the history of it, getting real numbers on it does get a little difficult. But it's like you could go back and look back then. It's very simple. Average income in 1980. I just looked up the income of 1970. So even if it goes, all the incomes have gone up. Canada incomes, they've all gone up. We are not talking about money, and we're not talking about employment. We're not talking about how people make money, because the sad reality is what? Averages, medians. Median is the only one that's going to be more legit, but that's not how America has worked. Everybody doesn't always make a lot of money. At the end of the day, you've lived in a system from day one where you have had more people with more money than a population of the everybody else. That's why it's like these little factors, don't get caught up on it. It's like we're talking dollars. We are talking money supply has just been destroyed in the sense of they have literally just thrown in millions and billions and trillions. I'm trying to, what's an example? It's like, dude, it's like a million clones. It's like, oh, it's all the people that have cloned me. It's the same way. You have a million Josh clones. That's the difference. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter if people got smarter, stupider, if they made more money, lost more money. It's the fact of the matter. You have a million clones. You have the supply has been devoured. There is so much more money than house right now that's what happened in the 70s. It's what's happening today. But that's where I'm saying it's like what happened in the 70s, and looking at it now, this inflation thing, we could look at all the other factors, but it's already evidencing that it's right in front of us. So I do think that when the up and down, the confusion, I feel like it looks like the 70s market, and I feel like it would give the same feelings. No news on Dash. It just kept going crazy. Population got to be key. It is. It's part of it. But until you understand what $5 to $10 trillion is going to do to your whole life, we can't talk about anything else. Do you see what I'm saying? That's where everybody's getting caught up. You look, every other factor is important, but it is not the main factor. They are all supporting premises to whatever theory, but the main thing is what happens when you dump $6 trillion on an economy or more. right? And then credit, easy credit. That is the answer of the 70s. It was easy credit and unlimited money supply. That's what changed. Mexico airport operators slump up to 32% on fee change. And then SPY a little bit at the lows. NVO weight loss drugs may be linked to stomach paralysis. Yo, what? Yo, that's hitting. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I kind of want to play it. NVO, bro. Chad's saying it. I have not verified that, but it's moving like it's moving like a headline's hitting, bro. Hold on. I need to confirm that, but I would keep eyes on that. Start looking, yeah. Too late. Nah, it's down 1%. I don't know if that starts hitting wires and it's legit. That will be their first time having a problem. So let's see. Novo. I see snack companies. I don't see it yet. Again, Chad posted it. I have no confirmation, but the stock is down like 2% there real quick. Disney was right in the morning. It's kind of crazy. NVO, it's still going. Again, I want more info on this, but I got Oracle 2 minutes ago. Who posted it, though? Oh, CNBC? Interesting. So this is from CNBC, I think. Hold on, it's not loading. Yeah, I don't know, though. I don't have confirmation yet. I still can't. The link isn't loading up. I see a CNBC link, but I literally... yeah, I got it now. CNBC... Weight loss drugs may be linked to stomach paralysis, other rare issues. So, I don't know. It's researchers of British Columbia said the risks include one condition not named in the warning label for the drug. Study comes as Novo's Ozempic and similar treatments skyrocket in popularity. So, it's CNBC. So, you already got this is even with news coverage, though. Interesting. That news happened months ago. They were saying stuff, but it's reacting, and then usually it's like if it was like a real breakthrough study that was going to lead to an issue, again, all they've had was a meteoric rise. So their first issue, it's like Tesla when they would get their first recall, but I don't know if it's holding that much weight. That was a big reaction, but I didn't make a play on it. We want to get more info, but I would still keep watching that. Watch even Eli Lilly. Isn't that what it's supposed to do? No, I think it like causes a problem with your stomach. So I think it's supposed to constrain your stomach naturally, but I think they're saying an unwanted side effect occurs. I'm not holding that. Oh, yeah, no pun intended. That was not. I didn't even mean to. All right, another low. Chad, I told you, 42.22. That's it. If we flush, I think we're going to finally hit 4,200 again. We have to. Otherwise, we'll find out. I'm on Ozempic. You need poop pills or your stomach gets locked up? No way. Dude, again, I know so many Chads already. I've heard And so a lot of Chads, though, aren't it for medical reasons. Putin on calls for resumption of nuclear tests. Putin says, why should Russia change their nuclear doctrine? No one in their sound mind will use nuclear weapons against Russia. And then cart flipped. Again, I was up on that. Came back down to break even here. They just died after holding up. Russia's Putin says Russia to deploy nuclear-powered missiles soon. Oh, are we buying the invasion? What? That's hitting flashing. Putin says Russia to deploy nuclear-powered missiles soon. I guess wheat is going up. I don't know where oil's at. I don't think that headline's as serious as it sounds. Said Russia successfully tested nuclear-powered missile. Now nothing threatens Russia's existence. So you're bouncing a little bit off that again. Cart just flushed. Bonds trying to bounce a little bit from the bottom. Dollar still doing its thing. NVO still down 1.6 from that headline. I think he is. Today he's coming out swinging. You haven't heard Putin in a minute. And then, again, you have the oil. And then oil dropped 5% yesterday. But either way. And then he brought up European economy struggling. Very interesting one from your boy. Objection, hearsay. You're flexing. What? Pep down 4%. Where's AAP? Someone brought that up. NVO bouncing a little bit. No plays today. I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't even go for MES. I was going to take NVO, but if it already hit CNBC and was down like 1.2, I thought that was the juice. But we'll see. Yeah, advanced auto parts. I didn't see AutoZone, though. It's your birthday? Oh, my goodness. Christian's Collections. Oh, nah. Happy birthday, baby. And happy birthday to any other birthdays out there. It's a year for the long term. Oh, my goodness. My goodness. Mark it down off of bond pressure. It's the only logical answer every single day. Putin says they've lost more than 90,000 personnel since the start of the counteroffensive. I'm sure we'll reach our goals in Ukraine. Theoretically, we could revoke Russian ratification of nuclear test ban treaty. Where is Putin is ramping up right now? Again, you're not really getting reactions, though. It's like nobody's listening. So I think market and bonds are in their own world, maybe unless there's a fat bond bid off of Putin talking escalation. But for the most part, again, like oil, wheat is already up. I don't know if it's reacting to that. He's not like I don't know what he's saying by threatening nukes, but he's talking about it. He's talking about the recent test. He brought up European economy being weaker, about not getting into NATO, about them not supporting or like trying to make a plan. You know what I'm saying? So he said a lot of stuff so far. I think his goal was other goals, not like death goals of troops. I don't think that's what he was thinking. You think Putin's tripping? I mean, here's the deal, though. Unfortunately, Putin was supposed to die like 2 years ago of like cancer or something. I swear, last year, this time, we thought he was going to die. We're like, yeah, he's out. And now he's like, yeah, we just tested a missile. I'm back now. He taking out, bro. He took out his biggest opponents. Like, I don't know, man. I'm sure he's tired, but it's the same. Does the guy get tired though? Because like, bro, it's this. I remember last year, people were worried about his health and everything, but now it's like one more. Yeah, the one coup guy really died. They shot his plane down, and they're like, oh, we are so sad to see in Mother Russia. How unfortunate, private plane go down by defense air missile. Could have happened to anybody. Unfortunately, he was enemy that I forgave, but in forgiveness, rest in peace. But yeah, that guy's down, bro. There's no more Pregazin. It's over. And then this guy Putin is hyped. So MVO popping now. So I guess none of those risks were in the way. Jobs data 1 hour before the bell tomorrow. Macron, Scholz, and EU, Michel stress unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity and inviolability of the borders of Armenia. The Lucid, I hate Lucid. Not as like a stock, but like as a car company. So I don't know. Again, I think there is a arbitrage level where they just becomes Saudi money and it becomes a good deal. I think we flipped it last time I went to $5, or we flipped it at the beginning of the year. Yeah, we flipped it earlier in the year here, but I'm not really, don't fall in love with it. But then again, it's up to you. I'm not a fan of their car. $8 a.m. in Charlotte. Drake dropping. It's your birthday, honey. Oh, my gosh. Oh, nah. Let's go, baby. God bless you. Are you kidding me? Wow. And then, no, but like, what? We got 8 a.m. in Charlotte. Bro, I love, you know what song is one of my favorites? 5 a.m. in Toronto. You underestimated greatly how long most number one soul. How long did it really take me? The part I love most is that they need me more than they hate me, so they never take shots. I got everyone on safety. I can load every gun with bullets that fire backwards. I probably knew you never lose a single rapper. They making threats, can't hear it over the laughter, cause I'm laughing to the bank. Oh man, Sinatra lifestyle. I'm just being frank with you. Man, I love that song. I do. That song's hella motivating. I don't know. Something about that. That's like a good one. I know 9 a.m. in Dallas. I think there's one of them. It's 5 a.m. and then isn't there like a 4 a.m. one? But I didn't like the 9 a.m. in Dallas one as much. I only like that. Not as many feds. We only got 2 more Fed speakers. Low key, you might have already gone through one of them without any headlines. But you had Mester, and then that's it. 4 p.m. in Calabay. I don't like that one as much. So maybe I do like the 9 a.m. That's the one. The 4 p.m. one I don't fuck with. 4 p.m. in Calabasas, bro. What are you doing? You're sitting in your house because you don't want to go outside because of traffic. I did that the other day. It wasn't Calabasas, but it was close enough. That's what I say. And 5 a.m. in Toronto, though. Oh, that's exciting. I don't know. Something about 5 a.m. in Toronto, way more exciting. The stock market's not even open. Your son stabbed me at F350 remix? What? Don't tell me he's singing. Are you kidding? 5:15 in Encino. No, bro, no. So it's anywhere, any 5 o'clock afternoon in California, you're waiting to get into traffic or you're waiting till traffic ends. Awful. 8 a.m. in Agora. Here, let's see this. Oh, you got me on my Instagram too. Let's see. They none of them could drive.
And so I'm surprised. Different people and none that can drive.
Yo, oh, is this on repeat? I'm like, listen to this hella on repeat, bro. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my heart. That's so cute. Oh, we'll post this. Yeah, bro, he just eating. Amen. He said, I'm surprised. None of them can drive. Yo, that's hype. God bless him. Denver. Where is this? Oh man, that's honestly though. Now I'm like, I gotta make sure. Honestly, I gotta make that song only has one cuss word, so I apologize. That's it. Now I gotta make sure if I do another country song, no cuss words, because that's y'all got the your little ones. They singing it, bro. Yeah, he's like, nobody can drive. You better make sure though. Make sure that Denver does not develop any road rage, because if he's remembering that part of the song now. You know, because I have secret road rage. I don't know if you guys know that, but, like, I hella talk smack in the car. I don't like California driving sometimes, but, oh, my gosh. That's crazy, bro. That's the cutest thing ever. Man. Denver. No, you live in Denver. Lil man, his name is Denver. That's why, bro. We're like, what's up, son? This is so funny. That's so funny, man. How old is he? That's good. He talks good too, bro. He got it. He understood the whole point. He said, yeah, bro. He said they can't drive, and I'm surprised. It's crazy. All right, I'm posting that. You guys can see it. I can show Monica some love too. God bless you. That's amazing. That's crazy. Kids, bro. Kids. He turned 3. Wow. Good for him. I thought he was older. He talked really good. Here you go. Keep giving him music to listen to. Song. That's it. That's beautiful. That's crazy. None of them can drive. A man with a handgun seeking Governor Tony Evers was arrested in state capitol, posed bail, and returns with assault rifle. Okay. The Washington Governor News coming from NBC. So that just got posted. What the hell? Putin in comments on Nazi veteran appearance in Canadian Parliament. Our goal is to denazify Ukraine. We listen every morning before daycare. Now put the stock market in your pocket. He gets it. Oh, let's go, bro. He's going to have a law term. Oh, my goodness. God bless you. What a great mom. Keep it up. And shout out, it was even Robbie's birthday yesterday, man. You know, Chaz, you guys got kids. If I remember them, I know y'all show them, man. And I'm like, it's always a blessing, bro. Because like I'm saying, one, it makes me not want to cuss because I feel bad. That's an awesome. And then two, y'all getting them the long terms. Y'all looking out for them, bro. I love to see it, man. So keep it up and congratulations. And that's just salute, baby. Set them up, man. You know that because I ended up how I ended up and my parents beat me and they told me it was gambling. So, you know, I'm glad that you guys are doing it, bro. Y'all getting them long terms and everything. It's beautiful. Is the SPY going to rip? You need some scripper money. It says Mr. Cheek Clapper 312. Okay, you're adopting this persona, huh? Anyways, bonds. Bonds are doing better. I think if dollar, you're already weak, but if bonds could actually go up, you'll be good. Who made his day yesterday? I'll give him something better. Robbie, that's what I'm saying. I'm seeing Robbie is like low-key the OG, though. You know that. That's the funny part. Robbie was what? He was 7 years old just 3 years ago. That's why. So now they got the younger generation. They're coming in, too. So God bless you, Rob. I don't know. Whenever he sees this or not, I'll even get him something else, baby. God bless him. Young Tan, baby. Young Tan. My parents say he's gambling, too. Yeah. Well, it's my parents. Well, they think like the long term was gambling. You know, back in the day when I was starting, it wasn't it's not really Middle Eastern friendly. I guess my parents were not down with it. That's just me. 3 things I love: stocks, cheeks, and tacos. Okay, I'll accept it, man. As long as you don't disrupt too much. And if you're genuinely serious about your passion for stocks, I could vibe with that. I could vibe with that. I'm looking at statement of change and beneficial ownership. What will tell me if he sold or bought shares? The total shares. Go look at how many he owns. And then go scroll. It's like the addendum, or it'll have like notes. And it'll say like purchase activity. But sometimes SC13s will have numbers. But then also times it'll include the purpose of this statement, and it will include in writing what they did. We bought this, we bought that. But quite simply, go compare statements of beneficial ownership to the last statement, but it should show you. It'll say changes in shares. That lets you know how much their shares have changed from the previous or prior filing. Let's see. Hold on. Are you riding with the Lord? He's hanging with the sucker side. You're transferring out of TD. They screwed you. You're transferring to TD. Who are you using? Who are you using right now? But don't transfer to TD. Transfer to Schwab. Otherwise, you're going to transfer twice in the next 30 days. I'm good, man. I was typing out an email there. I was getting some emails out. We're good to go, though. Again, unfortunately, today is one of those days where it's all about the bonds. It's all about the bonds, baby. IRM, MO, Coca-Cola. I like all of them. Again, Coca-Cola, maybe in a couple weeks, that goes below our price again, and we could get it really low. Again, we got it here in like 2021, I think. But they've had a really, really big drop so far. So I wouldn't mind any of that. Let's say acquired or disposed of, yeah. And then it'll say changes in beneficial. It'll say from the last quarter you could see plus or minus. If you don't transfer out of TD, I think they lock you out. I don't know what happens. Is end of year rally realistic? It is, and I think it's slightly more realistic than the other alternative. But sadly, what's just as realistic is we have a very big problem before the end of the year or leading into the first year. But for the most part, I do believe that, I think anything's possible. We're going to find out October 12th next week. But we need to get out of this area of bonds going nuts and credit risk rising. Until we get out of that, we're not, it ain't safe. It ain't safe. It's just weird. Again, every single day bonds do this. The pressure gets heightened up a little bit. Fed Dolly. I don't know. Fed Dolly. I'll just never forget. I'll never forget. She's like, I don't feel inflation. $500,000 a year. We're good. I don't know what these people are complaining about. Yeah, keep in mind there's scheduled sales, so transactions may be normal. Yeah, sometimes he's talking to SC13, the statement of change, so they have to put it out. So sometimes they could put it out and then there was no change. So that they would still have to file. Job market's strong. They'll probably hike by next meeting. They probably will, but that's only if something else isn't broken to stop them. But yeah, I think, and that's why bonds and people are getting worried, baby. And now, let's get it. We didn't get any yesterday. I'm down, bro. It's a beautiful time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. In our knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Relax those eyeballs. The chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. Why are you trying to impersonate? You're trying to role play a dolphin right now. What's wrong with you? That's it. Look, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to impersonate a seahorse? Get your legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your chair. Some of you have both feet on your computer chair right now. How is that possible? You got like one little left leg tucked in, then you got your other leg just sitting on the chair, bro. Like, you look like Aladdin right now, like you're just trying to hover on the chair. Put your feet on the ground, dog. Put your feet on the ground. Feet on the ground, please. Please. Do it for yourself. Do it for yourself. Okay, and then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. You're too short. Your feet can't touch the ground. Did you forget you're talking to a sub 5'6" over here? Okay, I'm still, so I don't know what you're talking about. I be going in the gym, getting hella weird positioning on all of the machines because my legs just dangle, bro. That's it. I'm fine with that. I got dangling feet, Riz. You know, I just sit there in that big ass chairs and stuff, man. You sub 5'6". No, I meant to say sub 6 foot, but then 5'6" came out. But I'm 5'6", honestly. My ID says I'm taller. I think my ID says I'm like 5'10" or something. I lied on that. I said it's a long story. You know? That's it. Never let them know your next move. Other than that, though, yeah, I'm like 5'6", though. And if I ever encounter someone real confident, they love to challenge that. They like, you're not 5'6", I'm 5'6". I'm like, shut up. You want a European metric system or some bullshit? Because I'm 5'6". I don't know what you want. I don't know why you trying to height fish and be a little bit shorter than you are. You're taller than that. I got time for that. But I got time for resistances. So come on. All right, I got it. I don't know if you hear me. I'm at the door. I got to do these. These workouts are great, bro. Oh, yeah. There you go. There you go. A couple more sets, Chad. Don't worry. If you still hear me. Oh, I see a green candle. The market is good. I saw a green. I saw a green. Wow. Okay, come on. All right, couple more sets, Chad. We're good. That's it. Just move around. It's not bad for you. It's not going to kill you. Is it about shoes on? I don't know. I don't wear shoes, but I think, aren't you supposed to wear Crocs indoors? But I do think wearing shoes at your desk can help you. But it all just depends. I did for a little bit, but I stopped wearing shoes. I don't like streaming 7 hours just wearing shoes. Again, you had a little green candle. I'm doing a couple more resistances. Prove it? Okay. I think shoes help like your posture a little bit and like your support for your feet, but then it just, if you have bad shoes, it does the opposite. Oh. All right. Nice little workout. Nice little stretch. YCL or FXY? I think FXY is, which one's unlevered? Yeah, so I think FXY. Yeah, FXY is more legit because there's lack of leverage. Again, bonds chilled. What time is it? It's after Euro close. My goodness. 7 minutes later, and we've gone up. Remember yesterday, we were up into Euro close, and then we sold off. You didn't wear shoes for over 3 years? Not till 2 months ago? Why? I guess you were just out there, bro? Out in, like, Thailand, just barefoot? But why did you wear shoes then? Would you give up all of your wealth if you could be 6 foot? Dude, I'm fine being short, bro. Nah, man. You mean I could get 2 things off the shelf and then I gotta start over? Nah, man. Fuck that. Nah, bro. Yeah, you crazy, bro. Kind of devil deal did I just hear? 6'5" at least. The only thing I would trade my wealth for is if I could come out as the same build as my 2K player. So then I have 99 dunk. I'll be like 6'8". I got 83 3-point shot in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I'm going to the NBA. I'm gonna be doing $150 million a year contract out there. MVP. I'll be dropping 30, 40 points. You know, if you see me on 2K, you know what I'm talking about. But like that's more of a fair deal. Like I'd be down with that because then I'll be like, oh yeah, I get to be Joe Biden. Yeah. If you don't know my player's name in 2K, you get to name him. I named my player Joseph Biden. He's the Scranton Slammer, if you're not familiar. I think we're gonna make our team name the Scranton Slammers. No, he's really good, honestly. So I do have an affinity for Joe Biden because of him now. Because I'm like, you know what? Joe could dribble. You know what I'm saying? Joe just yams, bro. Yeah, the Scranton Slam. Yeah, it's the Scranton Slammer. Come on, guard me. You can't fucking guard me. I told you, I learned. I grew up in the streets of Puerto Rico, Scranton, Puerto Rico, Virginia. I was out there. They tell me what to do. I go on the court. They say, Joey, come over here. Let me show you how to do it. And I'd have to guard these guys one-on-one. They were huge. They'd be like they look like avatars. They were huge, taller than me. I didn't have a growth spurt. And then they finally show me how to box out. They did show me a lot of things out there, and then that's it. And then once they realized my talent out there, I said, no, I mean it. I was dunking with dignity. Yeah, I was slamming it down with dignity. They said, it's fine you don't play defense. It's fine. But you got to get back on offense like you mean it. That's what I did. Yeah, it was great. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's really cool. I'm everywhere. I could do this all day. Let's go. All right, dollar down. That's good. Pep Boy. Oh, that's the one. I was looking at AutoZone. It's Pepsi. Wait, didn't Pep Boys die too though? Yeah, Pepsi's murdered. Maybe that's why Costco's dying. But dollar's getting a pretty big drop. I don't know. Is the yen running up? Oil dropped too. Yeah, the yen is getting back to literally where we were watching it last night. You don't know Pep Boys? Pep Boys is like the car company. Pep Boys. The big man. I know that was weird. Hey man, 25 rebounds. I told you. Or your money back. Pet Boys. No, that's Petco. I was about to say Pet Boys, where the pets go. Nah, it's Pet. Oh, I didn't even tell you that, bro. For like a solid 10 minutes, my girlfriend thought I was a genius. Because we drove by Petco. We drove by a Petco. And then I said the slogan. I said, oh, Petco, where the pets go. And then she looks at me and she's like, wow, that's a really good slogan. I was like, I know, I just thought of it. And she didn't know. I thought she knew. I thought she was messing, and she didn't know. So she was just like, she's like, dang, no, that's really good. Like, that's a really good, wow. And she really didn't know Petco's slogan. And then I eventually told her, I was like, that is Petco's, that is their slogan. Petco, where the pets go. Yeah, that's their thing. It was fun though. I felt like a genius for a good 10 minutes though. I was like, yeah, Mm-hmm. Tim probably is. That's the one that does it. Is she blonde? No. You're not going to believe it. My girlfriend's kind of gothic, emo. I don't know how to describe it. She's it's like a cross between Jimmy Butler and Grimes. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, so she has this all black hair. She has black eyelashes, black eyeshadow. She wears really dark black lipstick. Mm-hmm. Yeah, black fingernails. Yeah, and she wears she has she wears a chain belt. It's her favorite. She has this belt, and it's just chains, a real chains, it's crazy. And then she has the gauges too. Mm-hmm. Spiky boots. Yeah, my mom loves her. My mom got a pair of those death clogs, the big shoes. My mom wears them now. Mm-hmm. I need to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. I will BRB. Yeah, you guys already saw her. She doesn't. My girlfriend's not gothic, bro. I said I gotta go. I gotta go pee. I will go pee. You guys, I put her in one of the videos, man. You saw her.
Cash flows are diminishing, and therefore valuations are going down.
Ralph, to what extent do we know what's happening in this market? I keep talking to people in CRE, and they tell me that price discovery is really tough right now. The bid-ask hasn't closed enough. They're not seeing enough volume to really get a good idea of what is happening with valuations. Can you give us some clarity?
Sure. I think what you're hearing is accurate, that volumes basically globally are down significantly year over year. You're starting to see the early signs of that thawing as, firstly, people start taking mark-to-market losses, so they're unrealized losses. And then as those losses are unrealized, the mindset changes and people start deciding whether or not they want to hold and play for the next cycle with those mark-to-market positions or whether or not they want to exit. On top of that, you're starting to see lots of maturities in the commercial mortgage market in all the developed markets. And as those maturities get closer, you're going to start seeing more investment activity because either owners are going to have to sell to refinance those maturities or the lenders are going to force the sale of assets.
So where does KKR and where do you sit in that? Do you have to do forced sales? Are you picking up what's really discounted? How much money are you going to be supplying to some of your clients? How are you playing in it?
Sure. So just to give you context, we run about $65 billion of fee-paying AUM. We're global. We have people in 17 offices in 11 markets. We're in the credit market as well as the equity market. So we are a solutions provider across the capital stack with fresh capital to come in as a lender and fresh capital to come in as an equity participant. So we're playing it from both sides. We're playing it as a recap financier, as a lender, and we're playing it as a partner of choice for those who need new capital to effectively delever capital structures.
What if I was to put money to work in this space? If you were going to put money to work in this space right now, what kind of yields are we looking at?
Well, you got to start at the top of the capital structure. There's no question that the best risk return in the marketplace today is being a senior secured lender, with the security being properties that are resilient from a demand perspective, that are highly occupied and create a lot of cash flow. For context, in the Western markets, call it Western Europe and the US, the floating rate benchmark plus 275 to 300 is on offer. So in the United States, you're talking about an 8.5% return for being in the safest 0 to 65% of a capital structure with institutional capital behind you. And in Europe, you're talking about similar economics, but of course the base rate in Europe is a couple hundred basis points lower.
So when someone comes on talking about where in real estate, they like a lot of it's student housing, it's going to be senior housing, certain logistics, et cetera. But you guys also bought the second largest REIT in Japan. Why?
Well, thanks for pointing that out. We bought last year the second largest real estate asset manager in Japan.
Okay, sorry.
That real estate asset manager controls about $13 billion US.
We didn't buy the real estate. We bought the manager of the real estate. ANAB on the eye, WeWork. You had a headline on GSK too. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Now, real estate, again, it's not. Residential is in its own little world. It is kind of calming down again, but it's bulletproof to a degree, as what we've seen over the last couple of years. But now commercial, and people think it's going to be bad. I think there will be problems. I don't think it's as bad as people are going to say it is, but the issue is right now, and like what he's talking about is he's saying, you know, there's some level of safety, but they're talking about how much it costs now to hold real estate. And then they're saying, you know, all these real estate companies, literally MPW is one of, I can name you probably like 5 of them. I think even like SLG, even like CCL, even O has maturities in 2025. They have maturities. So if you're not making a certain amount, if you don't have a property that is good in commercial and it's ready to go, it's renting and it's holding up, then that's it. You're clapped. GSK plans to sell 270 shares of Halion. Oh, so they're going up. I thought they were selling their own. So they're dumping HLN and they're going up because they're realizing that profit. Putin, U.S. gas suppliers are interested in Nord Stream pipeline damage. Bro, where do these Putin comments keep coming from? Oh, good morning, baby. What's up, Najee? What's up, Cole? Is Cole real? Are you at the house right now? Are you watching that on the house right now? So that's more than just Najee Wolf hearing me? That was crazy, bro. I'm telling you. And then I got mad, bro. Cole Real Estate, they sent me a video yesterday of them playing basketball without me. That's and then I went on 2K. I got so mad. I was like, I got to play 2K. That's it. They had a 3-on-3 pickup game, bro. They had a 3-on-3 pickup game. Man, I saw him there. Y'all just chilling. It's beautiful. SPY coming down a little bit. Brevin Howard plans $750 million push into commodities trading. Yeah, it's hitting red. Per the New York Post, the NFL has asked its partnering networks to show promos for Taylor Swift's upcoming concert for free. So far, ESPN and NBC have complied. I believe I saw 2024 as the peak for corporate maturities, and then tapers off a little in 25, and then a lot in 26. Yeah, it's just this next 3 years. I think aggregate it is 24, but it all depends on the name. But these next couple of years, that's where, and it makes sense because if you took out a 10-year loan in 2013, 2023, and 2014, 2024, again, even if you took out a 20-year loan in the year 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003, 4, 5, 6, it's all coming back now. That's the craziest part. So even in a weird way, I mean, I'll give you an example. If you were on a 20-year loan from 2005, right? When's your maturity? 2025. But, like, imagine now with real estate, what does that mean? That means you could have originated the loan before the first real estate collapse. So you either paid high or low, prices went up, then they dropped, you held it for 20 years, and even though the property should be worth more now you have to refinance it probably at the same exact rate you had it at for the last 20 years, maybe higher. And then, that's what that guy was just talking about. He was just saying how, if you want to make these deals, like you need to be making 8-9% minimum now, and that's just based off of funding costs. So not every property is going to be able to do that. Yosh would have been flaming on what? On the Bankman news? The news that Bankman Fried lost $500,000 every day after Alameda launched, Michael Lewis claims. Hey, Sam. What's up? You say, hey, Josh. I say, hey, Sam. I confused them. I mixed them. Good morning. I think you have to be on the computer or the mobile. So, like, if you're, depending on where you're viewing the picture on the members thing, it shows up or it doesn't. Or, like, some people see the full picture or not. Try it on a computer or try it on mobile. It's one or the other. Verizon, I mean, I like it. I didn't like what Telecom did. I do like the dividend in the name, but again, credit risk, competing against markets, you got to really love it. Even then, like I don't have cash. I used it for stocks, but like I made sure they have dividends and I do plan on holding them, So it's like I'm thinking ahead. Do I think there's going to be more pain? Definitely. Again, maybe we avoid it like last year and we benefit off of it, but at the same time, I'm also thinking I want to buy now. As long as the yield is higher than the bonds, I'm okay with that because I want to start compounding now. I'm thinking ahead. So some names like that you got to think, but there is a lot of shorter-term risk. associated with just a lot of names and every dividend name. I think dividends are going to be very attractive in the short future, but for now, they're fighting against the bonds. GM has at least 20 million vehicles with potentially dangerous airbags. Yeah, I got an exclusive here. NHTSA holds meeting to consider a recall over airbags. GM has 20 million vehicles with potentially explosive airbag parts. GM says they continue to investigate the cause of the problem. GM has at least 20 million vehicles with potentially dangerous parts. So again, NTHSB or whatever, NHTSA is responding, not the NTSB. So again, Tata got destroyed by that news in 2014, I believe. So watch out for that. Again, you might have something. GM moves small, honestly. If you're going to top ticket with 100 shares, it moves tiny. Again, it's smaller there. Yeah, 20 million cars, bro. Not $20 million, so we'll see. I don't know. That's hitting. It's Wall Street Journal gets it first. I don't know. It might already be on Bloomberg, but I don't think it's hit CNBC yet. BlackRock Grain said near 1.3 billion Phoenix Towers stake buy. Might be. It's already going down a little bit. I'd be down to short it on a bounce, but it's preliminary. Like the NH, they're saying they're debating it. If they actually do it, it'll get clapped. But even in the meantime, it's dropping. Again, I think it could be decent just because it's smaller too, though. 100 shares, if it bounces, you're going to lose $80. If it bounces to the high, if it goes down. I think if you play it small, it doesn't matter how early or late. And then if it does continue a move down, you'll be good. But I'm not in it. There we go. It's starting to move now. STLD. China Shantou to halt schools from Friday due to typhoon. Japan tsunami. That was last night. There was a earthquake on one of like a Japanese island, 6.1. So again, GM still going. I did not make a play on that. STLD, that's on the high. Let's see. Again, market just had its little cheek lays after trying to bounce up. 4234. We're not above 44 or 4250 yet. MDGL, that's on the high. Your final account exam. I got you, baby. Good luck. And prayers for all the Chads out there. Rad, I'm still trying to cover the covered call. So once we do that, I'll get to realize the profit, and then I will free it up, and then I'm going to hold. Again, if they get delisted, though, pretty much they need to go up on these earnings. Otherwise, they or maybe we'll find out of that source. But once I cover the covered calls, that's where stage 2, I was either going to average down or ride it through and then try to sell covered calls again. You see it on mobile? You're trying on laptop? Okay, good. Hope that helps. I could sell out of the calls, but I just know I could get more. So I could buy out of them now for like 10, 15 cents. But again, they just have a lot of time. But I'm thinking, again, one bad earnings or anything, or just throwing up my my order. Just it hasn't got filled. But pretty much there's like $3,000 worst case. If I do it good, I could walk away with only $500, $1,000 paying back versus, and again, that's adds to that realized profit for the covered call. That gets rid of half of the loss on the shares, but I still need to exit it. But until I can exit on that, there's no reason to move. WNBA expanding to the Bay Area. Franchise will start in 2025. Warner's Oreo Lacab. ECB Villeroy increase in bond yields may be excessive, but it's helping tighten financial conditions. I don't think an additional rate hike is justified now. That's good from the ECB, but they're already kind of on that. We'll see if that ends up holding. ECB Villeroy. See if that could have an effect, or maybe the dollar. Nope. Nothing. Car. When they have 180 days to get over 1. Yes. Again, they were over. They were at 150. And then the two things that brought, like, literally the last two 50 or 30% drops, it is all based off of the it's based off of them going bankrupt, but that source is not, I mean, that hasn't materialized yet, and it's been over a month now. Maybe a little longer. Yeah. August 25th was the first, like, rumor of it. The company never announced anything. Then September 22nd, 1 month later, same exact update. And again, that brought it down another 30. So I think it could get above there. They have earnings today, but again, you need that or you need the actual BK announcement. That's still the same situation we've been waiting on. You brought this up. An altcoin 0x0 might be a decent one when it's a pullback. What happened to it? 0x0. What is this one? It came out in 2023? Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Interesting. As long as no crypto solicitation, I accept. I like. 10% on weekly for oil. Bro, oil is insane. You're coming up here again. You did have good comments by ECB Villeroy. GM says they provided counteroffer for labor contracts to UAW. It's 6 proposals since talks began. Oh, oil's going, dude, that's crazy. That's like 7-8% in 48 hours. So I don't know what this means for the economy. I know you're never shilling. Amen. Because the Twitch gets mad when I tell them that. So out of an abundance of fairness, I hope they see me say that as well at the same time. No, across the board, even to a mod or anything else, you know. So amen. You know the vibes. You know the vibes. OPEC hates this one trick. Where is GM? Again, bro, you're just doing this little weird chop here at the lows, though. You're ready to bounce and ready to die all at the same time. GM's going down again. So, again, they're talking about the UAW as well. Fed Dolly's comments in text of New York remarks. I'll take you wherever I go. Amen. I'm glad to be there. Where are we now? Am I on speaker? I don't know. I get excited. Overlay BNO and DXY. I'll use UUP if that could give me the same. They look the same on the day. Let's see the daily. Yeah, they've gone up straight with it. So this shouldn't happen. This is, again, this is why I think it still boils down to the euro. But maybe the dollar is next. That's why I'm saying once oil stabilizes, then we're going to see what happens next. But, yeah, if that is the case, UUP should go down. But unless the other currencies, and then oil needs to find, oil is not stable at all. That's 8% in 2 days. You do not see that happen. So that's why, again, this was the biggest day in over a year yesterday. And that happened quietly while nobody, you weren't looking at headlines or nothing. Oil was just dying while we were like, oh, we got relief because of bonds. So I feel I think once we get more answers from here, get stabilization, hopefully that dollar relationship could give us more. Russia is ready for dialogue with Japan if Japan initiates it. He's going to just like, Japan, we can help you. You want inflation? 2018 when it happened looks grim for the next months. If it does escalate from here, it might turn into that, but we need the collateral hasn't dried up yet. In 2018, the shit hit the fan once like money stopped showing up. So that's one that we might see that happen, just like Japan. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Like Japan's bond market is so out of order. This happened recently. They'll have bond auctions sometimes, or they'll have days where there's no real trading on their bonds, where not one person who's buying or selling them. It's crazy. So something to keep in mind. I have Josh one earbud for 1,400 hours this year. Oh my God, I didn't think about it. Because if I am live for that long, some of you have listened that long. I don't know. Has anybody gotten minute for minute with me? Or it's like, because I feel like, I don't know, because like I'm here and then I go to the bathroom, but I'm like, wait a minute. Have you gone minute for minute? Like like for real, like 5, like we're talking 6 a.m. to like 1 p.m. Because if so, I applaud you. I didn't, that's a different way to look at it. That is wild. You got me in your ear for 1,400 hours in a year. That's crazy. Well, good. Let me tell you to smile then. And be happy no matter what and get ready. That's it. Every year, another slice of the pie of opportunity. So you better be good. That's it. So if you're telling me you listen to me that much and you hear my voice and you hear it in your sleep, I hope this is what you hear then. Amen. Probably so messed up. Well, listen, I'll tell you. If you have that suspicion, turn me off. I'm okay with that. And honestly, I only want goodness to come out of it. Like, at the same time, it's crazy because some of you could listen to me that long and be like, I've only gotten good things out of it. And some people could listen and be like, it messes with me. How dare you? I hate you, Josh. I don't know. Life is a crazy thing, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you go through a lot of different things, people next to you, what's around you, but try it. Give yourself a little break and see if it helps you or not. To the point I use Habibi in my regular speech. Amen. Amen. I'm proud. It's 2015, baby. I got you in the heart for my rest of my life. Oh my. That's what I'm talking about. You and me both, man. I'm with you, Chad. I love y'all. And thank you, honestly. If you have, if you have spent those minutes with me, then you know the sacrifice, then you understand. Then that's why, and you understand the passion and the love. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, you don't do that. Like, it's a lot, bro. It's a lot when you look at it. So that's amazing, bro. It's amazing. Bear Market Channel, I listen every day I'm at work. I even spend my like on the Juicy 10. Let's go. Oh man, I get you, dude. My whole schedule gets messed up if I don't follow the schedule. I told you there's one day when I was out and about, or remember I had to do that meeting the other day, and it was bright outside and I wasn't on street. It was weird, bro. I could feel. I could feel. It's a schedule. It's a good schedule. PayPal. I like PayPal. I got Square right now. I just pulled that one up. They're starting to hit the high ticker. Again, SPY's working good. I think the bonds are a lot better than the morning. I don't know what the long end of the curve is getting to, but almost there. Back to open on the bonds. SPY's a lot lower. Again, HALN, PayPal. Square's doing way better than PayPal. Yeah, 3M got mollywopped. They kept it stable, too. It outperformed for most of the month, or last month. Yeah, mortgage rate and mortgage demand yesterday fell to the lowest since 1997. 97 or 1995. So that was even part of yesterday, too, but it's not been good, man. Yeah, Euro closed did absolutely nothing. Again, the dollar was kind of already in its own little world, so I think that played into it. The yen showing this. I don't know. We don't know. Because, again, it's coming back up, but they're denying it. So they're denying that the government was doing the intervention. Even yesterday, we were playing 2K. I had the futures up, and we were looking at it, and we couldn't find news. There was, like, earthquake news, but there wasn't any headlines. So it's getting these random pops. We don't know if it's hit that level. I think it's the government, but who knows at this point. I mean, if it's not the government, it is the safety net. That's the thing. If it truly was not intervention, and I find that hard to believe, then it would be, coming back to its nature of holding on. But I highly suspect that. I do think it was the government. You're going to get these little pops afterwards, but I don't think we could accurately answer that question as of now. What's on your playlist right now? Honestly, I have something. It's kind of old. It's been very good for my workouts. I played it when I worked out on stream on the Twitch to show them my resistances, and I was playing music, but it's super simple. Joyner Lucas, Liddy, Look Alive, and then bank account. Those three, throw that on your workout playlist. It's a lot of fun. You could go in that order, too. It's very good hype music for working out. So that's something recently added on the playlist I've been running up. He's great. But some of they're great workout songs. They'll get you up, bro. Yes, you did. So did you guys watch the Watchlist yesterday? If you watched the Watchlist, you saw something new. Don't tell the chat. Don't tell them. Don't let the watch holes know, because we could expose them right now, bro. Right now. You should listen to Playboy Cardi while working out. I'm sure like demons would help with the lifting, but I'm not. No, I've listened to a couple Playboy Cardi songs. It's like the old Playboy Cardi, like the first time you're like, "Hey Pierre, can you come outside?" Like that was the first one. Yeah, bro. NVIDIA pop. What is this? I don't know. Again, bonds are getting back to open. That's your first good sign of the day. But equities are much lower. Dollars, I guess, at the low of the day. Equities are kind of holding back. So, low-key, if bonds can start hitting a new high, I think dollars already in position for a little bit. But then again, you're getting some of this tech moving. NASDAQ down 0.52, S&P down 0.48, and then Dow 0.3. Look at the gilt. Is it up or down? Even then, the gilt should be dying right now. That's what I'm trying to say on the watch list yesterday. The gilts really should be dead, but they're not. And I think it's something just highlighting a bigger problem. Or as long as they're holding up, we're not going to have credit will crack once Europe cracks or America cracks. It has to be one or the other. I guess gilt's down, but our bonds are coming down too, though. At the same respect, the gilt, I'm looking at the 10-year gilt. It's dying, but it's like, it should be higher, though. I see the gilt's going down in yield, though. I don't see it's rocketing up. Because, again, what I'm referencing on the gilt, like, it's crazy. Like, this is what I'm saying. I don't know how this doesn't blow people's minds. But, like, the last time oil had a drop like it did in one day, bro, bond rates in the UK were going from 1.9 to 4.2 in less than a month. We're talking like a couple weeks. Even in one day or like the week of, you went from 3% to 4.2. That's why I'm like, the fact that the gilts are, even with the dollar back up to all of these levels and looking at them like how they really aren't. They moved up the same percentage. They've matched up with the United States, and maybe it's because of the changes they made, but it's still, it's like if we really got something, we with oil doing that, it's something bigger at hand. And now, baby Raul. I still have the original ARM shares, yeah, at like 50 or 51. The 30-year is worse than Liz Truss. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe I should look at the longer duration. But the 2-year and the 10-year already in the UK, it's still not pretty. I know the 10-year is worse than Liz Truss too, but it's not a lot worse though. That's the weird part. Because remember, last time Liz Truss was blowing up, the dollar was way stronger, but then our yields were way lower. The UK 30. No, it's the same. They all have the same shape, though. So the 30-year even looks like the 10-year. And they had the same exact thing. That August, September, they went from 2.4 to 4.9. You used to cut Playboy Cardi's grass? Really? That's pretty wild. That's pretty cool. How did you get into that, and how did you know it was Playboy Cardi? Did he just like come out like trying to do? Did he try throwing crystals at you or something? Well, how did you know it was him? Wouldn't they have gotten bonds at the Who if they bought back, or what are you referencing? Nvidia say, yeah, we said that in the morning though, and then it quickly came down, so we'll see. Dolly says rise in bond yields, the need to do additional tightening by the Fed is not there. Okay. XOM on the low, bro. McDonald's, that was one that ripped in reversed. So again, Dolly is not a voter, I'm pretty sure, but that one sounds good for now. Sure, you'll get to. You send an email in regards to the streaming links. I will, baby. We'll get that taken care of. Don't you worry, baby. And God bless you and thank you. Oh, man. Fed Dolly, recent bond market equal to about one rate hike. Is that it? They just wanted the bonds to just bond vigilantes to die. That was it. Yeah, she's a non-voter. That's why it's like, it sounds good, but I don't know how much weight this holds. It's stupid, bro. All the voters last year, they would always say the opposite, and then now that they're non-voters, they literally say the opposite. And then all the voters are like, nah, man, we think it's no land. It's good, bro. Fed lady speaking now. Instacart on the low. Dude, that thing went from up to 3% today. Now they're negative, hitting a new low, 26.79. I think CNBC thinks stocks are going to die. Rick's saying 10 to 15 to go to 10. No. I mean, I don't know how to judge. Like, I don't know if you've noticed. Everybody has a boss, so keep that in mind in terms of the news you read and what you get. Again, I've lost a little bit of faith in mainstream media as of lately. Again, even developing my own newswire has kind of highlighted that as well too, and some of the other stuff we get and don't get and how people react. However, I like to view people individually. So, even though I may not like the organization, but there is some people that are kind of legit. And I like Rick Santelli. So I think, and this is my opinion, form your own, but I've watched Rick Santelli for a long time. But you'll be, I don't think the guy, I haven't heard from Rick Santelli in a while, but I like him. Yeah, I don't think Santelli says stuff that, I think he tells it how it is a lot of the time. So we will see. But I wouldn't make too big of a judgment about CNBC off of Santelli, but I would listen to Rick Santelli. That's how I would do it. I don't really care about, the organization. You don't have to but Rick Santelli, listen, you may agree, you may not. I'm not saying he's going to be accurate or correct, but listen to people like him and take something from there, and hopefully you get added to everything else. Yeah, Muhammad El-Arian, he works at a school. He's and he's a Bloomberg contributor, but he's great. He's great. I'm telling you, that's an individual. Even Ira Jersey, whether or not Bloomberg bans me or not, Ira Jersey is a top tier bond analyst. Like, that man knows his shit with bonds. I love Ira Jersey. I think he's great. So there's a lot of people out there that you could find, and they get paid a lot of money to be with organizations. They're just not allowed to tell you tinfoil, and they got to make sure certain quotas and stuff are met. But at the same time, it does. Some of them are very, very talented, and I wouldn't take that away from them. Barr is live on the Fed channel. I like Tom Keene, and I like Jonathan Farrow, and that one girl. That's it. Yeah, Bloomberg. Well, they didn't technically. I guess they banned me. They refused service to renew my subscription to the terminal, and they refused to answer why. So I only came up with discrimination, and I'm banned. I mean, I am part of the generation, kind of, that could run to that, so I felt it was more than appropriate. But either way, is good. I mean, it's good. I'm getting all of the accolades I want and don't want. You know what I'm saying? Where it's just like straight up, I've been demonetized several times, which obviously you don't want to happen, but I take pride in the fact that means we said something again, and it ended up being true, so I could stand by that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I like the resources and certain things, but Bloomberg and all that. But again, I'm even banned by legacy media. They won't even take $40,000-$50,000 a year from me. And I literally, we have not missed any news as a result. It's not. That's why I'm like, okay. But so it sucks, and obviously, but to God be the glory, finger to the sky, and at the very least, though, I mean, I take some pride in it, of not, I'm gonna say my mind and be who I am, and I don't do it for wrong reasons, and I try not to, you know what I'm saying? I hope I've worked with people enough to see that, but at the same time, it's my, it's kind of my rite to passage. It's rite to passage on the road of truth. Let's see. You have Fed Bar. I think he's live. I don't know. Discussions with supervision on foreign banking. Does he talk about it? Dolly says, I think Barr is a voter. Daly says we could easily overcorrect. Need to take the time to do it right. Yeah, Michael Barr's a voter. We'll give him a little bit. We'll give him a listen. Damn, this started an hour ago, and there's only 150 people watching it. So to give you an idea, we probably care more about it than anyone else. This might not be that important because I haven't even got a headline out of him.
Counterparties, and there are many interconnected parties to that who may be affected by that. So I think that's a really important point. And just having talked about how important is a cyber risk, it maybe turn a little bit about like what the banks should do and more, and as they face this
she's on the
FDIC, and I think that your insight would be very helpful from that perspective.
Well, let me just start by saying, lots of different kinds of risks affect.
This feels like a weird PBS
so
episode.
Large banks have invested a lot in cyber risk preparedness, but they also pose the biggest collective point of potential entry, the so-called honeypot problem. Smaller banks have tended to invest less so far in cyber protection, and they're more reliant on third-party service providers. And if there's a problem at a small bank, it can then infect the rest of the financial system. So we're not any more safe if it's at a small bank than a big bank, because that problem can then grow into the rest of the system. So we have to worry about even the weakest link in the system. And lastly, there's the problem of third-party service providers themselves. So third-party service providers really need to invest in cyber resiliency, both prevention and recovery. And that's absolutely critical to safeguard the financial system as a whole. So we really need large banks and small banks and service providers to make the necessary investments on, first of all, prevention, and second of all, the resilience need to recover in the event that there's a successful attack. And that's what we're looking for, not just from the banking sector, but from also these service providers.
From supervisory perspective, we are taking your directions in this area pretty seriously, and when we approach the supervision of the banks and also services provided by service providers. And as you mentioned, I think both prevention and the resilience are very important. I think areas we are particularly kind of pushing forward is for the banks to have good controls. I mean, what we are seeing is when there are incidents, it's often more likely to have incidents when there are control weaknesses. And some of the examples would be identity and access management stuff, which is just really fundamental to make sure that who is coming into your system are the people that you authorize them to do. And so I think those are the areas I think we would want to see continuous improvement and investment in that. But then there is a resilience part to it that you mentioned. Resilience can be many things, and generally the way I think about resilience is that how they can both recover but also kind of resume their operations. And when there are some kind of cyber incident occurs. So and resilience can be operational resilience when there are when, let's say, one data center fails and can you fail over to another type of data center to continue operations, but also things that I worry about the most, like data corruptions, which may come from the malware, ransomware attacks, and how do you recover from that? And that requires some attention and investment into solutions. And finally, third-party risk you mentioned, I think that's very important in terms of contingency plans. Do you have contingency plan? And these are the type of questions I think from the supervisory perspective are interested in asking the bank about their capabilities related to that. Perhaps now maybe I would like to turn a little bit about your thoughts on the role of testing and as a key part of the bank's cyber risk management and resiliency.
Well, this really goes back in part to the discussion we were having about the stress events in March. It's one thing to have a plan, quite another to execute on the plan. And so we need banks to be testing their capacity to prevent and testing their ability to have the resilience they need to recover. That testing is absolutely critical on both sides. If you think about on the prevention side, one of the things that we found is that banks that do their own testing or have outsiders test the resiliency of their system, they find things that they wouldn't otherwise find. So we really need banks to be quite creative about the kinds of tests they do, to try different angles on that testing, to do exercises, war games, to make sure that they understand, again, not only the prevention side, which is so critical, but also when things go wrong, because they do, how are they going to have the ability to recover and to resume operations and to serve their clients and their counterparties with the least amount of disruption. And of course, our expectations for recovery are linked to the criticality of function of the bank that we're talking about. So institutions that are absolutely at the core of the financial system need to have the most amount of resiliency and recovery, and our standards are tailored appropriately to the risks of spillover from the institution we're talking about. But in general, really, both those things are really critical: testing of prevention and testing of recovery.
You know, a famed architect, Frank Lloyd Wright, once said that experts do not ask questions because they know. And you know, and kind of follow through that statement is that if you don't ask questions, or if you don't think outside of you know, conventional wisdom, you're basically relying on your own priors, your own experiences, and your own expertise, which can be faulty. So just bring back to the something that you mentioned earlier this year about reverse stress testing. I think you mentioned about kind of the framework of thoughts, which called reverse stress testing, and you know, which may be beneficial in the number of those, you know, gnarly situations. But how do you think about the reverse stress testing within the context of, you know, cyber risk?
Well, Lisa, it's an excellent point, and you know, I think Frank Lloyd Wright's quip, I think, has a lot of validity that can help us in this regard. You know, you've heard me say in many other contexts that one of the things that I think is really important value for us as an institution is humility. The humility to understand that we may not see all of the financial risks out there, and to use that humility to make sure we ask lots of questions. Again, maybe that's from my academic background. I'm just used to questioning things. And I think that can help us uncover risks that we might not otherwise see. Reverse stress testing is, in a sense, a way of asking questions. So you start with the idea, this bank failed, or this system failed. And then you ask, what are the different ways that it could have failed? And cyber risk is, of course, one important area to ask about. And you know, when we're thinking about cyber risk, you can start by saying, you know, assume that this terrible thing happened because of a cyber incident, and then work your way through what are the ways that could have happened. And that really forces you to be creative at asking questions, and asking those questions can help you improve prevention and help you improve the resiliency necessary for recovery. So I think that approach is really useful. You know, some people get a little bit confused when I say reverse stress testing. I'm not talking about some modeling exercise that leads to capital implications. It's a thought process, a way of challenging one's assumptions to help uncover these potential problems. You know, humans are so good at pattern recognition. We're really good at finding things that have happened before, but maybe we're less good when the pattern is not one we've seen before. And so challenging ourselves, questioning ourselves, using reverse stress testing to think about different patterns is a way of overcoming that human bias that we have.
I think that's a really interesting way of looking at the issues. And, you know, oftentimes people, you know, say it never happened before. I mean, that's a, you know, often saying, and then, you know, it happens like several years later. And that happened before the last financial crisis, and, you know, it happened in other occasions. And so I think the reverse stress testing is a really good way of saying, let's just not assume the probabilities of something happening, and let's just think about what if it happens, you know, what will happen to that. And then I think its also benefit is allowing us to think about a variety of scenarios that could be harmful to the bank. So I think that is a really awesome way of thinking about it. So can we just maybe talk a little bit about a third-party risk management that you talked about earlier. And this, this could be, somewhat of a challenging problem for the banks because the third-party relationship is just growing, in day by day. And so, can you just share your thoughts on this third-party risk management?
Yes, third-party risk management is absolutely critical, and banks really need to be in charge of making sure that they manage those risks. It's really a critical part. The banks need to treat the third-party risk management as if it were their own risk inside the institution, because legally it is, and from a supervisory perspective, it's required. And it's just essential in terms of the safety and soundness of the financial system. We've issued guidance on third-party risk management. It's principles-based. It gives the banks flexibility to do risk assessments so that they can use the appropriate level of third-party risk management to the risks that they face. But it's really critical that banks do that, and they need to do that in the cyberspace especially. I mentioned before that many smaller institutions use a lot of third-party service providers, but it's also the case that even very large institutions are moving to cloud-based solutions for their critical needs. And it's absolutely essential as they do that banks are ensuring that their relationships with third parties not only are not hurting them, but are actively helping them to manage their cyber risk. So I think we really, really need to have resiliency in critical service providers, and the banks have an absolutely essential role in making sure that that's the case.
That's great to know about third-party risk. Do you have any thought about the service providers? And as I mentioned earlier, part of it is the supervision of the services that's provided by a service provider. Obviously, they provide critical services.
Yes, they provide critical service to the banking sector, and that's why they have these resiliency obligations. We also, in addition to supervising banks with respect to their relationships,
I'm muted. I left for a little. I went to the bathroom. I talked to the Twitch for a little bit, but then I'm typing up an email. I've been doing a lot of emails. I'm going to end this in a second, though. Michael Barr is so boring, really, even though he's a voter, but this is the worst. We need to make sure we have the I'm sorry. I can't. I'm already running out of patience with it.
To make sure that those
institutions are meeting
their obligations to the banking sector.
Yeah, I have a first-hand experience with a service provider, and when in 2020, just before the COVID lockdown started, a large service provider had a cyber attack. And because it's a large service provider, it provided services to many of the bank and wide-ranging kind of services. And they have to disconnect their systems, and the system was down. So, that experience was really helpful for me to understand some of the impact of service provider interruptions. When it happened, I think some of the lessons we learned is it's the basic stuff. It's like, do you have all the information centralized so you can gather those informations very, very quickly and respond to that? And other things are obviously much more technical, like do you have a preventative measures and stuff like that. But that is a little bit after the fact related to that. But I think one key takeaway from that experience for me is really important for these critical service providers to be resilient, and because a lot of banks are dependent on them, and I think that kind of importance of resilience just it became very crystallized based upon my experience. And then I think just going back to your third-party risk management aspect of it is from the banking perspective. I think we want to see banks have a kind of factoring in contingency plans for the third-party disruptions in their business continuity plan. I think that's definitely the areas we would like to see more from the supervisory perspective. Maybe I want to wrap up a little bit right now in terms of so kind of focusing on key lessons or key messages you want to send it to those who are joining us today. So I like to do everything in three. So I would say, what are the top three things that you think it would be good for the audience to take away from today's conversation?
Well, Lisa, it's a good question. I would say, first and foremost, plan. A plan for
This is what it would look like if our
plan for
parents made a
resilience and
podcast.
recovery. That means investments not
This is like
only
a
in
weird
technology,
PBS
which
podcast.
is absolutely critical, but also in
Spitting
employees who are
Dolly's
really
saying
the
a
first
lot
line
more
of
right now.
defense. They can be absolutely critical in preventing cyber attacks.
Yeah, they're talking. Michael. I can't do it with Michael Barr, bro. No, it's Michael Barr, bro. I love him, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not. I said it to the Twitch. Like, I'm not giving him any negative judgment, even if like SVB did collapse, and all of that stuff. But at the same time, it's just like he's so boring because the content he has to talk about. He's the vice chair of supervision, so like everything he talks about is like. Not even convoluted. It's just like long-winded. It's very technical. There's a lot to it, bro. There's a lot. He's not a chart guy. No, that's Bullard. And honestly, you're not gonna see him anymore. His name's Michael. I mean, Michael's a good name, but like, I feel like if he wasn't like supervision chair, they'd call him Mikey. You know what I'm saying? He'd be like, you just call me Mike. But at vice chair of supervision, it's Michael. It's a full name. Like instead of like Josh and like Joshua, he's like Joshua. He makes sure it's full name type of job title. Yeah, Groupon. I had pulled that up there. It made a little pop and lock. Not too crazy. You enjoyed him? No way. I'm sorry. Or you're saying Bostic. If you enjoyed Michael Barr, I will put him on. If one of you, just like the word our God, you know what I'm saying? If only one soul gets turned, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. If there's one person who likes Michael Barr and wants to listen to it, I'll do it. But I don't think so. I genuinely, like, y'all gonna troll and lie, but like, for real. You really like him? You like him as background noise? No, I do, liar. Oh, the Lord, listen, man. That's between you and the Lord. That's between you and the Lord. Oh, my Joshua Weber. Yeah, they'll say the full name. I was bored and I'm nerd AF. I feel I listen to what he's saying and but I'm just like, it's not. Not only is it gonna be nothing new, it's always just gonna be just so much. I love him, so fascinating. I was friends with him. I found it pretty intriguing. Well, then, hey, don't let me get in the way. Don't let me, honestly, until something else. But let me read you Dolly, though, in the meantime. One, Putin, he's saying, again, this just came out, NATO is the first of all of a tool for United States foreign policy. Then Dolly says, short-run inflation expectations have come down, and that releases wage pressures. We are not in a wage price spiral. There's a huge difference between renegotiating labor contracts and a wage price spiral. And then there's the other one. More Putin comments. And then, yeah, she's talking wages right now. Again, she's not a voter. That's the crazy part. Like, honestly, I'm going to put Michael Barr back on, unfortunately, because he's a voter. That's the craziest part about all this. Like, out of any of the people talking today, he is the most important. Oh, but I ended it good. It's over. So never mind. I ended it at perfect time. You just missed his final two reasons. No headlines were produced. Tesla has asked Nuevo Leon state government in Mexico to build infrastructure ahead of planned gigafactory. Nuevo Leon state government. I'm sorry. His voice is soothing. Very soothing. That was good. It was a nice podcast vibe. Blabu pre-market. Biotechs have been all over the place. I haven't seen my only thing. XLV, we talked about that pre-market. Yeah, that's good. They got killed the other day. And then XLV actually gave up the strength that it had in the morning. Yeah, Elon. Bro, Mexico, I feel. Let's see. I don't know, though. Mexico, did you guys hear what AMLO said? So the president of Mexico, he got a little feisty the other day. I told you, I love AMLO. I think he's been great for the people of Mexico, the economic development. He's fought against corruption as well as, like, he's done a lot of good stuff. I don't know, maybe if you live in Mexico and disagree, I'm sorry if I'm offending you with that. But, you know, based on my economic view, I actually like AMLO. But he said the other day he was calling out the United States on our Ukraine funding. He was literally saying how he said that he said, why is America spending money in Ukraine even when they could be giving it to their neighbors? And, like, if they're, instead of worrying about the border, if they worried about development in the countries right next to them, people, they wouldn't have to worry about immigration and border being an issue. So it was very surprising, but he's there. You think Mexico's worse? The corruption is worse? I think it's very debatable. That's why I gave my apology beforehand, because I've talked to people. Some people love AMLO. Some people, they'll say what you say, if not worse things. But I do think, I think he's been a net positive. At least the economy has been more stable, and I do hope. I hope Mexico becomes, I hope it gets to the developmental potential. Like, I really believe that. I know the population's not the same size, but I do believe, like, Mexico, it should be listed as some countries when we're talking, like, India, China, and emerging markets. Obviously, not the same scale, but I do think they're good. Do you think we ever try? We did, that's the thing. But I don't know. I mean, depending on what efforts we put towards it, it could be good, but it has been a difficult task. You say the violence is worse. Cartels have been more violent. He ignores it. But it didn't in the early, but, like, he did a onslaught against them in the beginning. I don't know if that helped increase the violence or not, but what do you mean by ignoring them? Because in the first part of his, like, tenure, he was all about fighting back against them. But that's always been again, every time we've had this conversation, the only thing that doesn't make Mexico paradise is the fact that it's the cartels and corruption. That's it. Otherwise, without that, it's like that has been the only thing plaguing them for however long as it has. It's the best president Mexico had. Stop with the cat. That's what I'm saying, dude. I've heard I'm voicing everybody's opinion. I already told you what I think economically and broader. Listen, I'm not from Mexico. I don't live in Mexico. I could observe it economically. So, but that's all. That's where I stand. But I've heard a lot from a lot of people. You either love him or you hate him. But I have heard very good things about him. And then at the same time, just like any president, people hate him. Sorry, I'm from Mexico. Yeah, AMLO, he said Latin American countries. So he brought up Venezuela and all those places, and he was saying to get into development. Sell off, maybe. I don't know. Go for the greedy short then. We've been talking about that hitting. The only thing is that the bonds, I guess the bonds came down, and then the dollar, that was looking decent there, and then equities were lagging. Like, dollar's still kind of low. Bonds are within the range. I mean, maybe we just stay within the range if that's the case. So nothing's moving out. Like, again, 10 years slightly lower than yesterday, but the 30 years not. See, that kind of looks like the market. So we'll see. If you want, you go for the greedy short. Hopefully it doesn't go against you too hard in either direction. And then you could profit off of the back and forth. Zoom out all time on TLT is dead, Habibi. Again, 40, 50-year bull market. Destroyed, Habibi. Destroyed. Take them back to the plan. Me and my mama hopped in that U-Haul van. Any pessimists, I ain't talked to them. Yeah, man. It makes sense. Rates are back up there. That's what we've been saying for a while. But, like, now that the longer ends is getting there, everybody's like, oh, my gosh, rates are high again. Daily, I don't see anything that's ringing an alarm bell about workforce. I'm seeing a slowdown in hiring, but not a cliff. Coca-Cola, new 52-week low. Market is weird. Everything is responding to the bonds, you know. The last couple weeks, we've been documenting it, and I'm just telling you, every day from here that it continues, it becomes a concern. But I don't know if you got the message. The non-farms will be key tomorrow, but by CPI, you're going to find out 5% or 4.5. That's it. That means a lot. And who knows if it stops at 5 or not, but I hope you guys get that. So that was a headline today. You even heard some people talking about it. Was it Bill Ackman or somebody else? It might have been Bill or somebody. But it makes a lot of sense. I agree with it. It's very simple. By CPI, by next week, you are either going to get 5% rates if that CPI is hot. Otherwise, it's going to go back down to 4.5-ish, which is still kind of high, and then maybe even lower from there. Either way, the rates are going to be higher. But the point is whether or not it's going to go crazy from here. And then that's just it. In the meantime, all you have to understand, if you watch minute by minute, there's a lot to take in, but it's very, very simple. Every time the bond yields go higher from here, globally, everywhere around the world, so that we keep seeing that, then what you're getting an increase in credit risk. People are getting worried about credit and collateral right now. They're worried about the debt, and they're worried about the assets backing up the debt, what it's worth, how people can maintain it, all of that good stuff. So right now, that's why it's like every day the market is really weird, because we are on the precipice of either rates highly rating the credit risk or rates stabilizing, calming down, and then we get back to just doing what we were doing, responding to stuff. But at the very least, you're not watching massive repricing every week or so. You know, that's the biggest part about all of it. You know, right when rates go to 4, 5, and 5, and 5, everybody has to change things. Depending, not everybody, but a lot of people would. We thought that at earlier rates, but that's the whole point, is that the more it does that, well, then there you go. Barkin is is he speaking? Yields have come up amid fiscal issuance and strong data. Rates feel high now, but they're not over long-term averages. So he sounds more bearish. I don't know. Barkin, is he voter? No, he's not a voter. Learn more. Oh, you need a ticket to join the Outlook conference? Yeah. Thursday, Williamson Center. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to listen to it. Well, he's not a voter either way. Barkin's a little bit more exciting than Barr, but still. Best Buy and hold for the next 18 years. Ugh, that's tough. I don't know, man. Because I haven't been I only go to Best Buy when I need batteries and Amazon can't get them as fast as I need them. That's the only time I need like a charger for a camera. I know they've expanded their online and like they've actually survived a little bit better. It's a good name brand, but I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of it. No retailers for the next 18 years. I hate going to Best Buy. I do too, but I don't go to Best Buy unless I need batteries. He means the Best Buy, not Best Buy. Oh, what do you think is the Best Buy? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I was like, I don't know. I was like, are you young and you're asking about Best Buy? But the best buy is going to be something with growth in dividends. Honestly, I wouldn't buy it right now, but I'm thinking, again, it's already a play that kills it, like Abby vibe, but more so like Eli Lilly. You know, Eli Lilly pays a dividend, it has growth. Like, so you want something that is both blue chip, has a new, you know, going to be here, has a lot of upside, but also has, you know, unquestionable stability. But again, things you know about and use and the things you see in your life, that is always going to be a good driver of a lot of things. You'd be surprised. Thoughts to add? I'm buying dividend stuff that's yielding. Again, I went with MO. I've gotten Pfizer, 3M, MPW, and I think that's the only dividend one. We bought JPM last year. I still have other ones again in Abby vibe, but those are the ones I got this year, and I like my dividends. I'm not, like I'm saying, I do think we could still have some pain, and if we don't, I'm gonna want to own something, but I want to compound and start now because I'm looking 10 years ahead, 7 years at this point, but like how everything is played out, it just, I like the long term. If I'm going to take anything with the dividend, it has to either pay the same as bonds or more, because I know I'm going to hold it for at least a couple of years, get the drip started now, and, you know, hopefully they're good enough. Most of them are, where they got name brand, they've already lasted 10, 20 years. I think they'll do it again. So it's like I like dividends, and that's because I'm thinking ahead. I'm not worried if the prices go down. Again, I will probably start stacking some cash here, but like I'm saying, depending on how rates and other things move, my idea is I want good quality, even a little bit more value quality, but idea is I am trying to increase my fixed income over the years here through dividends. And the reason is because if the market recovers all around, everybody does good. If it doesn't, I want to be compounding dividends every single year and let it pop and drop and up and down. Who gives a crap? But those dividends are going to do their work. November meeting, 18% probability. That's good for now. People are getting really crazy. Dividends don't mean chase REITs. Yes, wait. You get paid to wait right now. That's the thing. But some names, like Coca-Cola dropping, that's why I'm kind of mad I got MO, because then I could have waited for Coca-Cola, but Coca-Cola still needs like 10% more down. But like these are some of the plays where, you know, even if it goes down 10, 20%, I would rather start buying and compounding for the long term. And I'm not saying for flip or not, just in the logic that but Coca-Cola doesn't pay more than bonds. That's the only downside. So that one I would wait. I think at the time it hits our break even, it will yield 4%. So it's like, but you want to get something around there. But if it yields higher than bonds, I'm thinking very long term for that, because I want to get my compounding. But if not, and that's something you got to ask yourself, if you want to buy something in the long term and you want to buy now and it's yielding less than the bonds, you gotta really ask yourself why. On the Cybertruck, I have one ordered, but I don't know. I think by the time it comes out, I'll qualify for a reverse mortgage. So I think it looks ugly as hell. I told you I saw it the other day. Again, I have one ordered, but dude, I saw this thing the other. Dude, it's hideous. It is the hideous. It's ugly. I don't know what we thought was gonna happen, bro, but it's not like a good looking. The Prius is way nicer. Like, it's a cool, I'm going to get it still, and maybe it'll grow on me, but it's not a good looking car. It has a great personality, but that is not a good looking car. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to have, like, every time you show your friends, you're going to be like, yeah, I know, but like, look, it's bulletproof. You know what I'm saying? Look, it's funny, you know, but it's not a appealing car visually. I think it's a novelty. It'll grow on you. I hope it does. I'm going to buy it. I have the order and everything, but it's not. I saw one of the like videos. Someone was like filming it on the road, and I was like, dude, that is hideous. That thing is hideous. I was like, I wasn't feeling it, you know? It felt like it was like NFTs. It was like they had all the hype, and then when like remember they had that like NFT party and people were like, wait a minute, hold up. That kind of was the top. But it felt like I was like, I understand the hype and I'm hyped, but I was like, it did not look good. Like it's just I would rather have a F350. I know I made the song F350, but like I'm gonna buy a Cybertruck though before, so buy Tesla stock, I guess, is the moral of the story. IMF Georgieva, Egypt will bleed reserves unless it devalues again. All right, man. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Georgieva. They didn't fire her for fraud and collusion. And now she's like, yeah, Egypt, y'all going to die. Y'all bleeding. Do something. Why don't you just give them money, bro? Give them some Ukraine funding to my people in Egypt. Give us $1. It'll go a long way. I'm telling you. Okay, give us 10 mil, bro. 10 mil. Georgieva says fighting inflation remains top priority, warns inflation will remain well above target for some countries until 25. Winning fight against inflation requires interest rates to remain higher for longer, warns against premature easing. Medium-term growth prospects have weakened further. U.S. and India are bright spots, but most advanced economies are slowing, and China's output is below expectations. A Cybertruck is the Warthog from Halo. Warthog looks way cooler. My NFTs, I only had one that did good. They all got clapped before anything. But then I had one that was worth a shit ton, and then it came back. It's below what I paid for it, but it's like a Ponzi scheme, and they gave you a bunch of free stuff, and I sold all of the free stuff for real money, and I kind of got all my money back, and then now it's still worth, like, sadly, $9,000. I don't know how, which is a weird concept to me, but then I'm up like 400% on the Ethereum price. It's weird. Some weird shit, man. Now I have to go to OpenSea.com and check. SMCI, MKTX, SPY getting a Chicle. Bro, Coca-Cola is just still dying. Fed Dolly, part of the bond yield, has to do with the new SEP. I did not install the new ad block yet, no. I need to. Where is it? Oh, OpenSea is wild. Yeah, it's worth 8,900 still, which is weird. But even then, if you had the NFTs, I think you were saying you got clapped on one. Just what I've learned from just a couple of years ago. If you're already taking the loss, you hold it. Because I remember it was like a year or two ago. You guys remember I was like, bro, I have all these random crypto accounts. I had all my old random stuff from 2018, bro. It was wild. Even before that, bro. That's why I was just like, you've already gone without it, but because that NFT, it's worth 8,000 now. At one point, it was worth 150,000. So, and then I paid $13,000 for it, or I think 13 or 16, and then I got like 20,000 back through the coins and stuff. I want to get back into Bitcoin, but I haven't yet. Unfortunately, maybe my standard or my what I'm looking for is too much, but I still have not. Especially even with the market tripping now on credit again, bro, I have not been happy with crypto since Sam Bankman-Fried. I really think that was awful, and I'm surprised everybody was so cool with it in a weird way. But so until then, I mean, until I get more answers on that, or until everything flushes out and rates go lower, then I'm probably not going to buy back in. I didn't even read your sheet. What do you mean? What are you saying? That was the point. But no, crypto's still, bro. Just remember, the same token you're talking about, I bought it for $300. And now you're telling me that the second half of its like rally there was just, and again, this fraudulent activity and Mr. Who knows, like, I'm very shocked that, and then we don't even know what happened. We still do not know. That's why I'm just I love crypto, but ever since Sam Bankman, I've been ultra cautious. And that's why, like, I'm glad I took the money out and did that house flip on the YouTube account. I gave you a great signal on, I mean, crypto. That one was still one that you could still be living off of that if you were here, and I hope some of you did. But at the same time, it's like, dude, it's crazy. It's just not like how everything is played out. You don't have any info on what's going on with crypto, and people are, the prices are still high, and people are still all about it. And I'm shocked that crypto is even like, yeah, it's chill. So again, until it comes down, we'll see. ETF, I mean, the SPY or the Qs will go a long way. Big deposit or the big account deposit is $2,700 a month. So it started, we raised it 10%. I'm not going to raise it anymore because after we kept raising it 10% after a couple years, I'm like, this is kind of like really high. Because then at that point, you got to be making like about 30 or like 30,000 a month to make that normal, or 10%. I think the smaller account is more realistic and accessible to raise 10% if you were going to like recreate it. SBF Live trial would have been cool. Yeah, that would have. Even then, though, I mean, truth would have been nice, though. I would love to know. The long-term accounts. So the YouTube account, the big one, and the small one. Yeah, I said we talked about it this year because we raised it this year, and I was just like, maybe we don't raise it because, like, after 2-3 more years, like, dude, the monthly deposit is going to be now, you know, you'll be like, oh, I could replicate that account if I'm making $50,000 a month or something. So it just starts to get crazy. But again, the small account is still based, it's at $270. That means you're making $2,700 a month minimum to be able to save that much. Which that comes out to what, under $36,000 a year? Treasuries are never going to buy more in oil than they will right now. Bonds are never going to rise in value to offset oil, so why store them? I mean, maybe. I mean, if oil goes down, like yields right now, you're seeing what's up with it. But, I mean, maybe if oil drops. But good take. I think that's part of this. Every day this goes on with rates, the imaginations run wild, and all these questions, a lot of questions will need to be answered. That's why we just need stabilization. I mean, market's coming down lower, and believe it or not, bonds are actually, you know, they're not near the same level earlier when we were here. I guess on the pop you were, and then dollar's still near the low of the day. Cash secured perks, which one's low enough? Coca-Cola, Disney, 3M, Walgreens. I like them, but then if it pays a dividend, why would you sell the put? Just, again, you have to run the calculation and see if it pays. Again, how much are you receiving for the time commitment that you're doing for the put? Because you got to realize, in a weird way, selling a put is kind of like a bond. You get what I'm saying? You're agreeing to tie up money for a certain amount of time. There'll be a penalty potentially if you try to pull it out before the valuation fluctuates, and then you have a fixed return that you're getting back with a capped loss. So very bond-like. That's why I just run the numbers and see if it makes sense. My voice sounds different. I think I've been losing my voice a little bit because we've been playing like 2K at night, so I yell a little bit more. But other than that, no, I'm blessed, baby. But then I sound beautiful on Twitch. So if you're on Twitch right now, you get like the best version of audio in the world right now. It's crazy. The Twitch audio, I sound beautiful. I'm like mad I don't sound like that in real life. Yeah, if you're on the YouTube, the audio is like is hella chopped. It doesn't sound the same. But oh yeah, it's good. I stream 2K on Twitch. Yeah, bro. We've been doing it for like 2 weeks now. The G-Wagon is an ugly box car, atrocious, but the Nazi logo is what attracts people, I guess. Okay. I don't feel attacked. I'm gonna ride with it, dog. I just wanted to give you a voice and a platform today, but yeah, okay. If I didn't know any better, I'm like, is he calling me a Nazi, bro? Is that what he's saying? I think he wanted to, but it's cool, man. Either way, I feel you. All right, now that we got that out there. Don't lie, you weren't screaming on 2K. Nah, I live, bro. You don't. I be yelling. I be yelling randomly, and that's just another hour of talking on the day. And then my girlfriend talk a lot. I have to talk to her, and then most of my work outside of the stream, I have to talk. If I answer the phone, that's why I did some email. Then I stopped talking. Then you like, why aren't you talking? I'm like, because I'm doing an email. So then I'm like, oh man. Outlet. Does Uncle have any Uzi type beat songs? I don't know. I don't know actually. Putin, bro, how has Putin been talking for the same amount of time we've been streaming? There's no way. Russia doesn't have private military companies. Ruble is fluctuating. We are seeing this problem. Russia still supplies gas to Moldova. What the hell happened? Ignore the militant types. I feel you. Nothing happened. If any equities are moving, I'd say like 0.2 more than the bonds. A little bit already, but so far, dollars at least a little better. No updates. You had Fed Dolly, Fed Bar, and Fed Barkin. They didn't really say anything. One of them was bullish, the other one was bearish, and we already went up, but this is just that movement. And then Putin is just dropping several headlines. Twitch, oh yeah, you get free Bezos bucks, so you gotta give me your Prime membership. But honestly, don't give it to me if you ain't going to be on the 2K. You know what I'm saying? Because we still need... I had to play center yesterday. But I was diamond, bro. I was diamond. Mm-hmm. But it was good, man. God bless you. Welcome. I hope you enjoy the Twitch. Coca-Cola news, I think it's Pepsi. There's something with Pepsi. And then again, all these value and dividend plays. Where is it? Let me see. I don't know. Some Pepsi was down 4% first. Is there large? They got a price target cut. Maybe it's the Walmart stuff because Pepsi, they gave estimates, but this is the lowest close for Pepsi since September 2022. They're down 9.7% year to date. Worst year since 2008 when it fell 27%. We don't have a good team. Yeah, you're the go. You're the go. God bless you, man. I dropped 25 rebounds as the big man yesterday. Stop playing with me. That's it, because we played one team. I was small forward, and we got ran on, but we didn't have a big man, so I took the sacrifice. And I said, I got you. And we won. We won, baby. We won. We won. play now, right now. I want to, but unfortunately, that's it. As I've gotten older, I can't do that. I can't play. If I play a video game, I got to really want to play it, and it have to be like after everything is done. Even though the market's doing nothing, but then, maybe if I was sick, if this was a sick day, I would. But other than that, nah. I just play rec. Dude, come on, YouTube. How come you guys aren't getting on the you guys are behind on the 2K grind. Okay, you are behind on it, bro. Lennar Homes. I know a decent amount. I mean, I've bought in several homes from them. I think we have a couple of Chads who work at Lennar. They're one of the biggest home builders in the country. I think their average price for homes is like $600,000 or something. The starter homes that they make are no longer starter homes. It's more luxury homes. Yeah. I made MGM free. Good work. How did that? Let me see where it's at. The same price as yesterday. Yeah, you could get. I sold out at 8 cents to make it free. FIFA. Maybe one day. I'll play FIFA once you get your real estate license, Ray. How about that? Promise you. Day after you pass the test, we're going to play FIFA. Until then, why would you ask me about a video game? See what I'm saying? So that's it. There you go. Well, we're going to stream FIFA once Ray gets his license. Is the Fed going to rescue the bond market? Not right now. There's no need to. So the bond market looks scary, but again, it's like the temperature gauge on your car moving up. It's supposed to stay in the middle, but if it starts going up there, it's, but they'll intervene once we actually overheat. But for now, it's holding chill. Oh, the MGM contract just went up. So they went up by a penny. It's because you just made them free, bro. Is that what happened? Literally, you're like, I just made it free, and I'm looking, I'm like, oh, it's the same price as yesterday. And now 2 seconds later, now the bid is up by 1 penny and the ask is up there. That's another 20% on the contract. You just sold. That's why. Look at it. And now the bid just shoots up 20%. They don't. I made them free, though. I had 200 of them. I sold out 130. I got all my money back with like $100. And then that's it. I'm going to just hold because, dude, that play, we hit it low key. I mean, you've gotten it since, it's dropped multiple times depending on when you got it. But we even got in here. So it's dropped. We're just far out the money. There is a lot of time. But if there's one big bounce, it's going to hurt those contracts there. They're ready to kill it. So that's why I'm being, out of an abundance of caution, I wanted to make it free. I think the housing market is decent. It's calming down a little bit. If you ask Cole Real Estate, they're going to tell you the opposite because they just kill it. It's hard to explain, but not really. That's why there's some good parts of real estate, some bad. I don't think commercial real estate will be that bad, but if we suffer economic issues and see real unemployment, that is going to be, when we'll get a real test of the real estate market. But as of now, I don't think the real estate market has gone through a real test. All of the downside in rates is nothing. And why I say that is because we need real estate moves when people lose jobs. So once we start watching the economy get to a certain point, then we'll be good to go. Netflix, I think it depends on their earnings. I'm still in those flip shares getting murdered, but plan is first sign of relief. I want to get out of everything, but I think it's earnings. You know what I'm saying? Bad earnings, they died 10 to 15%. Good earnings, they go right back up to the highs. Maybe they have a NVIDIA type play, but for the most part, should be good. You think rising wages will cause layoffs? I don't know what it will be, but when it happens, we'll know. But right now, just the labor market is just not moving. That's it. So it's like I think real estate will have its real test once it actually moves. You know what I'm saying? That's all we need. We don't have earnings. You may have some small ones, but I think the real earnings next week. But yeah, like I'm saying, well, real estate, it's moving now, but you have too many people who want to buy it, and there's a need for it. Like at the end of the day, I've said this for years, and I encourage the smartest of you to not doubt this as much. Just don't underestimate. People need to live in homes. The alternative is homeless. Again, in any home you live in, if you're not with your parents, you got to pay for it. So there's a lot with it, but it's like I don't think the ups and downs caused by like inventory and rates, I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's real. And what I mean by that is that like the real reactions you're going to get and like the real test of real estate, it will happen when jobs are down, demand is down, and rates are high. You know, we have to have something to the point where it's like if you have the best jobs market in the world, that until we see job losses and real pain, everything we're seeing on real estate, I don't think it applies. Or I just don't think it's like that's not a realistic view of both its strengths or weaknesses. So I hope you guys could appreciate what I'm saying, because at the same time, if you think real estate should die, like I'm telling you in a weird way, I think if there's still a chance of that, but we could only find that out once. It depends how bad unemployment gets. But then vice versa, if we go through anything and this unemployment never hits a point where it causes like failures and unemployment that contributes to debt problems, credit, and then makes it harder for people, then there's your problem. Putin said no matter the cost of war, his favorite show is The Simpsons. That's funny. Yeah, KJP live. I just need to go pee. So good luck. Go to the Twitch if you would like commentary and jokes. If you would like seriousness, just be nice to the Chad.
I know we've talked a lot about the deal, in quotes, with the White House and the Speaker. When the Speaker was asked about this on Tuesday night at his post-speakership press conference, he said there was a concern in there, does it have transferability on money? I believed and my staff believe it did. What I did say to the White House, if it does not, if you think in some way it doesn't do it the way it should, I will fix that. I did say that. I did say I'd do it. Is that the agreement that the White House had with the Speaker, fixing some money transferability issues as it relates to Ukraine aid?
So here's what I can say, and just to what the President alluded to, So we have another package of aid of Ukraine for Ukraine soon as part of our normal cadence, which includes weapons and equipment for the fight that they're in. And so we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to make sure that we meet the battlefield needs that Ukraine has, using existing authorities, using those resources provided by Congress, as we have said from the podium this week, and certainly that's what the president was alluding to. I'm not going to go beyond what the president said. We ultimately, though, we believe that Congress needs to act, right? Even as we talk about these authorities, these are the resource authorities, funding authorities that we have, these PDAs, and you've heard from my colleague at NSC that we can go a bit longer, but it's not the long-term solution. So the big piece of this right now is that we need Congress to keep their promise, to keep the promise that they made to Ukrainians about continuing that bipartisan support. We see it in both chambers that there is a majority of support there, and so that's what, when we talk about the long term, how we move forward, that's what we want to continue to see.
The president just told me that a border wall does not work. If that's the case, why does his own Department of Homeland Security Secretary say in a public notice, quote, there is presently an acute and immediate need to construct physical barriers?
Here's what I can say. I can speak to what the president was very clear in saying, and also what you all have been reporting about this construction. So the facts are this is not new. These funds were appropriated in fiscal year 2019 under Republican leadership, and DHS is required by law to use the funds for appropriated purpose. That's what we're seeing. This was announced back in June by the DHS. And so, look, we believe that there are better effective ways of moving forward to secure our border and security, our border security, and we have continuously asked for Congress to act, to provide our CBP, the law enforcement at the border, to give them the resources they need to do their jobs. And so we're going to continue to call on Congress. We believe, and the president has been very clear, even when you asked him, does a border wall work? He said no. And he's been very consistent about that. We believe that we need border technology that is modernized and land ports of of entry, and that's what we want to see. And that's what I can speak to. And this is something that we were required by law, and we are complying. This is an administration that does believe in the rule of law.
But why now? For instance, these funds have been available since Biden took office. Why at this time?
And the president actually spoke to this, and this is one of the things that he was saying, that he's been asking Congress to reappropriate the funds. He has been. For the past couple of years, and Congress refused. And we have to comply by law to get this done. And that's what you're seeing happening right now.
Would there be a way to continue to slow walk this and to delay it?
We have to comply by law, and that's what we're doing at this time. We ask Congress to reappropriate the funds. That's what we would prefer to see, not waste the funding in the way that they're doing it right now, that we are required to do. But they refused, and so now we're moving forward. Go ahead.
Thanks, Green. What specific law will the administration be breaking if funds appropriated for the border wall are not used, especially because the funds go unused all the time? I mean, why not let it go unused this time?
Well, look, I'm not going to speak to the law. I would have to refer you to Department of Justice. I'm not a lawyer, but what I can tell you is that this is a law that we are complying with. We have asked Congress multiple times to reappropriate this. This is not the way that we believe is going to be effective here. We believe in modernizing the system, not actually building a wall. The president said himself he does not think this is effective, and so we're complying by law. And we believe that in the rule of law here, and we're moving forward and getting that, in following the law.
Is this the administration in some ways recognizing that using these funds at this moment will be useful in Texas?
We are complying by the law that says that we need to do this, and that's what DHS is asking for.
How is this consistent with what President Biden pledged to do when he was elected, which is that he will not use any funds to use the border law? What will you tell?
Let's make this really clear. The facts are that this is not new, right? This is something that came from the last administration under the Republican leadership in fiscal year 2019, and we are required to do this. DHS is required to comply by the law. That's what we're doing here. And look, the president, he said this himself. He basically asked Congress to reappropriate the funds. They wouldn't do it. And so now we have to comply by the law. Now, this was something that was announced 6 months ago. DHS actually announced this 6 months ago. And so this is not new. This is actually not new.
Does help with the situation in Texas?
We believe that a border wall is not effective. You heard that from the president when your colleague Selena asked him directly. He said, we don't believe it's effective. We have asked Congress to actually help us, use these funds in smarter, more effective ways. That's what we've asked for. They refuse, but we're going to continue to ask for Congress, especially Republicans who are holding this back, to act.
If the border wall is ineffective, why is the Homeland Security Secretary saying that it's necessary to prevent unlawful entries into the United States?
I have not seen that full statement. I know. I hear you. I'm just saying I've not seen his full statement on that. What I can speak to is for the president. The president's been very clear that he doesn't believe it's effective. He answered that question of your colleague. That's what I can speak to. That's what we're going to talk about. And we've actually said there are smarter ways and more effective ways in dealing with this. And there are. And so the president said himself, he asked Congress to reappropriate this funds for something that is more effective, for ways to do this in a smarter way as it relates to border security measures. They refused. This was announced back in June, and now we're moving forward.
And he said in 2020 as a candidate, so after this law was passed in 2019, that there will not be another foot of wall constructed in my administration. How can you say that he's not breaking that promise?
Well, what I can say is that there's a law that the DHS is complying with. We believe in the rule of law, and that's what we're moving forward with. This was decided, as you just said, in 2019. I believe there was a different president in 2019, right? That was a Republican president who actually pushed this forward. The Republican leadership pushed this forward. And so now we're complying by the law. Let's not forget, this was 6 months ago. This was out there 6 months ago. I know you guys are asking me about this now, but this was actually not new, and this was done 6 months ago. Okay.
Yeah, but to piggyback on that, Corinne, I mean, there were a series of waivers put forth last night that expedite this process. And can you help us understand, essentially, is there a deadline in the law, or why is it that this has to be used up right now? Because you all have been not thus far using these funds. So to piggyback on Nandita's question, why not continue to slow walk this if philosophically you...
Because the answer there is we've asked Congress over and over again. The president said this, to reappropriate the funds. They said no. We have to comply by the law. That's what DHS is doing. As you asked me about the environmental laws that we had to deal with, we have to comply by the law, and which requires, because we have to comply by the law, which requires the agencies to use these funds for their appropriated purpose. Now, CBP will conduct environmental and cultural resource surveys of this project, and so certainly I would refer you to DHS and CBP on the specifics of that, and also the law itself. What I can tell you is that we have to comply by the law, and that's what we're doing, and that's what DHS is doing. Again, this was announced back in June, and this is how we're moving forward. And you heard directly from the president. His stance on the border wall has not changed. He does not believe it is effective. He's been very clear about that. Again, your colleague asked him directly, and his answer was no. Go ahead, JJ.
Has the government already contracted for this project?
I don't have any news about contracts for this project or how it's moving forward. I would have to refer you to DHS on that.
Ukraine speech, are you expecting it to be next week, early next week?
So I don't have anything new to share on the Ukraine speech specifically. But look, the president was very clear. He wants to give a major speech on this. And so when we have more information, certainly we will share it. Look, and you've heard me say this multiple times. You heard the president say this. There's strong bipartisan support from both chambers for protecting our national security by backing Ukraine as they continue to fight for their democracy, for their sovereignty, and resist the brutal invasion of Russian aggression, obviously, which has committed war crimes and atrocities and killed countless civilians and kidnapped thousands of children. We saw what's happening today in Ukraine at the grocery store, where we know at least 49 people have died. And that's horrific.
Keeping it muted a little for you guys just in case.
And
but
also I want to bring
even the Twitch is getting triggered.
Across the spectrum have
approach with
stressed
caution.
if we abandon the people of Ukraine and Russia is successful, it would send a terrible message and embolden dictators and would be aggressors around the world who may want to invade other countries. So which could draw the United States and create much more of a problem and an issue around the world. So that's that's why we have to continue, we believe, being behind the people of Ukraine.
You're getting a lot of rise right here. Again, both markets and then individual names. Remember, when bonds were up here, this was good. We need to get back to opening levels and hit a high. Again, 3M and a couple of things running.
It's not new, but to be clear that this was posted on the Federal Register overnight on October 4th. So, just to be clear about this, the president earlier today said that he was asked, does the border wall work? He said no. But in this statement that was posted within the last 24 hours, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary says there is presently an acute and immediate need to construct physical barriers and roads in the vicinity of the border of the United States in order to prevent unlawful entries into the United States. So who's right? The statement from the DHS Secretary overnight or the President's comments today saying they don't work?
So a couple of things. Yes, it showed up on the register today, but the announcement, this is not new. This is from 6 months ago.
Well, it is new because the waiving of the laws actually didn't happen.
But this is something that was out back, that the DHS was put out back in 6 months ago.
Well,
so
they announced. Did they waive the laws 6 months ago?
Well, what I'm saying is DHS announced this back in June that the agency would do so. They actually said that they would do that back in DHS.
Forward with it today, but the initial announcement was 6 months ago by waiving the laws. So that's what's new today. Understood. So
yes.
the statement when
Just
he
want
says
to make sure we're
presently
clear
was
on that.
filed. So when he said there is presently, are you saying when he says there is presently, he was referring to 6 months ago or referring to the date of which it was filed?
What I can tell you is DHS announced this back in June that they were going to move forward with this. That's what I can share with you. That's what I know is to be true and is to be fact. Look, I can speak for the president. The president said he was asked directly. He doesn't believe a border wall is effective.
Does he have a disagreement with his Department of Homeland Security Secretary?
What I can tell you, what the president, I want to tell you what the president said and what your colleague asked him. He said no, he doesn't believe that the border wall is effective.
Speaking in direct contradiction to what his own
I know,
Homeland Security Secretary
says. I hear you.
says.
I'm speaking for the president. I'm saying that he has said that he does not believe a border wall is effective. That's what he was asked. He has said that for some time now, and it still remains to be the case. He asked, right? He asked Congress multiple times. His team has asked Congress to reappropriate the funds. They refused to do that. We're going to comply by law.
You asked the president on our behalf then, in the absence of our ability to do that, whether he disagrees with the statement that there is presently an acute and immediate need to construct
I'm happy to
barriers.
take that back. I'm happy to take that back. Go ahead.
Again on the wall, Mexico's president is saying that the plans to move forward, quote, are contrary to what President Biden had been proposing. Has the president addressed this with Mexico? Have you guys? Has he?
He just addressed it in the Oval.
He's spoken to the Mexican leader.
I hear you, but that was just came out, right? I'm assuming that he just made that statement. Correct?
To him in advance.
You guys just saw him. He was meeting with his national security advisors, right, with the new chairman. So. First of all, you heard directly from the president. He said that he does not think a border wall is effective.
Like, come on.
So you heard directly from the president
on
that as the president of Mexico is speaking to, right? So you heard directly from the president. I don't have a call to read out. The president has been busy meeting with his national security team. I don't have a call to reach out. As you know, members of his team here at the White House they went down to Mexico. They did a delegation and went down there and had meetings. I don't have a call to read out from the president. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks, Green. As someone who spends a fair amount of time in the Oval Office with the president,
there's like kind of recent Disney news, like 20-30 minutes ago.
No, not at all.
It says they score rights for new arena golf. It might even be a little older.
Were you ever wary of being around him because of the biting incidents that you had heard about?
Absolutely not. And I've seen Commander many times. I was never worried, and I've never been bit by Commander.
The dog again.
Have any of the members of your staff?
What I can say, I don't have numbers
this is fucked.
of
the world is going to shit when we're talking about the White House dog biting people
any incidents
and them lying about
Commander. I do want to lay out.
Commander is the White House. I think Commander's the sub.
Alexander over at the First Lady's office, who's a communications director, and just to be clear here, and we want to make sure that folks understand, just in case you guys didn't see her statement here, and it goes as follows: the President and the First Lady care deeply about the safety of those who
Commander's
work at
the
White
other
House
dog.
and those who protect them every day.
They
remain grateful for the patience and support of the U.S. Secret Service and all involved as they continue to work through solution. Commander is not presently at the White House on the White House campus, and while next steps are evaluated. That was a statement that came out from the First Lady's office, and so I will certainly leave it there.
The dog got chopped Child support?
As it relates
That's
to
crazy.
me, I was never weary of a commander. I've seen him many, many times, and so I can only speak for
This
myself.
is what we
though,
listen for,
and
Chad,
I can't
right
speak
here.
to anything
The
else
heartbreaking
outside of
updates. That's what you
I'm
need to
surprised.
get
I've been bitten
to
by a dog. If there was a dog that had bitten 11 or 12 other people, I'd be a little nervous around that dog. Why weren't you?
I mean,
it's a stupid
I'm
question.
not sure why this has to do anything with me. I was just not nervous at all. So that is not a concern for me. That is not
This is so
something
stupid.
that I can't speak to anything else outside of what you have heard from.
Well, the market's
the First
rallying.
Lady's
Again,
office.
bonds aren't
And so I'll
running
just
there,
leave
but
it there.
SPY's doing
All
its own little thing here.
Do you want me to bring the dog into the briefing room? That should be fun.
No, they're trying to tell you they're scared of a dog that bit 11 people, and they got questions about it. But why would? That's not the solution.
You said, quoting the president, that he did not.
Oh, you
believe that a
scared of
wall was
Putin?
effective.
Let me bring him into this room.
And
Here,
you,
how about
in your
this?
own
Let me
words,
what?
said that it would be
It's
a
not. I
waste.
thought he saying.
I wonder if you could talk about why a wall is ineffective.
Before I
for
get
a
too
number of
crazy, I
different
gotta
reasons,
save that
whether
for the
it's
Twitch.
stopping
I gotta say that.
Stopping illegal migration. Obviously, the president has voted for the Secure Fence Act in 2006, specifically talking about how it would be effective in stopping drugs.
Well, we believe, so first of all, he was asked, do you believe, let me get the exact, do you believe, by your colleague Selena here, do you believe the border wall works? He said no, right? He answered that directly. So we believe there are more effective ways of dealing with this, dealing with the border security. And so, of course, we have repeatedly asked Congress to make sure that CBP have the resources they need to do their jobs. And we think there are other ways to do that, whether it's smarter, more effective border security measures. And so, like border technology, we believe that works when you modernize that, and also land ports of entry. We believe that's what works to deal with border security. And so we've been very clear. The president's been very clear about this. He doesn't believe the border wall is effective, and that has not changed. That has not changed. We are complying by the law. DHS is complying by the law. That's an appropriation that came from fiscal year 2019 under the last administration, Republican leadership, and that's what you're seeing now.
I just want to follow up with a question about the letter that Governor Pritzker sent earlier this week. He asked for one person in the White House who deals with the president to be a coordinator for border issues, for irregular migration and how it's impacting some of these big cities. What's the White House response to this idea that he needs one person, because it sounds like he thinks that there's more coordination that needs to be happening?
So here's the thing. There are multiple folks here who deal who have been in touch with governors across the country on this issue. You have the Intergovernmental Affairs Office, which is led by Tom Perez, and so that is someone who has kind of led these conversations with these governors and talks to them pretty regularly about the issues that they're having, an array of issues, not just this. And there are multiple other people that have been in touch with governors across the country. Look, let's not forget we provided $1 billion to those
Buddy's
counties,
dying.
states, cities.
Again, it's
who are
another
dealing
one
with
added
this
to the
issue,
list
right?
of Pepsi,
And
Coca-Cola,
so
but like
we've
Budweiser,
been,
it's dying
very,
right now. I'm checking
very
news,
engaged,
but
whether
that's
the
it's only
governor
down
in
0.6
Illinois
on
or
the day.
governor in New
So
York,
they weren't reacting to
on how
Coca-Cola and
on
Pepsi
how
earlier.
To move forward to really deal with the issues that they're dealing with on the ground in an effective way, and so that's what we're going to continue to do. It is an issue that's incredibly important to this president, and that's how we're going to continue to move forward, have those engagements, have those conversations, and figure out what ways the federal government can help them on the ground. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks, Karine. Two questions. One is about Commander. Are there more dogs of the first family in the White House complex, or not? I just wanted to find out if there's more dogs.
I mean, it was just Commander that was here on campus, as I just mentioned. He's not on the
Question
White
that
House
has to
at
do
the time.
with the Darien Gap down in Central America. There's a lot of talks between, apparently the government of Panama is making a complaint today against the government of Colombia for not stopping up all the migration that is going through that area and apparently damaging all the natural environment there. I was wondering if the U.S. is considering any action to help either Panama or Colombia to manage the migration flow.
I only see headlines on Budweiser
So I don't have
from
any
yesterday.
New policy announcement to
Again,
make
it's
at
still
this
going
time,
down
but
there.
As you know, the president has had
Chad's posting a couple of things.
and his team, right?
Modelo continues to
whether it's
win. No,
DHS or
everything's
State
older.
Department diplomatic conversations with folks in the region. As you know, when it comes to migration, it is a regional issue, not just at the border in the south. And so we have consistently continued to have those conversations, those diplomatic conversations. As you know, he brought more than 20 countries to the U.S. out west in the West Coast, as you all know, to have those conversations on how we can work together. There was a declaration that was put forward on ways that we can move forward in dealing with this migration issue that we see in the region. I don't have anything
You see a
new
Financial
to
Times
read out, new
article on
policies
it?
to read out today. Good.
Thanks, Frank. Just a couple on the border. First, on the timing, I understand that you've said this is in the
I don't
works.
see that
but
one yet.
You've been out for 6 months, but
It
specifically
wouldn't be
on
opinion,
this
but
notice coming
it's
out
really
last
weird
night,
though, because
is
like
it at all related
Coca-Cola
to
and
the funding
Pepsi are
request,
down. They were
for
the
Ukraine that the
outperformer,
administration has
low
been
key
pushing
on the
for,
day.
Given what some House Republicans
That's why
are
it's like
saying
they're
that
slipping.
They want border
So this
money
is
right now.
big
They want
because
more
that means
focus on
something
border
might have
security.
changed.
Is this some sort of we will put this
Bud
out
Light
now
is
so we
Crown
can
Corona.
make more of an effort to get
I have an
Ukraine
article about
Look,
that
I
in
wouldn't connect the two.
Modelo
I
from like
think,
8 o'clock.
Again, the president has said multiple times as answering why now, the president multiple times has asked Congress to appropriate these funds. They wouldn't do it. And so we're moving forward.
Yeah, it's still going.
This is nothing
It might
new.
be
This was
either way.
announced
You're
by
going to have to
DHS
figure
about
that out.
6
It's
months
moving.
ago,
I put
back
out a
in
stream
June,
alert, no
and that
play on it,
continues to
but
stay the case.
this looks
Look,
like
as it
you've already
relates
dropped
to
$3,
the border,
but like I'm saying,
and,
pull this chart out.
what Republicans
They
are
were,
asking
again,
for,
Coca-Cola, Pepsi dead,
we believe
and they were
one
doing good.
action should not, one
So
action
very
should
weird.
not
No,
be
something probably
dependent on
happened.
another action. It should not be. We've been very clear. In August, the president told Congress we needed up to 4,000 more troops to support border operations, resources, equipment, and overtime to support the operations of 24,000 more customs and border protection, 39,000 more detention beds, new technology to prevent cartels from moving fentanyl. And Republicans failed. They failed to act. And in fact, as I mentioned earlier this week, there were 2 weeks ago, they put forth a CR that proposed cutting the DHS to 8%, which would remove law enforcement at the border, which would make our border less secure. And so, those two things, Ukraine funding, and that should not be linked. We have seen bipartisan support in both chambers for Ukraine funding, and that's what we believe we should be moving forward and continuing that funding for Ukraine. And we've been asking the GOP, House Republicans in particular, hey, to take action, right? To take action in helping us become partners with us in dealing what is happening currently at the border.
You've said many times that the president many times has asked Congress to cancel or shift these funds toward more effective uses at the border. How has he specifically done that? Has that been through formal budget or funding requests? When did that happen?
So I don't have the exact timeline of when those happened. Can we get that? I certainly can ask our Office of Leg Affairs. Certainly his team works on that, and so I'll ask the Office of Leg Affairs.
And this appropriated funding from 2019, does that have an expiration date?
I don't have the timeline or the date on if there's an expiration. I would refer you to DHS on that particular question. But again, we are complying by the law on this.
Could there be future border projects from the same amount allocation of funding that was appropriated in 2019? I mean, is this the end of it?
Look, I don't know about any additional funding from the fiscal 2019. I can speak to this right now as it relates to the structure that we are being compelled by law to have to deal with. Anything specifically about border or what's next or how they're moving, I would certainly refer it to DHS.
And real quick, back on Commander, where exactly is Commander the dog right now? Is he in Wilmington?
I'm not going to go beyond saying that he's no longer on campus.
Why?
Get Phil in the back.
Thank you. You've reiterated that the president's position is consistent when it comes to the border wall. His DHS secretary previously said in 2021 he was against the border wall.
I can't believe it.
As plenty of my colleagues have pointed out, he has recently said that there's an acute.
I think I have a video clip of the first time they brought up the dog on the press conference, and I lost
will
it.
The president or
the
has
fact
the
that this is
president
happening
required,
again. And with so many more questions,
evolution?
we just got a follow-up question on
What
Commander.
evolution of? Well, you just heard from the president. I'm not going to get into
it. Is. I mean, I was just telling the twit. It is just weird, man. I mean, at the end of the day,
you just heard from the president. He was asked directly the question.
The situation of Commander is lacking truth, but then again, it is the White House dog. But I don't know.
Shot down a Turkish drone that was nearing American forces in Syria.
So we did see those reports
It's
as
so
I was walking
weird,
out
dude.
here.
I can't.
I would have to certainly confer with the National Security.
It was like a year
Council.
ago.
I just don't have anything to share.
I have the clip, man. I have the clip
meantime,
from like a year ago, and it was like the first time the dog was biting people in the White House, and then they like kicked him out and got a new dog, and like they were asking him about that. They were like, "Yo, why is the dog biting people?" And it was just hilarious.
The same issue
and then they were like, "He's not biting people. It was just like nibbles or something." Like they try to downplay it, and then they got a new dog, and we didn't hear about it. But now it's just Commander's coming back into the narrative somehow. Unless Commander is code for something, but either way, it's hella weird.
Research and look into that.
Super is funny, but I'm like, I can't. I don't know how to comprehend it myself. So
has put out a new congressional map for Alabama that appears to create a new voting rights opportunity district. Is the White House aware of that, and do they have any comment on that?
So the president believes the right to vote and have that vote counted is sacred and fundamental. It is the right from which all of our other rights spring. A few months ago, the Supreme Court's ruling confirmed the basic principle that voting practices should not discriminate on account of race. We're glad to see that process result in a federal court selecting a map that allows all the people of Alabama to have their voices heard. Go ahead, Christina.
Corinne, I understand you're saying that DHS is complying with the law, but to do so, the president is not keeping his promises or his commitments to the immigrant community, to environmentalists, because he's waiving environmental laws to build this wall. Is there
I
any
have the date.
concern that he's not keeping
August
his
7th,
promises?
2022.
The president is always working to keep his campaign promises. You've seen that.
So the
in
last
many
time
other
we heard about
policies and issues
Commander,
that he's worked on. He's complying by
we
law.
were right here.
He's following. Certainly, we believe in.
This is where the market was.
And
we
that's
were a
what
little bit
he's
lower
doing
than
here.
today.
It is
August
as
2nd,
simple as
2022. That was the initial
border
press
issue? 'Cause
conference.
It does look
Again,
like
I have the stream clip.
on a
I have the
promise.
stream.
He's been very clear. He even took the step to ask Congress to reappropriate the funds. That's how much he did not want these appropriated funding to be used, right? And so,
well, market was bullish then bearish after Commander.
That step,
so
they wouldn't do it. Now
some of
DHS
you are
is complying
interested
by the
in
law.
those technicals.
We're following the law
I
here.
have
It's
those
as
for
simple
you.
as that.
I
We're
got you,
following
baby.
the law. Go ahead.
On the, you mentioned the Pfizer healthcare strike, and the UAW strike is still going on. At what point does that become a problem for the president in terms of whether it's starting to have a negative effect
Wait,
on the
827.
economy overall, and will he speak out about that?
I mean, the president went to Michigan.
No, so
very
we were right
recently,
here,
just
actually.
Last week.
Oh, shit.
A week ago, actually.
So, yeah, it's more
To show
precarious.
his support and to stand in solidarity
I
with
jumped a
union
week
workers.
ahead.
And
I'll play the
that is-
clip
he
after
did that
this is
because
done.
He believes that unions have the collective bargaining rights to ask for fair pay and fair benefits. They should be able. You hear the president
Trump
talk about this
considers
often,
visit to
the
U.S.
dignity-
Capitol
dignity of work.
amid race for speech.
Having
Is
that
he
dignity
allowed to
be
go
able
in the
to
Capitol?
provide for their family.
Maybe that's
and
the
he
weird.
believes,
Like he could be
as it relates
president,
to
but I don't. Is he
UAW,
allowed to like
record
step on the
profits,
Capitol? How is that
should
going to
lead
work?
A record contract.
That
is
seems like a
something that
wild
the president
statement.
has been very
but
consistent
I'm like,
on.
wait a minute. That's
And
he's like,
so,
yeah.
and
Yeah, is
same
he allowed
for
or
the
that?
Kaiser,
Did they ban
union,
that for yet or no?
workers. They have the right to strike, and they have the right to do.
He's just
collective
going on the
bargaining,
tour,
which we have
you
seen
know?
in multiple instances in the past
He's just
several
signing
months
up for the
that when
tour,
both
going
sides
with
come
everybody through
together
that. He's like, what?
in a good faith effort, that there's a win-win situation. And so the president is always going to be proud of being the most pro-union president ever. He has said that. That's a label that has been given to him by unions, and that's because he's done everything he can to make sure that union workers are certainly respected and have that dignity, and he's going to continue to speak up for them. That is something he will never back away from.
But at what point does that become a problem if it creates a drag on the economy?
I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals here. What I can tell you is that the president is the most pro-union president for a reason, because he believes that union workers have the right to ask for fair pay and fair benefits. And it is something that they have the fundamentally right to fight for and to ask for. And so, again, he stood very proudly in taking a historic action, going to an active picket line to really speak on behalf of union workers.
Thank you, Corinne. There is a Senate delegation going to China next week. I wonder if the White House is going to give them any advice or guidance, and if the president will talk to them before or after their trip.
So we've been in touch with Senator Schumer's, Leader Schumer's office about the upcoming Senate delegation, as you just mentioned, that trip, and we support certainly their engagement in the region. So we would have to refer you specifically to Leader Schumer. We certainly support their trip to the region.
We do support the trip to the region.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
You're up here.
You're
throwing me off.
This is the LA Times seat, my old seat.
Okay. All right. You're Mr. LA Times?
I do.
Okay.
I do. My hometown paper.
Okay, don't tell time.
Corinne got a little more swag today.
So I'm President Biden's first day in office.
You feel like you're losing brain cells listening to this? Well, listen, I did this to the Twitch chat, so I'll just tell you, if you were losing brain cells by listening to this, you were losing brain cells before this. You can't blame this. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, you have to address the source of the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I got hurt today, you got, like, sometimes you get sore in one muscle, but it's connected to the other muscle. You know, so you got to make sure that, you know, there's nothing else preventing brain cell loss prior to listening. Otherwise, it's not an effective study.
Spent 2.5 years was part of it.
I said the same thing to the Twitch, just a lot crazier. So, and they know. So I gave them. I'm giving you the light version for giving a similar comment.
What came out of that review?
I feel like it's fair.
So don't have an answer on that review that you're asking about from the first day of the president's administration. But I will also add that
all I'm saying is, amor fati, keep your peace. You control your attitude. The most important part of the armor is the helmet. If you let things get in your head and bother you, then that's it. The rest of the armor doesn't matter. That's why in first-person shooters, you get one shot to the head. You know, I don't know if you ever played Halo.
In the last
you know what I'm saying?
Years. And so the president took
I
that
do
very
contradict
seriously.
myself a lot. I'm a hypocrite as well.
It was his first piece of legislation, right? That's how
Mr.
seriously
Non-hypocrite
he
who
took
doesn't
it.
contradict himself.
I'm
nervous that I have encountered you today. I never thought I would meet my match. So I feel you. But the thing I do also do is I post every day, every single day, unfiltered, and you will hear right or wrong, and I will show up and I will stand in it. So if I could be contradicted, if I could be wrong or right, it's because I am here to even be held accountable to any such degree. So I love you and God bless you. Amen.
Since May, we have
I want to play Halo now too.
We have returned or sent away or sent back more than 300,000 migrants.
We're both wrong and right. One day I will be like you and only right.
So
I look forward to that day. Until then, I accept my fate.
And that shows a commitment in making sure that we try to work in a system that is broken.
Either way, you eat your own cooking.
Go ahead, in the back. Go ahead.
Thanks, Kareem. The Supreme Court is beginning.
They do have Halo on Roblox.
This court has been known in the last couple of years to upend precedent on issues that this White House very much cares about. Can you talk about how you all are viewing this Supreme Court term and what you're specifically doing to prepare, given there's so many cases with issues that I know you all are watching?
So we're always going to watch what the Supreme Court does. We don't ever know until they actually make their decisions. But certainly we're going to keep a close eye on what they're going to take up.
They have it.
And how
they
that's
have
going
a Halo
to affect
version.
the American people.
Just like they had the 2K, they got it for Halo.
If
some of y'all really having withdrawals.
A look at, but of course, we're always curious and always going to be certainly focused on what the Supreme Court take up.
Acting Secretary Sue and Gene Sperling were assigned to work on the UAW strike. Are they still in Washington, or have they gone to Michigan at this point?
So I don't have anything new
dollars
about
still, bonds are
any
chill.
engagement.
This last little
from,
move here,
the secretary
again,
or,
SPY, like we said, it needs
James
to catch
Burnley
up more.
as
But
it
now,
relates to UAW.
I think SPY and
Certainly,
bonds are
if we have anything
both
to share,
right
we
below
will do
lows.
that. Okay, way in the back. Way in the back. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. Two questions on the border wall. First, just to clarify, the White House says that it's doing this only because it has to, no other reason, like a surge in border crossings or pressure from other Democratic leaders?
DHS was required to use.
I mean, Coca-Cola. There's a lot there in terms of the beverages.
That's
Constellation had bad earnings. There was something else.
And we're going to continue to call
again,
on
and then
Congress to take
Budweiser
action
just
to
started
work with us
dropping,
on
but
dealing,
Pepsi,
with border
Coca-Cola, they were
security to
down
make
a
sure
lot.
that
I
we
think it
find
could be
smart ways
Stellantis
and more
or
effective ways
Constellation,
to
but
deal
they had
with
good
the border.
earnings. It
And
was just a
that's what
little
we're doing.
softer. They raised their guidance, but
and that's what we're going to continue to work on.
a lot of
We've done that as
There's
recently
one more
as
thing I'm
this
forgetting.
past August. We've asked for $4 billion in supplemental funding to
Grom.
deal with the border.
On the low.
And we need Congress here. We need Congress to work with us on dealing with the issue that's happening at the border.
Why is the administration waiving laws to expedite construction if the border wall is ineffective?
I answered that question a couple times already. I'll answer it one more time for you. This is something that the DHS
City on the
had to
high
take a
win.
step
The whole high
forward
ticker is running
in
right now.
compliant with the law.
Literally, low ticker just freezed. XLF on the high, and now you're going up. But if anything, the dollar's
As
there.
a candidate,
Oh, Peter.
President Biden didn't say there will not be another foot of wall constructed that except what was appropriated in 2019. He said there will not be another foot of wall constructed in my administration. So something changed. What?
You want us to break the law? Is that what you want? You want us to not comply with the law?
I'm not.
But you want us to not comply with the law. You want us to not be in administrations that follow the
You
rule
guys
of law.
do this all the time. The student loans, the student loan forgiveness program. You went to court to fight for that. If this is such a problem, building 20 miles of wall, why not just go to court?
We went to Congress. The Congress appropriates the funding.
Why not?
Congress appropriates
Good
the funding.
question. Good
We asked them to not use that funding for that particular purpose. They denied it, and now we're complying with the law.
If you have to build a border wall, but you don't think that it's going to work.
Yeah,
then
dollar's
once it's
hitting a
done,
new
are you just gonna
low.
tear it
So
down?
again,
I'm not
bonds
getting
and
into hypotheticals
stocks.
here.
Now
I'm just
stocks
telling
are
you
lower,
what
or
I can
excuse
tell
me,
you
bonds
from here.
are.
The facts are
Stocks are right
that
at
the
open.
DHS is
Dollar is
complying with the
lower
law.
than open, which
This
is
from
good.
fiscal year-
But
this
then
was under
bonds
fiscal year
are still right there at the
2019
level.
under Republican leadership, and
So
DHS is required
honestly,
to do
there's
this.
there's
The
a little bit of
president
gap
asked
on
multiple
today.
times of
Either
Congress
leaving
to
room for tomorrow, or by
reappropriate.
end
They
of the
did
day,
not, and we're
something's
not
going to
complying
close
by the
up.
law. Thanks, everybody.
It's anti-democratic to blackball all these newspapers.
So it's anti-democratic. Yeah, I'm getting off of this, man. Look at that. Wasn't that bad? Wasn't that bad, Chad? Not too bad. A lot of border questions today in Commander. That was still mind-blowing. That was still I can't believe that. That's hilarious. I am the law. Come on. Bad Chad is fun to say. You're bad Chad. It's okay. It's a little sadistic, but that's good. You guys weren't too bad. Honestly, I think it was nice. We had a couple of talks, even in the Twitch. I mean, at this point, I think even then, I'll tell you something. Every like 0.5% more that the bonds go up, or 0.25%, people are going to even care less about politics. Because I don't know, in a weird way, I think that every time the rates have some pressure, I feel like it's just harder to get political in finance world by everybody. So at the very least, again, you had a lot of different issues there, but again, they were talking about the border a lot. Surprising, maybe we came in late. You didn't hear much about the speaker, but for the most part now, I think bonds, that's it. I don't think normal people, maybe though. Again, the more economic pressure, don't ever underestimate the pocketbook voters. They've been chill for the last couple of years, but, economic pressure dictates a lot of things at the same time. We just haven't really had to deal with it. LMT in the long term? No. I had an opportunity even a while ago, and I didn't take it. I don't know. I might have a tiny bit in the big one, but I can't touch it unless it goes back to like 2018 prices. It's not bad, but I think like because I even thought they were overvalued in 2018. I think everybody would ask me the same thing around then, but I don't know how I feel about them. Just price-wise, I like them as a company, but I don't like them even at 335. I was skeptical of them. But that's just because, again, government contracts, you already know how much they're going to make over the next 5-10 years, and then assuming they don't have liability. Yeah, Disney off the bottom. It's weird how Disney, people are talking about Disney right now, because it sounded really bad in the morning. It hit another low. I feel like the first 50 messages in the morning were Disney at the low, so be careful. You guys remember that price, right? It's like 87 or 88. I still think it applies. Or which one? Or was it 82? Yeah, I think 80. Don't get excited till like 82, and you got to like hold it. But even then, it's tied to everything else. No reason on the pop. If anything, the bonds recovered earlier, and they bonds went up to the open. SPY was well off of the open. Then bonds gave up, SPY gave up, and then all of a sudden SPY came back up, and now bonds are still lagging, and then they're right at open, and then all the while the dollar. So if you wanted to find a macro pin the tail on the donkey, the dollar has steadily been going down as we have been able to recover a little bit. So, and like I've been saying, though, at the same time, dollar down, it's good, but it's not like it's down a lot. Look at where we are in the last 2 weeks, and, one bad data, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week, you're going to be breaking 30 if it's there. I like Coca-Cola, but at the same time, their yield is below the bonds right now. So you're getting 3.4, almost a little bit more than half of the current yield. So it's not there, and I think our purchase price is like another 5% lower or so. So I like the low 50s on that one, but at the same time, even then, low 50s, it yields 4%. Dude, if I could buy Mar-a-Lago for $18 million, I would, hands down. But that's not going to get sold. If he does get in trouble and they do auction it, someone's going to buy it, but you have to get on an approved list of bidders. It's harder than you think, unfortunately. So just like honestly, I mean, if some of you is there a company that went bankrupt that hasn't had an auction yet? Like, you guys know you could sign up for that shit. And like if you could qualify, it takes a process. You got to do proof of funds and a lot of other things. But it's possible, but not really probable for general public, even relatively big investors. Bed Bath, they already sold it. That's how Overstock got it. SVB, because Jamie Dimon got the best parts of it, or who else did? Or was it California? Who was that person? FRFCNA or something like that. CFFCNA, whatever the ticker was. Would you buy Commander the dog? He seems like an attack dog. I'd be down. Yeah, the Disney news was from the morning. TTCAF, they're bankrupt. If they haven't auctioned off yet, if they haven't gone through the process, you could register. It would be possible. Maybe Rite Aid, if they go through the process, we could walk away with a store or something. Maybe should we try to buy the name? Some farmer's gonna buy it. If you could find the weird, obscure thing, we could do it just for fun. If we find a BK company that's like big name, we should just try to buy something random of it. But you do have to go through a lot of hoops, but it might be worth it. You should get hella Sudafed. Okay. Someone arrest this man. The fuck's wrong with you? And why do you think in the bankruptcy auction, next order of business, Sudafed inventory? We gonna start the bidding off at $1. Anybody what? Do you really think? No, you ain't. I don't think that it's categorized even in Sudafed. I don't even think the inventory is not the assets we're looking to auction off. If they did, they'd do it all as once. But oh man, Breaking Bad vibes. Yeah, bro. Really trying to be Heisenberg. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, 52-week low. Man, they're killing value, bro. The bonds. This is so much like, where was it? This was the beginning of 2021. Yeah, so Coca-Cola, again, we got it in here. We got it in the 50s. That's why I'm like, if it still has 5% more to drop. I was saying 10 earlier, but it's already come down a little bit more. We should buy Rite Aid entirely. I mean, if there's a way to get around the debt, or if in the process somebody buys the debt, but it'd be hard. But if you could buy off, you have a better chance of taking a piece. I think that would be more likely. If you could get the right piece with the right debt asset associated to it, you could actually walk away with something. Again, there's big money in bankruptcy. If you're able to go through and buy assets, like, you'd be surprised. Again, that's what happens all the time. People even buy companies before they fail just to literally scale it for parts or sell it off for parts. It goes a long way. But I don't think we could buy all of it. Some of it, I think, is possible. I don't know what piece, what portion, but there. And then again, the good parts, though, people fight for them. Well, either way, I think we know, though, no matter what, either we get a big, it looked ugly here. If we broke through 42.22, even today, if that ends up happening, I think that's very negative if that occurred. Other than that, though, we're just still in the vacuum. Enjoy the vacuum. Enjoy it while it lasts. Again, eventually, I think markets will go up without bonds, and we're going to stop responding to the macro. But in the meantime, data and potential next clapping of rates is still on the table. Is this because they're believing higher for longer? The reason Coca-Cola lows due to more people moving to cash? No, I think Coca-Cola, it's also related to the industry. It's one related to bonds. Again, any dividend blue chip has to compete with bonds. That's one thing, especially if you're anticipating higher rates. Then you had earnings from Constellation. They did good. They beat on EBITDA, and then their revenue gain was small, and they had a raise on guidance, but there's some things that were good, some things that were bad. There's another thing, I think, even related to Pepsi and another one. But there's a couple of things that happen in, like, just food industry and even consumer. Oh, and then the Walmart stuff this morning about consumers' habits. The CEO is literally, I don't know, how are they able to do that? The CEO in the morning of Walmart was talking about how they track clients and they notice that they buy less food because of Ozempic. So but there's just a lot of negative consumer. Again, even yesterday, negative retail consumer in Europe, but all around that mixed with the bonds, the credit risk, and then even like Constellation, just not the best, not the worst. It wasn't, I think that's all kind of compounded. Even Bud started to sell off a little bit more. Yeah, he said it. He said literally Ozempic is stopping people. Even the maker of Pringles and Cheez-Its said that they noticed Ozempic is changing it. The Walmart CEO said that people are buying less calories. That's what they're doing. Again, they're shopping. And it makes sense because, yeah, they have the pharmacy, but that's why I'm like, how are you able to track those people under HIPAA unless they're opting into it. But they're like, we'll give you $4.99 off. But if you opt in, but like literally that's what they're doing. They have a pharmacy and then they have the store and they're tracking these people who are on Ozempic. Again, I brought this up like 2 months ago, but it was like a funny comment that was being mentioned in financial news. It was just like, it wasn't like too like, oh my gosh. But then the Walmart CEO is like, yeah, we've been tracking them. And we've noticed there is a lower calorie demand. People are buying less calories. He moving like, is that legal? I think if they opt into it, and they probably did, that's not the issue. The issue isn't how they did it. That's just a little side comment. The issue, and that's where it's like, again, you're looking at these. There's a lot. You got to juggle right now to explain why Coca-Cola is down. There's a lot of different reasons, but the real issue is that they're seriously saying, and then somebody even today dropped some info on them saying, what do they say? Walmart's going to try to even shift some of the store to like healthier stuff because of this, but like legitimately they are like Ozempic is causing people to buy less Coca-Cola, Pringles, chips. Again, literally there's a new weight loss drug that is swept across America. Made the company that made it is now bigger than the GDP of the country that they're in. And all these Americans are taking Ozempic. It's gone. It's very popular. It also has a health application that is the main reason for it, but it results in people eating less. And that's at least what people have talked about and speculated. And now it's gone to the point where the CEO of Walmart is saying that this weight loss drug is causing people to buy less food. Literally Coca-Cola, Pringles, Cheez-Its, all that stuff. You're taking as economic relief, take this and cut your food costs. I don't think so. You got it's a prescription drug. It's prescribed, I'm pretty sure, and it's like, it's not everybody takes it for weight loss. It's it's effective for what it was made for, diabetes. So it's like, I don't think there's economic relief element. If anything, there's more cosmetic, where people would be down to do it. So that's what it is. One here today, baby. God bless you. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to members. That's what I'm talking about. We'd love to see it. Mr. Dunkley. Ozempic or economy sucks and people can't afford junk food. I mean, the Ozempic one makes more sense because I feel like if the economy sucks, like, people could only afford junk food. That's the thing. Usually, like, junk food is great and some better than others, but for the most part, the 99-cent stuff shouldn't take a hit, even though nothing is 99 cents anymore. Damn, $1.75 or $1.49. Well, that's why they probably brought up the tracking, is because I think they don't want you to think it's the economy. That's why they're like, we tracked these people who went into our pharmacy and bought only one bottle of Coke instead of a 12-pack. Again, this is the store that sells in mass. They got cheap cereal at Walmart, too. Remember we had that cereal discussion? They got the bags of cereal, I think, still. NVIDIA's on the high. MRT, damn, what? Oh, no way. They hit us with that, bro. That shit went up 10% today? Oh, I'm going to vomit. Not really, but that was GG. At least the idea worked. So I guess the short term didn't help there. Get a little best of both worlds. I hate to say you're wrong about that, but parents should not be buying Fritos instead of chicken. Less disposable income. Hey, man, you may have good parents, but at the end of the day, you're going to eat whatever you could get. And whatever you could get the most of, if we're talking economic problem, there's one point, if you have to substitute, you might be getting ahead of it and looking ahead, but, that's not the same as like, okay, if you really saw flat out demand, like, I think people are going to go for the cheapest alternatives, but like you're going to want food. Yeah, like even ramen, a lot of sodium, but that could feed you for a while for really cheap. Costco, just go to Costco, bro. That's the answer. Yeah, Ozempic, that's the problem with NVO. The problem with NVO is that they're not going to be able to keep up with demand. Even though they've exploded off of it, literally, that's why, like, again, there's competitors and other ones, but the next couple of years now, they need to catch up to the demand. Otherwise, they're still, if Ozempic don't kill anybody in the next, you know what I'm saying? And Ozempic keeps up like this until it becomes hydroxycut, you know, it's going to be nuts. It's the new Purdue Pharma. That's the thing. I don't know. I mean, maybe we should ask the Chad how hard is it to get Ozempic? Like, again, some of you guys are on it, but, like, I think that's the real decider if that turns into Purdue 2.0. Because they really, like, I don't know how you get it. It's one thing about demand, but it's like, I don't think you just get it if you're like, I want to lose weight. I don't think they give it to you. I think you have to have some reasoning. But then again, like, you could just go probably on Teledoc and they'll give it to you if you answer the questions, kind of like a medical marijuana card, you know? So I don't know. I feel like it has similarities if you go to the, like, similarities of weed, if you go to, like, the people who are getting into the business, but then I don't think, like, general practitioners or, like, your primary care doctor, if you don't have a history, are they prescribing it to you like candy? Like, that's the thing. Cuz, like, even at one point, like, bro, you know, they used to hand out Xanax. How do you think fucking all the rappers figured out to do that? There was the 5 years before you heard about Xanax in rap songs. It was the same, just like anything else, like Purdue, but it's the same type. It just didn't have the same growth, or they nubbed it out before it turned into any other, like, the other opiates. But I know we have a lot of people in here who've gotten it. So if you got it, was it because you had diabetes, or did you just tell them that you wanted? Did you just tell them that you wanted it? Your insurance wouldn't approve it because I don't have diabetes, but would the doctor give it to you? Most won't cover unless it's diabetes. So but then you could still get it. So is the doctor willing to give it to you? But then their insurance is like, we're not paying for it. They probably started prescribing it for obese, but then you would have to be, like, prescribed, like, morbidly obese or something, to the point where it would have to be deemed necessary. Doctor could still write it. You have to pay out of pocket. No way. So it is easy to get. You could get it off label for cash. Okay, this is getting sketchy. You put cash in quotation marks, you put off label in quotation marks. Hold on, sir. Okay, maybe we'll end the discussion. But no, I'm kidding. That's crazy. So then all that matters is how to pay for it. That's all. That's wild. There's Wegovy and, like, one other, but that's the whole, they have, like, a 10-year monopoly on it, I'm pretty sure. The only thing that's going to stop them, if literally that news report today, if we find out Ozempic, like, you know, makes you grow like a third stomach or something, then we're fucked. But other than that, you know, they have a nice little exclusive monopoly for a little bit. That's it. We don't know what it's going to do. Like, bro, you don't read. There's already crazy, like, side effects that people. Man, nobody. This ain't, and we ain't talking about the something that's getting mandated to you, bro. We're talking about something that's gonna make you skinny, something that's gonna get America, bro. We've run on Dunkin' and we've run on weight loss medication. We have been waiting for. I've said this the first time I told you about Ozempic, man. I'm telling you, they don't care, bro. So far, they don't care about what was it? They had Ozempic face. They said they were pooping in their beds. It don't matter. Again, and it helped a lot of people who actually needed it. That's the crazy part. You can't take that away. That's how it started. But, you know, again, if, like we're saying, no insurance, but anybody will give it to you, then, I mean, they love it for weight loss, bro. Yeah, 25 pounds down. Yeah, you know, he's like, man, if I have to poop, so be it, baby. I was going to get wrinkles anyway. I'm going to be at 50 pounds by week number 3. I've only been to the gym for 10 minutes to look over. I just looked over the brochure. I'm loving this Ozempic, baby. So I feel, bro, that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of people. They love it no matter what. No matter what. You're on semaglutide. Drop 40 pounds. Don't need blood pressure meds anymore. Well, there you go. Remember Metabolife pills? No, what was in the pills? I remember the Metabolife. Who are you hanging out with? Where they have Metabolife pills? I did not. I remember the Hydroxycut. The Hydroxycut I remember very vividly. I remember Hydroxycut was the rage. Even like my foreign aunts knew about it, straight out of Egypt, bro. They knew about Hydroxycut. I think even my grandma, and she didn't even speak English, bro. It was just Hydroxycut. That was the one that was there. Ephedra, yeah. So that's why they had to do ephedra-free Hydroxycut. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hydroxycut was legit, but then they found out that, ephedrine was just not really what you wanted to be given to people, especially once they found out it made them lose weight too. It was, yeah, dude, it was a stimulant. Yeah, and then we haven't moved out of the range here. Again, the issue now, bonds are a little higher, or SPY's a little higher than the bonds. I keep saying that. But dollar is a good sign for now, but you got a little bit of gap that's either going to close itself, work itself out today, or it's going to go from there. Oh, damn. See, bro, I got to look at this, though. Stacy. I look over at my email. She gave us the testimonial. Bro, this was her after 9 months. I'm not trying to promote this, but y'all are both defending it. This is like a testimonial. But low-key, she said 9 months of semaglutide. She said she had to go through stuff, and then boom. 9 months. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. She said no Ozempic face, though. That's what she was trying to highlight. She said it's bullshit. Not bad. All right, I'll take it. Now you got everybody. That's two separate people. No, yeah, Stacy's in the Twitch. You take that up with her, bro. You take that up with her. Did she say she's paralyzed? Yeah, dude. Stacy, you guys didn't even know, bro. Stacy, the street luging and everything. Stacy's gone through a lot, man, and she been holding it down. And she in the chat, bro, all day. Been showing love for years, too, bro. A very real one. And she keeps it real. I love she keeps it real even in her opinions, the agreements, the disagreements. She holds it down for the Twitch there, too. You guys are lucky to even have her, man. She hold it down, baby. God bless you. Chad, Stacy. I think it's Chad. Stacy from the Chad. Yeah, it's Stacy. Did you just say, how do you recommend to your wife? Oh, dude. I hope you're not unmuted. If I say your name right now, bro, that's awful, bro. He's like, all right, man, maybe my wife should get Ozempic. What's wrong with you, bro? What's wrong with you, man? I think all of y'all should. I don't know. I don't like taking things. But at the same time, if you don't need it, then I don't know. But that's still, again, you hear a lot. This is the new wave of America, though. That it's Ozempic is the one thing that has been hard to deny in the last couple years. And if you don't like this discussion, that's your fault, because we've talked literally. If you've heard this discussion at any time of these drugs, bro, we've been bringing this up for a minute now, and it's like, bro, this is better than NVIDIA. You got to think it's better than NVIDIA. That's the craziest part. No, man, if you get your wife Ozempic I don't know, some might like it or not. That's a very tough gift. I don't know. I would not recommend that. That's all on you, bro. That's all on you. If you got somebody Ozempic for a gift, I don't know how that's going to play out. I really don't. They're either going to love it or hate it. I told you, though, my mom literally asked me if I was on Ozempic. I was like, damn, I need a maybe I got to go back to benching 225. My mom just called me a little skinny little boy. I said, what? My mom, she said, I know you're doing it. How you lose weight? No, come on. It's too much. You lose too much. I was like, what? Yeah, she really said that. She really accused me of Ozempic. It was the first time I've been accused by my mom in a minute. And it wasn't over like a hookah tip being heroin. She was like, you took Ozempic. Huh? I was like, no, what? How do you gain access? Listen, man, I don't know. Y'all got to figure it out. I was asking out of genuine curiosity. Y'all keep asking me more questions, sending me more fucking testimonials. I'm going to come back with a referral link. So just stop now. I'm just telling y'all. That's all I'm telling y'all. Y'all keep wanting to find out. We've discussed about this. It is keeping in line with the market. They had news today. Y'all asked me one more question. I'm coming back with a referral link. I'm going to get paid on all of this then, because y'all seem like, y'all asking me like, so what time does it open? How do you, and what's the price? Is there a payment plan at all? And you said no side effect. I did say there's side effects. So no, I didn't hear that part. Oh, okay. Oh, bro, bro, are you guys kidding me? To explore dude, that's the... I'm going home, guys. That was on the money. The one that I stuck to the day trade on gets fucking bought out. Well, there you go. That's a reminder. It's getting bought out. I was on the money yesterday, bro. That's it. I got a $3 loss. Oh, good night for that one. But there you go. Yep. Bro, I was just looking. I was like, no way, it's up 10%. I brought this up on the watch list. Like I told you, it was related on the list. The way I found the info, it all checked out, bro. It was good, but they literally they kept it down yesterday. That's it. Nah, it's good though. Like I said though, I wanted to keep some of them small. I made that decision, but at least the idea was right though. I was the only one that responded out of sympathy, and now they're bought out the next day after that. That's crazy. Sanofi's buying them, bro. That means they like Nuval. So watch Nuval. Nuval might jack up more on that. It's the same. It's all related to yesterday. Amen, baby. What's yours is yours. I accept humbly. God is good, baby. I do like to. I'm glad that it ended up being there, because I hope some of you held it. If not, either way, it was a great one. I like the idea. LABD selling. I think that's the inverse, right? Yeah, probably. Because MRTX, I don't know how much is in the ETF, but that would make some sense. What MRTX? HPQ. Barkins, 24 voters, says yields come up amid fiscal. Was that earlier? Yeah, MRTX, they're going to get bought out, bro. That's it. We had it yesterday at $43. You're up 17% now. I don't know how high this can go. Bro, this might go up to the hundreds. I'm telling you, it's wild. Very, very wild. The baby singing F350 was the best thing I've seen on Instagram. I loved it. That was great, baby. I'm surprised. Second stupid pop. Market's going up. Even got a couple of other biotechs now. I think that could be part of it. I'm seeing a few other biotechs. There's even the whole list from yesterday. So if you go on the watch list, MRTX was the second play on the watch list, and I went through all the related tickers. There's like 3 more related if you want to go after any of them, but that MRTX was on the fucking money. So remember, there's like 3 of them. There's 3 or 4. Why didn't you hold? Because I wanted to be a responsible person and use a loss and cut it and stick to the day trade only being a day trade. Because usually I like to wait them out, and then sometimes it's just I'll end up holding for a good amount of time, and it can work out. Other times it works out very bad, but I wanted to try to be a little bit more disciplined on there, keep it small, and then the one that I dump gets bought out. But it's okay. Like I'm saying, I'm glad the idea, because even for next time, we did learn something off of that. That again, I came up with that being the sympathy before the news on the first stock even hit. So I'm glad, because that gives me a clue for next time. But this time around, I'm only walking away with info. You would have made some money on this one, bro. Whoever's holding that still, you're going to get a bag. Options or shares. It's all because of the Nouvel stuff. It's all connected to yesterday. That's just it. It had little there was a little show of it yesterday, and then it just sold off heavy and then came back up, but that was it. Disney's on the high, LABD on the low, SPY's kind of near the high. 4262. Oh yeah, you filled it. You're back up. You're above 4250. Disney is running. MRTX is halted. You can't trade it now until that buyout offer comes in, or they could unhalt it, but if it's pending that news, then no, I don't know. Let me double check. Pause. No, it'll get unhalted. It's not a news halt. So it'll get unhalted. We just don't know the price. Nouvel's starting to run, like I was telling you. If they're going to get bought out with a fat premium, it only benefits Nouvel as well. So again, we caught this play yesterday off of I missed out on both of them now. I got them both very, very early, but again, how it executed the trades. But that's why now they're going to kind of feedback loop off of each other, but we don't know the offer and we don't know the offer price. So that's the only downside. There's like IMRX. There's a couple of others. But I think Nouvel, MRTX, keep it simple if you want any of those. Again, high ticker was getting active. Bonds still have not moved. No, I'm not going to play it, but that's crazy. Maybe, and hopefully for end of the year, we'll see what the biotechs bring about. And 4260, I mean, next level is just going to be the high. Maybe filling the gap. Your high of the day is 4266, but at this point, you either hit a new high or bust. But like I was saying earlier, I mean, we kind of held up decent. Everything's in the range, but I would like to see the bonds calm down. The only good part you have of the day right now is the dollar. Because, again, it's not like the data today was, like, amazing. It wasn't the worst, but, it wasn't too nuts. Markets are open on Monday, but the bond market is going to be closed on Monday. No withdrawals or money settling on Monday for brokers. Yes. You guess indigenous people aren't that important? Sir, do you know what Christopher Columbus did? He has his accomplishments that some people will dispute, but are you familiar with Mr. Columbus? Amgen goals isn't clear. FDA. Oh, that's bad. Amgen might get clapped on that if they're not already. So watch out. That was expected on the calendar today. I don't know if it'll be like 10% clap. Yo, SPY's ripping, though. Only thing good is the dollar right now, so let's see what happens. I think he points to target. Lumakara study goal isn't clear. FDA advisory panel. Again, SPY's still running. Tesla's about to come up to the high. NVIDIA's leading into the high. Even Apple. Apple's up almost 1% right now. There's Google, Amazon, Netflix still battered. How's China plays? They're coming up a little bit. TNGX. What's this? Tango Therapeutics? Are they related to that? Maybe they have a drug in the pipeline. Interesting. TNGX. I'm going to find info on that one. But again, you're getting a couple biotech moves. MRTX still halted. Ownership at SC13, oncology focused powerhouse. They had FDA clearance of IND application for treatment of HRD plus cancers. So they're a cancer maker. They had trials September 6th. Was that right here? Yeah. August, September. So they've been actually running up since then. I don't know what they have next, though. I have to check the calendar. But I'm not seeing anything even related. They're not even showing up as like a tagged as a potential sympathy. MRTX open. What are we at? 57, baby. That's a great hit. 34%. I don't have anything on TN. Is it TNTX or TN? No, TNGX. Yeah, I don't have anything on TNGX. Have I been talking this whole time? Yeah, I think. I don't. I hope so. Otherwise, I'm living in a simulation. RCL back above 90. Yeah, I don't know if RCL, not Royal Caribbean, or what am I thinking of? CCL. Dude, Disney's running in MRTX. It might get halted again. You're up 35% on that. Disney. MRTX, another gap. Another on the high. Let's see. City, CXAI. I say, man, you're hitting the high here. I think if bonds are either going to move today or they're not. But if market holds up, bonds should run with it. Otherwise, don't believe this. If bonds go down and we hit a high, I do think we're eventually going to catch up. But very interesting. TNGX, that one's going. We don't have anything on that one. I wish I did. It's not even related. They had other, like a month ago, they had like drug applications, and then the only thing that happened is that Amgen, they just got like a denial on one of their updates. So maybe they're related, but I can't even find anything similar to them. So I have to do a little bit more work. I don't know their FDA calendar. Stock is up a ton, but they're killing it for now. And then even the SPY, you just hit the high or coming down a little bit. Trump asked to dismiss D.C. election interference charge, citing presidential immunity. Amgen slipping. If that one's big, that'll be interesting. Again, SPY, little cheek lay off the top. Yeah, MJN, I think maybe like 2% off of it, but we'll see. If it's usually not a death blow and there's not a lot of sympathies, though, it might be more contained. The ticker for the bonds, there's several. There's IEF, TLT, and SHY. So depending on what part of the curve you're looking for. SHY is the short end, IEF is the middle, 7 to 10 year, and then TLT is 20 year plus. They are ZT, ZN, and ZB. The treasuries are being heavily shorted. One, you have the Fed's quantitative tightening, and then two, you have people like Bill Ackman shorting it. And then not to mention now, all the people that were buying it, if they change their mind, they might go to shorting it or at least even selling, adding to that selling pressure. TMF, it's an inverse, right? So the TMF is like a volatility index of it, or it's levered. SP on the low. Yo, this thing's up 44%. What is this? Yeah, TMF is levered 3 times. And TLT, I mean, hey, if the market, this happened last October, but I would need to see, you need the market to really rip, and we don't have a catalyst yet. So maybe by the data, but as of now, bonds are done. They're not moving. So we've gone up way more. You're hitting a new high on the market, and the bonds are just still down by 0.33 here. The dollar, like I said, all day here so far. Now that I'm saying it, not mixing it up, the dollar is the only good part of the day, and it's not even that good. But you are getting a little relief. Maybe stabilization is the new rally. TNGX still going. ARDX going for green. Watch out the 2-year moves with the 5 and about 5% not stable, below 5 stable and calm. And that's the thing. It's not, you're correct, but it's like right below 5% shouldn't be calm. But given that we got to see the devil's eyeballs by breaking out like we have the last month, it's 5. Below 5 is just, it's better than not above 5. It's kind of the could have been worse logic. But I agree with that 1,000,000%. It's like we have to see, but unfortunately, every day of stability is just, it's not promised. Like, we don't even know if this is even going to hold up. Again, we were even saying it on the Twitch last night. We're like, let's see where everything wakes up, where it's at by the time we wake up. So that's the only other issue with it, just that. But anything, this 4, 5 to 5%, and then 5% and above, it's going to change the dynamic there with people. So we'll see. Bonds are even moving down a little bit. So let's see what happens. It might get interesting. Again, if the bonds die and you rally, this is going to start looking like last October. Again, that's what I was saying on the Monday or Tuesday video. But even I don't think that's going to happen today. But if it does, I mean, at least you have something to look out for. But for the most part, we still have more stuff. New York City subway gunman gets life in prison for rush hour attack. The bonds are going to die. That's, I mean, if you guys haven't picked up on it so far, the bonds are dying. That's why, but they're not dropping dead. Everybody wants them to drop down dead, but at the same time, it's like what people are like really looking for is this is why stabilization is so key. It's literally the bonds are in the hospital. We don't want the problem to get worse, so we're even the littlest thing just stabilizing, even though the condition is not great, you're gonna like it because so that's right now. It's just whether or not. How long does this keep up? But the bonds are on life support borderline, and that's why the next set of data and where we go, if the bonds give out more repricing even higher and we lose control of that, then you're going to have to deal with it all. But if not, and we could stabilize, even if there's a little bit of damage, you'll be able to recover. But at the same time, you could even recover and still be hurting in the hospital. But you need stabilization. Yeah, bro, the move index just ran up out of nowhere. Calm down. It was at 141. It couldn't go higher. I don't think it's unsustainable because you've been at this range several times. It was obviously when the market was like tweaking out, but then again, the beginning of this year, we were higher. The bond blowout of SVB was bigger than all. That's the craziest part in terms of volatility, immediate rush, and all of that. It's wild to think about. So we'll see, but that's why just too many things. SVB, Liz Truss. You're watching whether it's SVB in the bonds, in the banks, in our bond rates, or it's Europe, Liz Truss, the gilt blowout, and then where they're at now and how they've dealt with it all. You know, we have to, it's like a mix of both of those things that we're trying to really find out. We'll go up to close. I don't know. I think because the bonds right now are pinned, and the whole last 2 weeks, bro, we've been living and dying by this correlation because it's worked. But at the same time, this is just telling me the SPY is either going to flush at close or the bonds are going to rip at close if it's going to stay up. Let's see. Apple having itself a day. They're doing good, but this thing is kind of suspicious. You know, if it was a really strong signal, this is where you would say, you know, the bonds are snitching, but at the end of the day, they're not moving. But I'm glad we talked about it because they don't have to stay. It doesn't mean that the market can't go up without the bonds, but we're coming into an event tomorrow. So if there's a gap between these two and then tomorrow's the non-farms, I mean, just take a clue. If the non-farms are good, bonds will catch up. If the non-farms are bad, market's going to go follow the bonds. That's our problem. Then, like I said, the dollar, it's good today, but it's been a wicked last couple of weeks. Tomorrow we give up. I think all theories are still in line. Like you could have like I'm just saying, NFP, that will make you follow the bonds or follow the market. And there's only a little bit of a gap right now. It's not even like it's that bad. You go look at TLT, IF. They both have a kind of a similar shape. I guess the only difference is bonds are much, much lower. I think if you overlay this and put it on a 1 year, yeah, that's your only difference. But that won't happen tomorrow in non-farms. CPI, maybe you close this, but other than that, we see what happens. I'm out of this SPY. I'm out of the MES. I don't have any of those. I got a bond play. I'm still getting destroyed on that. That was supposed to be a flip. And then I have a yen. The yen play is actually not that bad from the rollover, and I'm waiting for more of that. But at this point, chilling. And then I'm waiting for a rally to get out of stuff. But at the same time, we'll see. Again, I'm going off of October 12th, 13th, and then taking that info and then riding. I'd argue dollar not weak. Bank of Japan manipulated the market. I could give you a point for that. I could give a point. And the pound is up, but then again, that could also be by the yen. They're all I could get behind that. 52-week shopping list. 3M maybe. Disney was just there, but I grabbed MO. That was the most recent one. I don't know. Was that a 52-week low for MO? Almost. Almost. Apocalypto almost. You'll see. You guys, one day, I mean, I don't know if we've seen it, and I don't think we have actually, but if the bond market really is going to like break and we have a problem, you're just going to, one day you're going to wake up and the bond, it's going to look broke. You're going to see the rates just go crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to go nuts. So that's the only issue. That's why it's like we have so many more things that could happen still. This is either going to, again, it's going to stabilize or we're going to watch. It's breaking, but it's not broken. That's the whole, every day it happens, you should get more worried. Every day, yields keep climbing across the globe. I'm not just talking in America. This isn't like, you have to realize this is something very, very global right now, all across the board. That's what I'm basing it off of. We don't know if, they deny it, but I'd go out on a limb and say that was them. Are you not buying flips because of the market? I am, but I'm not buying as many as I was. And then at the same time, it's just I'm the same logic. I'm getting more deals now. I'm not taking them. I'm getting more offers, where people sending me houses, but it's all like I have to go over the really, really like big margin. It has to be very conservative for me to take the deal. Otherwise, a lot of deals, maybe 7 out of 10 deals this year, 8 out of 10. I'm telling everybody to I say go to another buyer. I'm too cheap for that. I love it. It's great. I'd be down if it was a couple $100,000 lower, but I'm not. Unfortunately, you don't got me there. And they've been chill with it. And now again, I'm seeing some deals come up. And usually around this time, end of the year, as especially things slow down a little bit, the holidays, we'll see. But I'm gliding, baby. I'm going with it. Any new deals, any new flips, if it's a no-brainer, you take it. If it's at the margins, you get 5% on the cash. Even a little more now. Wait, is there a new Call of Duty coming out? I didn't know. I thought a new Call of Duty just came out. Putin claims Prigozhin's plane crashed because the Wagner leadership got drunk and or high, then set off hand grenades during the flight. Yo, that's a wild. That's some fucking Trump shit. Like, that's worse. That's That's worse than my dad sometimes when I was a child. That's crazy. Damn. Speak of the propaganda. He said, nope. I tell you what happened in my country. Very simple. Pilot, drink marijuana, smoke alcohol, take hand grenade like brute he is and blow up plane. They play degenerate culture. That's what happened in the sky. Very simple explanation. That's why we cannot allow here. Good. Wait, how do you smoke alcohol? Wait, how you drink the... how do you do that, John? You have a tutorial? Oh, man. That's crazy. That's the craziest. If you thought, like, see, some of you guys are like, I can't stand this. That's a good reminder, bro. It's just like, I can't stand listening to KJP. Bro, he just told the people his biggest political descendant was just like straight up, or dissident. Did I say descendant? My bad. But he literally said he was getting high, drinking on a plane, and threw a grenade, and that's how a surface-to-air missile knocked him down. That is crazy. That's so, I don't know. That's welcome. I don't know. He said, drink the marijuana, smoke the alcohol. Honestly, though, here's the funny part. Saying it like that has a lot more foreign context, believe it or not. So, like, in Arabic, like my dad, when he would ask me if I was smoking, is he inta ba ishrib sagayr? Huh? Ishrib sagayr? They say ishrib. That means drink. So in Arabic, they're like, are you drinking cigarettes? But it like that means like how it gets interpreted. That's like the act of smoking because like you're putting it in your mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like drinking. So yeah, a lot of foreign context to that joke. I got you, bro. I got you. Ishrib sagayr. Ishrib marijuana. Ishrib. It's the same as Russian. It's a lot. I mean, a lot of other languages, it does break down like that. You see, drinking the smoke. Yeah, that's literally that's what it translates into. Because I didn't get it. Because like when I was like learning Arabic, ishrib meant like drink, you know. But then when my dad finally asked me one day if I was smoking in Arabic, I was like, what? What are you saying? So they had to explain that to me. This? What time? Oh, it's Power Hour. Bro. I can't believe it. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's old. That was for Tango. I thought I got an update. Old one. It's the most gaslight. Dude, that's a wild explanation for why a missile hit a plane and killed a political opponent. But then again, this is my same reaction when I ask some people. I'm like, y'all really don't see what's going on. It's the same thing where I'm like, okay, that's a little too brash for me to nod and move. I can't not react to that and say so. I'm like, what? That's crazy. He said they got drunk and high and lit off a hand grenade. Any other explanation would have been more reasonable. But that's wild. He said that's exactly what they did. No, this is exactly what happened. Exactly. Nope. Exactly how I told you it. That's exactly what went down. I know. Sound crazy. This is what happens. Here's an article. Was it? I feel so bad laughing, but this is ridiculous. President Vladimir Putin on Thursday said that explosive traces were discovered in the remains of Wagner mercenary group or mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin, I don't know how to say his first name, his crew after the plane crashed in Russia. Prigozhin's plane crashed between Moscow and St. Petersburg in August, 2 months after he held a brief mutiny against Russia's top military brass. Kremlin critics in Western countries have suggested foul play. Putin's comments were the first significant update on the investigation into the crash. Quote, the head of the investigative committee reported to me a few days ago, Putin said. Fragments of hand grenades were found in the bodies of the victims of the air disaster. There was no external impact on the plane. Russian investigators have said they are probing all possible scenarios surrounding the crash, including premeditated murder. Putin on Thursday criticized investigators for not conducting alcohol and drug tests on Prigozhin and the 9 other victims of the crash. He alleged that 5 kilograms of cocaine were found at Wagner's offices, the mercenary group's short-lived rebellion. A blood test for alcohol was not done, Putin said, even though we know that after famous events in the Wagner Company in St. Petersburg, the FSB security force found not only $10 billion in cash, but 5 kilograms of cocaine, Putin said. Prigozhin led an armed rebellion Moscow leadership in June. After the crash, Putin described him as a man that has made serious mistakes in life, but he achieved the right results. The Kremlin has discussed suggestions. So, okay, sounds a little less crazy, but the headline, I guess, is grenade traces found in bodies of Prigozhin, and then he said you should drug test them. And then he said they had 10 kilograms of coke. This is getting wild, bro. This is getting wild. Wagner of Wall Street. Stop, man. I feel bad. I feel bad laughing, even though they're like war criminals. You know, I don't want to make too much jokes about it, but this is all really funny to me. I know I'm sorry for being brutally honest with you, but this headline, Putin's comments, this is all just a joke, because this is all crazy. I got keys coming from all my keys. Stop. Stop, bro. I need to digest. I'm looking up financial information to help me digest this and move on. Lakshay just sent me the maker, the inventor of the move index. He said that's why you're saying it's unsustainable. He's the guy who said that. Interesting. I would like to interview him. That'd be somebody I'd want to talk to. The guy who invented the move index. Oh, I'd love to hear what he has to say about that. Becomes to simplify. He's made many ETFs, PFIX, which I love. Move is really good. Like, I like the Move index. I don't invest in it and just using it as something. I don't even know if you can, but it's like the Move index is actually, especially over the last couple years, it's been beautiful. So I could get behind that. I don't know the other ones, but man, Move is dope. I'm pressing green and red buttons all day. Oracle. Again. Cart, bro, what the hell just happened? Bro, we were up 4% in the morning. Or 3%. So they're flushing that below 26. I'm not going to average down on that yet. We're waiting until October. Again, we need to get out of this little trap. Otherwise, that one's going to be painful too. The man on the moving. That's cool. I'm going to reach out to him. I wonder if we could get an interview with him. Good guy. Have you seen people smoke alcohol? No, I didn't. Feel like we can hold on to Russian news. Dude, we haven't. Russian news has not hit the market in a minute, but you've got a lot of updates. If anything, oil. We listen when oil moves. That's it. Why did they? I don't know. I thought everybody was. Isn't that what everybody wanted out of BlackBerry? Didn't everybody want them to spin off their IoT business? I can't believe they did that. We're at the high still. Hold on. Sorry. Petition for massage. You really love that massage music that one time, huh? Is it because I'm just typing, getting quiet? I've sent a lot of emails today. I've been doing a lot of stuff there. And then you got, bro, LT. I don't know if he's back yet from Vegas. But, man, we have to do a lot of work, man. A lot of work. I could just hum. I go, Okay, I can't think and do that. Hold on. It's a long email. Now you're going down. Here, let me give you let me get this for you real quick. Let's see. Okay. Give me 1 or 2 minutes. Please hold. You can follow me on Instagram or Twitch in the meantime. God bless you. You are coming down, though. And then bonds, they're going a little lower. Remember that gap we were talking about.
Volatility, and that's kind of a natural state for the bond market. So I think that we're going to be moving back towards that normalcy. We won't really be comfortable for maybe a year when the supply-demand equilibrium permanently kind of takes the risk of spiking inflation and shortages out of the market. There's kind of a risk premium in there that's keeping the curve from being steep already. And then if you think about the 2 years specifically, it's forecasting Fed funds 2 years from now. Well, eventually it's going to be a lot lower than where it is now, just simply because of the real interest rate level on Fed funds is just gotten pretty significant. So that's how you get the short end, the 2 year in particular, to go down and steepen the curve that way.
All right, Bryce, we only have about 30 seconds left with you. We covered duration risk. Let's talk a little bit about credit risk, because I'm reading your notes. You mentioned you're comfortable with credit, even select high yield securities. Just quickly, tell me about that comfort, because there's a lot of people who really dislike junk credit right now.
Yeah, and I'm sympathetic with the haters on the high yield. I get that, but there are pockets that there's really attractive opportunities. Like we enjoy closed-end funds with 10% dividend yields, a lot more than just buying a generic like the fund that you mentioned earlier, HYG, because you get an extra 3% income for your hassle. Plus, because people are so negative, it's reflected in the discount on closed-end funds. You can buy these funds 10% below market value. So that's a way to take advantage of that negative sentiment and give yourself a ton of upside. We expect double digits out of that trade.
All right, Bryce, it's great to catch up with you. Really appreciate your time. That is Bryce Doty of CIT Investment Associates. Now, coming up on the close, as New York's congestion pricing plan gets closer, stirring up debate all over the city, we're going to look at arguments on both sides.
Both sides? No, there's only one side in my world. We're going to also get some insight on the health of the consumer for the upcoming holiday shopping season. Patrick Brown at Adobe Digital Insights is going to be joining us later.
And as we head to the close, we'll get insight on the markets from David.
And insights on Tesla. Charge your car today while Coca-Cola dies because of Ozempic. Bloomberg. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Don't worry. I got you, bro. I got you. Breathable merch. What? Your estimated time is 1 minute. What? No, we got power hour, baby. You still got 45 minutes. You got 45. A lot of the beverage, food. Again, I'm surprised Walmart, they kind of started a lot of this. They didn't get clapped as much, but there's a lot to take in on the consumer food sector. Again, Kellogg's, they're even on the low. That's 52-week lows. You got like 3 different food beverage providers at 52-week lows right now. You saw the Super Snake? What's that? The Super Snake F-150. Oh, what they got in South Carolina? I've seen the Lightnings, but I haven't seen the, what's it called? I haven't seen like a crazy, the old Lightning is the only one I know about. When and where did assumable mortgages come up? I couldn't tell you. It's a good question, though. I want to say the 70s, but maybe before. Again, a lot of stuff came from the 70s, especially in real estate, and then even in the 40s. I encourage you, go look up the history of the FHA, all that stuff. Where do you think PayPal? Oh, I couldn't tell you. There's no limit. I mean, that's it. There's just not. You could use the past history, but the world changes when the rates start going up. So until I know where rates are going to stop, at this point, everything is a toss-up. And if you don't understand that attitude, this is for everybody in the market right now. A lot of people, there are a lot of things that this is a big question now. So I don't know how low certain things can go. That is the only problem. So you might know how much it yields if it's fixed income, but you don't necessarily, if rates go up to 7, 8, 9, 10, those could all mean a different price point in terms of lows for the market and even stocks like PayPal. The Ford Lightning, the original Fast. Yeah, bro, that was the OG one. Someone's driving at your daughter's school. I've never seen that car. There's only 150 of these? Oh, wait. I don't know. I don't know if that's it. No, I haven't seen that one. I've seen another one. I've seen the Shelby F1, the Raptors. Those are cool. Interesting. I could get behind this. Yeah, it's a 2-door. I could get behind that. I like that. But we're still working on an F350. one day at a time. Ford is going to recall Bronco engines. Remember, GM had that airbag thing today. They're actually coming back down. Remember, that was the news in the morning. Even GM's at a 52-week low. McDonald's starting to drop, 250. Damn, I should have got my revenge on McDonald's. Oh, I should have. Money market funds are generally safe, but, it's the discussion we had earlier today. We were talking risk-free. Some people took offense to that by calling a treasury bond risk-free, which I understand. But generally speaking, your money market should be safe. Now, barring the most extreme scenarios, then there you go. But, to give you an idea, at the worst part of COVID, money markets were still safe. Now, granted, rates weren't high, but, that should give you the answer. If money markets became unsafe, what do you think they're going to do? See what I'm saying? Like, what are you going to do? So if the money, like I'm saying, it should be generally safe, and it is generally, there's a lot of risk-free assets there depending on what the collateral is. But think about it. So the moment money markets become unsafe, what is the Fed going to do? Or what do you think is going to happen? So you think now that this, bonds relatively safe, then the rates go crazy, everything's breaking left and right, oh my gosh, and then it gets to the point where they're like, wow, like maybe this 200-year history or 100 years and everything, like, wow, maybe it's threatened right now. What do you think would happen? Those rates are way too high. You need to cut it. Yeah, they would cut rates. So, and that would ease you up for a little bit, but that's kind of the general idea. That's why people are saying, even this morning, they're saying the only way to stop this is if something breaks. That's it. Otherwise, it is going to keep running up and people will break, but it's not like if we don't watch anything crazy and if there's the bond market's still functioning, even though people are getting killed, but it's like it functions, money markets are safe, there's no credit risk or worry about us paying our bonds, you're just going to see a lot of pain and then no cuts. But then at the same time, if something was really threatening, they would probably step in and start to change policy. The Mustang GTD. Performance supercar. I didn't even know they make these cars, bro. Oh, that looks pretty cool. Still look like a Mustang, but that goes pretty hard. It's like a wide body futuristic Mustang. ANAB on the high. I feel like we've seen that a couple times. Take two on the high. Take two on the high because it's almost been 1 month of 2K, and some people have already made a second build. Like me. I didn't spend any more money. It was all part of the first budget I spent, but I thought I would have went longer without building another build. The Lambo index, dude, I don't know. The Lambo index, it's like the same amount of cars, but the prices have dropped like crazy. I've not looked in a while. Yeah, no, this is plummeting. That's crazy. 2022. Oh, these things are crazy. So Lambo index. Yeah, there's no way that's right. It's saying only 221. I don't believe it, but this is the cheapest I've seen any of these. Like, the Huracans are holding up, but, like, bro, Uruses are plummeting. These are brand new, bro. 2022 with 3,000 miles. I bet he didn't even crash it. They're still, like, that's all. This one, there you go. That one's, I think that's the decked out one, but that one's holding the price tag a little more. But it says it's only 244 or 221. FRHC. Oh, yo, I got that email. Whoever sent me that yesterday. So it was it Hindenburg? There was like a short report on them, but pretty much someone put out a short report. They could be violating sanctions. It's weird. Someone sent me a really good email. If you remember, I was talking, I think it was KJ. We were talking in the chat. I told him to email me. I don't know if he's here right now, but I could get you a follow-up later, but it's still, there's Hindenburg did it already. You know, there's I forgot who it was. Somebody put out a short report on them, and it's pretty much the same like info, but they could be like violating sanctions. Yash, Ozempic is huge, bigger than you think. The implications will have more effect than AI. You buy AI at the highs. I feel you. I didn't buy Ozempic because I thought it was going to come down. That's it. I knew about it. It was already up 100%. And I said, it's going to come down. Nobody still understands this. And then it just never came down. It won't come down. Eventually it will, and that's when I'm going to buy it. But at the same time, it's crazy. AI did have promising stuff too. It was just like AI, at least it felt like you had more opportunity because it wasn't up the same way. But like Ozempic, you had to top ticket and be ready to ride that thing, and then it just went crazy. But it happens, and time will balance it out too, though. That's the thing. So learn from whatever you learn from it now, but also look ahead. You know those. That's the beauty. That's what I've learned with investing. Again, that sometimes I've missed a lot of big things, like even Tesla. Tesla came down many times even after I missed it. I just didn't want it. But it's the same thing. Like, you know, Ozempic will come down, AI, and then they're going to go crazy. But you will have your opportunity. So take it for now and then just let everything revolves in a circle. Working, baby. You want to buy bonds? No worries, baby. Keep the grind up, Mr. Martin. Nobody's factoring in the health risks for now. So that's what I was saying. Until there is health risks and other things, until like something really stop. Like you saw it, bro. I just ask people about it. They'll tell you about it. I got people sending me testimonials because, again, it's helped a lot of people, whether it's medically or cosmetically. But it's just until there's something bad about it, there's more demand than supply of Ozempic. Well, we don't care about health until, like, again, unless people suffer and die, then the government will ban it. So Americans love Four Locos, but ever since the government banned Four Loko, you don't drink Four Loko. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, no one, like, they didn't care about caffeine and alcohol, but, you know, if it's there and it's available, they're going to buy it. So, unfortunately, if Ozempic is perfectly healthy and safe in the long run, then there you go. That would be that's also something to consider. Why was Four Loko banned? Because of caffeine. So the FDA said mixing caffeine and alcohol makes people feel less drunk. So they were getting way more drunk, and then it was leading them to die or get in bad situations. So then the FDA said overnight they banned any caffeine, alcohol, pre-ready drink ready to go. And then that was it. They still sell it, but it doesn't have caffeine in it anymore. So, and then even then their sales fell off and all that. But like, dude, you have to be young. I was in college during the hype there. You don't remember the Four Loko hype? You had to be there. You had to be there. It was wicked, bro. I think one of the first alcoholic drinks, like when I was a kid and I like snuck out to get alcohol, I think it was a Four Loko. Like, that's how, like, because it was like a candy-ass drink, but it was literally malt liquor with caffeine in it, bro. It's just, oh, my goodness. Bro, it was crazy back then. It was crazy. It was crazy. Non-farm is, as long as there's a gap right now, so if you're wondering whether the market's going to close green, red, I think your non-farms may hold the key if you don't watch the bonds converge or SPY converge, but it'll have an effect. There's a gap between dollar bond stocks right now, a little one, and then it'll lead us into next week. If it's a big beat, though, we're going to get blown out. That's it. If that non-farm payrolls beats by more than 100,000, even 50,000, but I'd say 100,000 beat tomorrow, we're screwed. If that number but then again, maybe it plays out like October, where it peaks really, really high, and then everyone's like, that's it. It won't go higher than there. But at the same time, just right now, the bond market is sensitive. That's been the discussion every single day. So, yeah, you got to think about that because if it holds a lot. It holds a lot. In 2010, they removed caffeine. You were 2 years old. So you're 15 years old now? What the fuck? I'm sorry for cussing around you. My bad. It's a black swan season. There's something lurking, but that's why it could be a black swan, but the consequence or the answer is the same. If anything kills the bonds right now, every day with this, we don't want to ask questions if it goes above 5. If the yields go above 5, because then that's it. 7 is guaranteed. Remember I told you this with 4.5, I think. But that's why it's just like, once we start getting at certain levels, everyone's just going to capitulate very hard. And right now, it's just, there's a lot of weakness in terms of the credit risk. You never had a Four Loko with caffeine? That got me blackout drunk before you finished the can. Yeah, you just believed in the hype. And again, it's malt liquor. I don't know if you know the definitions, but like it's literally like Four Lokos are malt liquor. It's a drink filled with a lot of alcohol, even without caffeine. Yeah, MRT, bro, wow. I'm glad, though. I know it's so bittersweet, but what's yours is yours, baby. And for real, though, I'm glad it played out, though. I'm glad that was the sympathy. I'm going to be looking a little extra now. But we don't even know the buyout offer yet. Yeah, bro, they're crazy. Some people saying 85. Ugh. Ugh. Halloween returns. Black Swan. Would Japan pull out their money to aid the currency, or do they just print? Does that make sense? They probably work with the United States. If they were going to do anything, they might here and there, but anything meaningful, I don't think they need to. They could do a lot of different things, but I would argue they would sell some stocks first. But even then, Japan, I think right now, Japan and Europe and the States, we're waiting for Japan is more unstable than all of them. But really, it's either Europe, the UK, or America. Somebody's bonds crack first or nobody's does at all. And that's it. And then we get the data to see that. Yeah, MRTX at the high, coming down a little. Bro, McDonald's, bro, all of these food names, absolute destruction to the portfolio. If any, I'm telling you, food, Kellogg's, bro, even is Smucker's down, bro, they are all destroyed. If non-farms meet, will the markets move? They probably go up. If the non-farms came in expected at 150, I think the bonds would calm down a little bit. If the number is lower tomorrow too, maybe if that number is negative, that would be even better. But there's a chance you could also get relief. But remember, tomorrow is not the set-all, be-all. The way I'm looking at tomorrow, you have a gap right now on today. Stocks are a little bit higher. We'll see what it is, but remember, CPI is next week. So tomorrow's Friday, you'll get your move, and then that's it. Then it's CPI, but we definitely react way more to CPI. Market turning bullish. Well, we're barely. It's weird. SPY is green, but SPX isn't, and then Dow is right at break even right now. This is right where we opened. We spent 7 hours. You're up here. There wasn't that much data. The Fed speakers weren't really. They didn't say anything. Utilities, then energies, then defenses. Is that coincidence? They're all related to bonds. Eventually, when the bonds move enough, that's it. Like you're getting a gigantic move. Again, even how the move index has woken up all of a sudden. It's just like it's big, but it's not as big as the gilts. That's what I was saying yesterday. That's the craziest part because it's still been a lot and it's been a lot of pressure. But this is what I mean by like a blowout. Like I don't think. That's why I'm like we're not dying, we're not dead, but there's definitely pressure. And you could see some pain because just go look at what happened during the gilt. This was just off of Liz Truss. Bonds in this little period here. This was 1 quarter. They went from 1.7 to 4.3. In that same period here, we went from 4.2 to 4.5 there. Let's see what the United States did. That's the UK. We did what? July, we did 3.7 to 4. That's 1%. They did 1 to 4. And that's what I mean by like, we could wake up one day and like you haven't seen anything yet. This is why people are getting nervous. But if nothing happens, just like last year, you could deal with a lot of pain. And then if things calm down, if the credit could calm down, then we will be able to calm down. But just out of context though, and that was another instance, during the gilt scenario, that was the only other day you saw oil drop 5-6% in one day off of nothing. That's like, more fears. That would make sense. Those rates just went crazy, but that's bigger than what we're going through now, but you could still see the freak out. So the worry is that we lose control of the rates like the UK, and then boom, before you know it, 4.5 just goes up to 6, 7, and then now our quarterly chart for rates, something tantamount to, a credit crisis. I could plunge on heavy volume. G on the high ticker is running. Literally. The low ticker, look, all I see is food names. That's all I see is food and consumer companies on the low. You already see a strong deflation in the EU. IT services means less demand for clients. And EU, that was some of the data. That's why I think we had a lift yesterday. European, even retail sales, it dropped back to their October levels. They're getting some signs of deflation. That's why I think the gilts are barely higher than last year. And then our bonds are like, what, almost 1.5% higher? Apple above 180. We need bond. Bond chill. Bond chill. No bond chill. Bond problem. That is where it take us, Habibi. That is where it took us. I did not make any plays today, I don't think. I was going to take the NVO and then even GM, but I just waited. I waited for the pop, and then it just went back to not reacting. There was only, I don't know, I don't think anything except MRTX. That would have been fire. But even then, I don't think anything has gotten news and like follow through. China plays are running all of a sudden. Again, I've seen Pinduo, Duo, NetEase, Baba, and a few other. They're all red except for like Baidu, and then PDD just went green. The UAW strikes are still going on. I mean, maybe that, and then GM got that negative thing today, but there was news that they pulled a $6 billion credit line. But yeah, the strikes are still going on. Oh, man. 20 minutes left. DTE on the low. I thought that said 0 day. 0 days till expiration. Again, China plays. They're moving up. MRTX, $60 now. That's another high. Mara. Where is crypto? I have not looked. $27,600. It's only down by 0.58 today. Then I forgot everything's only down by 0.07. We're actually right at the cusp. So nothing really moved. Dollar down a third, Bitcoin up a barely amount, and then bond just like right here. Again, bonds are the ones down. At least TLT. I think IEF is in the green. That would make sense. Yeah, but it's still also doing the little pin. United States considers State Department grants for Ukraine arms aid. They're working their way around it. DTE, is that related to it? Yeah, we've seen those candles. DTE Energy is literally down 2% on 2 candles. Everybody in the DTE. They had something in the morning. KeyBank upgrades several utilities. They upgraded, so they got to upgrade this morning. It is utility. Yeah. And now overweight KeyBank 106. That's the only thing I'm seeing there. Again, they've just flushed through. It's a big candle. If that could compound, like if this turns, like, dude, you're almost down 3% off of nothing now. Again, they were holding. They had the upgrade, but I don't have any headlines on that. They're kind of saved by the dollar, but I don't think anything is permanent. I mean, even just like yesterday, just because the bonds, the 10 year's good, the long end isn't. Is that one still in the red today? I guess the short end went up too, which is good. So you're getting some stabilization. that's something to keep in mind. The 2-year already came back. Nothing on DTE. Tesla, that was supposed to be our safe haven. They're only down a quarter. NVIDIA did good. You guys are saying NVIDIA safe haven from the morning. Bro, all these food plays, it went defensives, utilities, or utilities, defensives, and then now food. This one is crazy. Coca-Cola's down 5%. So again, even Pepsi, they're down 5% today. Their year-to-date is now 9%. But the last time they were down 9% year-to-date was 2008, and then they dropped 30%. So that's why it's crazy because some of these names just got, usually Pepsi and Coca-Cola don't go down 5% in one day. So just like yesterday, it was it was oil 5% down. The other day it was utilities 2-3% down. So not good. SPY going up. Wasn't Monster going up? I think MNST was killing it the other day. No, they dropped? Are you kidding me? Damn, so they even, remember MNST was running. So damn, they're down 5%, and they were really, really high yesterday. So they gave back all of that gains and then went lower. The short end of the curve naturally normalized? No. If the 3-month rate is at 5, there's no way the 2-year or anything, nothing will go lower unless the Fed funds rate. Remember, the Fed controls the cheapest money. So that is the key. $208 million to the buy side. Not bad. We got 15 minutes left. Oh, you're just holding up. I'm going to switch to bonds, not the short end. Short end did good, though, today. So even the 10-year, that's still holding green. The long end is the only one beaten down today, which is fine. Again, that means the long end rose up, the short end closed. But we have to see SEC investigating Musk over 2022 stock purchases or purchase of Twitter stock. Damn, bro. Right around election. Man. We don't have much time. I need to go to the bathroom, though. This is awful timing. You got 10-minute rigged right around the corner. Big homie, been here for 4 years every day. The cold is the vibe. Amen, man. Bro, did you see the cold? I'm going to get you guys the video. Lending Tip sent it to me. Y'all keep sending me the videos if you're out there. Dude, I'm telling you, cold real estate. Dude, the stream. Oh, my goodness. It looks so different in real life. That's what I'm saying, bro. Just they sent me a video of, all the cold real estate guys. That's not even the whole squad. That's all the guys who had the opportunity and the time to go out there for the week, and they they went all there and just it's a big house, bro. They're just chilling right now. They're at a little baby mansion in Las Vegas, and they're all there, but it's bro, it looks so crazy watching like a group of people, and I'm like, dude, that's only like what, 40 people or something. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, it looks so much more different on a Zoom call. It looks so, and then like, bro, dude, like it looks like a vibe. It looked pretty lit. I was like, man, I'm so mad. I really want to go now. It's unfortunate I'm not there, but I was like, dude, that's crazy. That is so. It's something, man. It's the whole cult of whether it's online or not, man. And hopefully, you guys recognize you're around some great people too, and you got some good bonds to build and a great network. And it's just like, it's one thing to be here every day on the computer, man, but don't forget we all live in the real world too, man. And it's wild to see. Oh, MTRX. I guarantee you this thing is running, and people think it's MRTX. MTRX. I might confuse myself. Putin says grenades went off on Prigozhin jet. Hints at drug use. No wheat plays. I mean, I wanted it at the 533 still, but it keeps hovering right above, and then it shot up a lot today. I do not have RTX for the long term. I'll get the defensives once they crater more, maybe, but I know they have, so we'll see. I hope I get to meet you in person one day, bro. I want to meet you too now. I'm telling you, Core Real Estate has me very excited. Every time. They always get me very excited. I'm very honored, though, because I hope they are living to the most of it and taking advantage of it, bro. And it's awesome, man. Hungry people, and they're out there, baby. Market on at 320 this sell side. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. It's 10-minute rig, but I will be RB.
Tesla shares here right now, and quite frankly, you can make the case here for the broader market. There hasn't been much of a reaction today, of course, coming off of what was a pretty wild previous 3 days here, Scarlett. But this is basically a bond market story right now.
Yes.
No matter what we say about equity markets right now, the bond market is really wagging the dog.
A volatile bond market, especially earlier this week, is going to confront a major data point tomorrow. And of course, investors are now pretty much on edge before tomorrow's NFP report. There are a lot of Fed speakers today. I counted 5. I'm not sure that they said anything different. Yeah, 5 different Fed speakers.
I think I ignored at least 4 of them. I mean, I heard Mary Daly.
I think they're all singing from the same hymn book, right? I mean, this idea, higher for longer, we're going to be vigilant, we're going to wait to see, we're serious about 2% inflation target.
Yeah.
Nothing new on that front, but the ADP report that we got earlier this week, the JOLTS report before that, paint different pictures of what's actually happening. So I know the non-farm payrolls number is going to be backwards looking, but it will set the tone for trading tomorrow.
Sure thing. Let's go to our next guest here. David Spica joining us right now, president of the Guidestone Funds, to help us count down to the closing bells here. And David, I do want to kind of start with what Scarlett was talking about here, and whether the bond market, and for that matter, the equity market too, is finally starting to actually believe what some of these Fed members have been telling us for quite some time now, which is that rates aren't coming down anytime soon.
I think they are starting to believe it, and it's about time, quite frankly, because Chairman Powell has been very clear for a long time that rates were going to stay higher for longer. In fact, the median dot plot out of the last FOMC meeting for 2024 is 5.1%. So that's still very high. We also have what's going on with the yield curve as a function of supply-demand imbalance. The Treasury is still issuing a lot of debt. At the same time, the Fed is selling through QT, and the U.S. is in a poor fiscal situation, so there's less demand for Treasury. So all of that is conspiring to create this bearish steepening of the yield curve.
I hate to ask this question here, but everyone kind of wants to know when we're going to see that top, when we're going to finally see the peaks. And I know you probably don't have that answer. If you did, you'd be even richer than you are. But when do we sort of get that inflection point or some identification that it's actually there?
That's a great question, Romaine. And I think you're starting to see people now that are starting to add duration in bond portfolios because they think we are starting to get toward the top in the 10 and the 20-year part of the curve. I would be very careful about that because What the thing that's been really interesting to us this year has been interest rate volatility. We haven't seen credit spreads widen. Corporations are in great shape. They've got tremendous interest income courtesy of money market funds. But the duration issue is a problem as volatility continues. And so I don't know the real key, but at this point, we're being very cautious about extending duration because we don't know if the 10-year ends up at 5.5% at the end of the year, or if it's 4.5% or 4%. I can tell you this, though, the street does not believe it's going to be over 5%. When you look at sell-side analysts, nobody's got a 5% number on the 10-year for the end of the year, and several have 3% numbers.
Whoa.
So nobody's prepared for a 5% 10-year at the end of the year.
And that can, of course, lead to some pretty dramatic price moves.
Moral of this, nobody in bond land, I'm telling you. It's just everybody is now what you're waiting and watching because it's, whoa. High-low ticker, is that final five right there? That's, again, ready for final five. The low ticker, high ticker are tweaking out. But moral of the story, man, be cautious with the bonds right now. Nobody knows. It's either going to, because if it doesn't stop here, it gets really bad and nobody is prepared for it. But then again, nobody has every caution. Caution is the key. And then maybe it turns into celebration, maybe it doesn't, but caution. Dude, the low ticker is going nuts. It's going nuts. Well, this is final five. Let's see what happens. Yeah, and that's a good update. Thank you, Jordan. We are going to have the new guy come on here in a little bit. So in the next couple minutes, if you hear me say earmuffs, that's your sign to mute your speakers. It gets really loud in here. We've had unconfirmed reports of bleeding eardrums, ruptured eardrums. Some people said they have lost brain cells. A lot of things, and we just want to make sure you have a great viewer experience. So when you hear me say earmuffs, just mute the mic, and you'll be good to go. We do. I don't know if we have insurance. We'll see. We'll see. It happens. There's no stomach issue side effects, so it's a little different than Ozempic. But you guys are tough. You'll make it. Don't worry. Don't worry. With the earmuff warning, it goes a long way. You know, we've saved countless people through earmuff warning. So that's why I tell you guys. That's why. You know, complaints have dropped 90%. 90%, you know what I'm saying? 90, any suspected cases of eardrum bleeding. Telling you, 90% drop off. It's great. Sell orders are massive. The day's done, though, now. I mean, we got a little bit more left in it. Only a couple more minutes, actually, but that's it, man. Non-farms tomorrow. I think I will be on an hour early. But if I go on an hour early, I might have to leave early. Not like leave, but like I don't know if I got to see. I got to see if LT comes back today or not. I need to verify that. But if I am on early, though, we might have a shorter Friday. But I think tomorrow might be worth it. So earmuffs. Earmuffs. Everybody earmuffs, please. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 78 degrees and hot. Very sunny as well. Looking like a good day if a bond market would have ruined your day, if the bond market blowing up. So that didn't happen. Good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. It's time to bring it home. Time to finalize the plays. You don't have much time, and honestly, punt till tomorrow. Data in the morning will determine everything. So, Chattadonia, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. I don't know where the energy comes from, but you got to bring it into close because you got to think. Finalize it. Speak now or forever hold your peace. If you're holding an option, by the time non-farms comes out, you cannot make a move. Futures, shares, what are you going to do? Finalize it. It's Friday, the bond blowout. What happens overseas? It is all of importance, but we have big data in the morning. So bring it home, finalize the plays, and get ready for Friday. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, let's go, Chad. We did it. We made it. Oh, yeah, I changed it. I changed the intro. That means you get a GG to F350. Oh, good game, babe. It sounds so weird. I'm not as hyped. Oh, good game. Good game. Good game, brother. Good game. Good game. Howdy. Good game. Good game. GG. Oh, GG. Oh no, what's happening? Good game. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you. I can't say it, Chad. I can't do it. I can't do it. You know. Good game. I love. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoyed it. I can't. Uncle brings it out of me, but thank you for being here, and I love you, man. If you contributed or not, man, I need a good game for sportsmanship. Everybody drop a GG. It don't matter. Twitch, no Twitch. I'm lost. I'm lost. So give me whether you're lost or not. Hater, lover, it don't matter. I need a good game. Let's go, baby. I'm just trying to make a lane change. Okay. I don't know when does visit end. I don't know if we end here. I don't know what's supposed to happen. I love you though. Thank you, Chad. God bless you. No, this is not Uncle. This is me.
Tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me
ride. I love y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. We're going to turn up tomorrow. It's Friday, baby. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. I hope you got some news before anything. You know what I'm saying? I hope you learned about the bond.
It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile.
That's so much different.
I came to California for the women in the vibe.
Feel weird. Good game, baby.
All I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, just miss my exit.
Like the video, man. Thank you for liking it. I love you all, baby. God bless you. Enjoy your day. It's over. Get ready for tomorrow. Get ready. We gotta end the year, bro. It's already wild out here.
I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird.
That's crazy, bro. I love y'all. Thank you for liking it. Thank you for being here. If you show love to another man, you kept your cool. You know, you wore that helmet. That's it, man. That's it, man. Can I remind y'all? No, before anything, because that was weird at the end. Was that weird without the normal? I didn't feel comfortable without Enslow. You know what I'm saying? I didn't feel comfortable. I did not feel comfortable with that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I felt very uncomfortable. Like, I can't, like, I even had to let you know how uncomfortable I felt. I didn't like it either. It's okay if you liked it. I'm not saying. I felt really uncomfortable. The day hasn't ended. I think it's over. It doesn't feel like it yet. But on that note, though, I want to just say thank you, for real. Thank you for, like I said, a nice little realization today. There is some of you who have spent every minute with me, man. So I love you and God bless you. And whether, I don't know what it's for, the reason why, how it happened, why we here, baby. But at the same time, it's like, bro, thank you guys for that time. I hope you're getting the most of it, whether it's right now, in the past, and also in the future, man. But for real, thank you for your time. Thank you for your support, especially if y'all have been here and also giving back in various ways too. And hopefully, and this leads me to my last point, I'm going to drop a PHILO on you, man. Protect that helmet. That head, I say wear that armor every day, bro. A lot of y'all know about the armor, bro. I know the Chads, we broke down the armor, bro. I hope you got shoes of peace. I hope you got shoes and a helmet, and all the other stuff is very important. But I said it already today. It's your head, your helmet. You wear the helmet because that's your head, your thoughts, what you think, what you let in there. I'm just telling you, bro. That's it. Nothing else. If I get you by the head, it don't matter. You know that, right? That's how I hope you. I don't. Oh, man. Remember I told you to bring the armor to war, too. Don't forget about that. You got to. What good is having the armor if you don't wear it to battle? But helmet. Don't forget about the helmet. But don't forget about the helmet. That's all, bro. It goes a long way. So control everything. Again, that's why I don't know what bothers you or not. Is good. It's always a great experience. I get tempted with it every day. And I see it. You always get things, every single one of us. So I hope you're ready for it. But the helmet, baby, keep it shining. And that's focus. And make sure, protect that head, baby. Because if you block whatever, you block the right down, then that's it. Your head protected, the rest of the armor on. Oh, my. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. And now, we need Uncle or something. Let me go we'll go SoundCloud Uncle. We need Uncle, bro. We need Uncle. Oh, man. This is crazy. Oh, man. Oh, man. There's more Uncle. I don't know. I do that F-350 got me weird at the GG. I'm telling you, it made me too uncomfortable. I don't know. We're never doing that again. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but God bless you. Either way, I don't know. That made me feel, it was weird, man. Let's see. Shout out to Prezi, that's me. Yeah. Yeah, bro. It was good. It was good. You liked it? I'm glad you liked the F-350. I don't know. It felt uncomfortable. It's a good opener. Good opener. Yeah, you like it as an opener? Yeah. Good. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, you see the news on the wire. Regen, a couple companies there. Anyways, Chad, I gotta go. I'm gonna leave right now. I see you later, okay? We're gonna be on early tomorrow. Yeah, maybe you come to Twitch. You want freestyles? You come to Twitch. What are you talking about? You want to talk to Uncle? He doesn't wake up till later. What are you saying, man? Come on. Anyways, here, you guys have to come back. I got in a discreet and slammer too early. I'm ready to go now. I'm ready. Anyways, yeah. Come on, stop it. All right, I'm sorry, Chad. I'm sorry. It's crazy, but I love you. That's the day, man. That's it. 2K tonight, God willing. But like I said, I don't know. We got to figure out tomorrow, though. I got to see. But we're going to go an hour early tomorrow. We may not have our Bible study tomorrow. So we'll play it by ear. I'll let you. Because I don't know. Maybe non-farms. Non-farms, I want to be there. But then what if it's like nothing at the same time? You never know. You never know. You know what I'm saying? You never know. You never know, bro. You never know. Yeah, it's a slammer, scramble, jammer, baller, and a jammer. All in one for the rammer, the Decepticons, and the Monstars. They don't got nothing on us. I tell you, we came to play out here. We're going to play with dignity. We invented the assist. We invented the pick and roll. I'm telling you, I was out there a long time. We were out there 50 something. It was in 1942 and 18. It was right in the modern era. And we invented the pick and roll. I'm telling you, I was out there on the court. It was me and my pops out there, and I showed him out. He said, "Here, say Joey B." He said, "Come here." He grabbed me by the collar. He dragged me down the court. He said, "You stand right here." He said, "Put your hands over your nuts like that, and then you stand there and you block the defender." He told me that's called a pick. And then he said, "What you do? Then you roll." I thought he meant fall down on the floor. I thought there was a fire. No, seriously. My house almost burned down in a fire. That's right. It meant something dear to me. And then I rolled. I moved around and boom. That was a long time ago. We invented that. Now I don't even see pick and rolls being played anymore. We went from number 1 in pick and rolls to number 5. How? I'm telling you, we're going to bring it back with dignity. Now you should be able to set a pick and roll on the court and know that it's going to work. And then you should know someone's going to play defense. Yeah. Serious. Come on. I really mean it. Anyways, I got to go, guys. How did you get this happening? I'll see you later. Chad, I got it. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. But I love you. So I'll see you tonight. I hope you guys like 2K. If not, that's okay. Co-real estate, keep killing it out there, baby. I love to see it, man. Everybody else, you better get that law term. Better get your head in the game. Ups and downs, you're going to deal with a lot. It's almost a new year. It's already a new year. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. Thank you all again. And don't ever forget why we're here. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why it never goes out of style. Why you got to protect your head. And your head is an important piece. The armor and the helmet. So keep it shining and don't forget that, baby. And do it with love and make sure you enjoy it. Because, again, you're going to always look back. Make sure you enjoy the moment while it's here, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. So, Chad, that's it, man. I love you. God bless you. I'll see you tonight. I'll see you tonight and in the morning. All God willing, baby. All God, you enjoy your day. I want to play, bro. I want to play you F350, but I just that messed it up for me, bro. Oh my good. I'll try it again. I'll see what happens. Joshua, before you get going now, what did that mean? Do you need the Wi-Fi to charge a Tesla? Exactly. What do you mean, no? You don't need the Wi-Fi. Does your router, if you use an internet router, does it need electricity? Is it no? Yes or no question? Yes, exactly. So you're telling me there's no Wi-Fi in the Tesla? I don't believe it. What did Peter Pan, did he team up with Hunter to develop a new Wi-Fi electricity? Exactly. If something's not adding up here. I yield back. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Good evening.